darkness, tore apart quick, you left scars ripped to be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. Need to
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamite. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer.
Didn't you know?
I've been trying to keep it to myself.
But girl, you make it hard.
'Cause every time you move, yeah, it makes me melt.
If you catch my drift.
If you catch my drift.
Didn't you know?
next to me, come on. Feet right next to me, come on.
Time Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my set the world on fire, fire. Set the world on fire. Set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire. We can set the world on fire, fire.
Welcome all to VCTN Stage 1. I'm Rigor, this is Mike, and we are going to bring you JDG versus FPX, one of the more exciting games today. I think all the games are pretty exciting, but this one definitely a barnstormer, a lot to talk about. I'm excited. I'm super excited to see this. But before we get into that, how are you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. I mean, just woke up. We were talking about that we both didn't have breakfast. So after the game, hey, you and me, let's go down and let's eat somewhere. But until then, we've got a cast today, and it's an incredible cast because, I mean, yes, it's day 2, and yes, we had 2 games yesterday, but it was EDG and AG. Let's be honest, 2 games where it was pretty clear, or let's say one team was pretty favored. But now we have FPX and JDG, and then afterwards, with another 2 very handsome and beautiful casters, we're gonna have XLG versus DRG, 2 of the, let's say, historically more top of the line teams. But until then, FPX versus JDG. Talk me through it.
I think we have a lot of expectations for this. We were talking about it in the caster room about how There's a couple of different fundamental changes that have happened, a lot of roster switches. FPX has recently lost one of their coaches. Ego has been removed from the roster. They lost Scary as well, who was formerly from, I think, Talon? He wasn't Talon, yeah. I'm wrong. He was from Bleed, formerly. And then also he came to CN. And now he got dropped in favor of Kovac, a Swiss IGL for FPX. So similar to their old roots of when they last went to Champs. They went through to Champs with Autumn. They now have another non-native speaker in their team. But we have the JDG roster, the usual suspects, Coconut Stew and J Kuro, and the Coach Joy. Look at that mascot. And then we have Ji and YU coming in as well. You mentioned you're a big fan of YU. Why is that?
Just because I know him. I mean, it's one of those old souls that has been in the scene for quite some time. So it's more like, okay, I remember this name, so let me root for him. I'm gonna be honest, that is very biased. But when it comes to JDG, we have to talk about the two stars that we have, because I previously thought it was Stu. It's always the guy who I saw on the front line. And then this guy tells me, well, you better look at this guy, Je, because he also plays duelist. And then you're suddenly thinking, okay, double duelist matter, this is wonderful. But then you look at how both of these players have Yoro as their either most played or second most played agent. And after the nerf that he got, there are a lot of big questions that needs to be answered today about whether they still want to stick with the double duelist, just not with Yoro, if they want to stick with the Yoro and see if it works, or if they just completely want to skip the double duelist, because as we've looked at the stats, they have the possibility of Zhe picking the Viper, which would be a great pick on maps like, for example, Breeze, let's say.
Yeah, I think I come very highly regarded of him because I watched him during Ascension. So I've seen him come up through the ranks, and he's one of the very few players to keep your eyes on, because during Ascension playoffs, and I'm talking, or play-ins rather, and I'm talking over the span of 10 games, 400 ACS average, right? He was averaging about 400 ACS every single game in that double duel meta. So seeing him come into this, JDG's, yeah, more than Martin basically. So seeing him come into this, we have a lot of very high expectations from him fragging, and I think he had a very slow and stagnant kickoff. But let's hope that he ramps into this a bit more. Like you mentioned, he has that Viper role, and we are in a very Viper heavy map pool. I'm talking Bind, Split, Breeze, Lotus even. I've heard rumors of Fracture having Viper as well. So
yes.
He's not out of options here when it comes to picking his agents or potentially fitting into this current meta.
I mean, it would be a very good question if this main duelist guy, if you just suddenly put him on Viper and tell him, hey, you just play Viper the entire time, but then he suddenly has this, let's say, this raw potential from becoming a pure duelist to just to spit out a name, like this Alpha Year player, this guy on a role that you don't expect him to frag, and then he suddenly gets 20 kills out of nowhere. And you were talking about Fracture and Viper. I mean, we saw Viper on Fracture like many eons ago, but when combined with things like these little plays that you could do with the sky, where you put up the wall and then flash behind it or something like that, just to get the info. So definitely wondering whether they're going to go for these couple of plays. But while we're talking about untapped potential or unknown potential for JDG, for FPX is a completely different story. As you said, not only is Scary gone, but it's the IGL gone, and they've now imported an IGL player. Normally when you talk about imports, it's, okay, Vukasho. It's this incredibly crazy guy that we just needed to import, or someone like Fangir. And suddenly you have this guy, Kovac, from Switzerland, basically the other side of the world, and suddenly he has to be the one to rally all the troops behind him, and 4 players, which, I mean, also they need to come in English. That's also something completely different, right? Or at least not completely different, but it's just maybe because it's not their first language, they're not quite used to it. So when we talk about question marks, that is on one side we have JDG and the fragging potential and the double duelist, and on the other side we have FPX and just in general how their game plan will be and how their communication will even be.
I think the big thing to note is Kovac comes from formerly Vitality. Like he's actually had that experience in that tier 1. He's been under pressure, he's been under the knife. So him coming in is bringing a lot of experience to the side of JDG, or FPX rather. They have Bentley coming in as well. It's gonna be very interesting. FPX is a team that synonymously has dealt with these problems before, actually, because not too long ago they had Autumn on their team as well, who was an Australian player who couldn't necessarily speak Mandarin. So also they've worked around it. I think they have a culture where they can facilitate and work around that. But for sure, it's going to result in some delays. I think that's something to keep an eye out for. How flawlessly do they navigate the map and just that mid-round calling with having that sort of delay in translation or understanding of comms with your IGL, the person disseminating a lot of that information, not being a native speaker. But it's gonna be a big one. I think the thing I always want to look at is pistol rounds, right? Like you always want to be managing how strong these pistols are, and especially in the current meta where initiator util is not as prolific, you can't really bail yourself out of it as much. You want to be having very, very consistent pistols. So we'll see how it's going to work out in favor of either team. For context, last kickoff, the team that won, I think EDG had a pistol win rate of 52% or something. So even though they were struggling on most other metrics, they were like very, very competent on their pistols. But on screen we have Stu, one of the two duelists potentially next to G. And yeah, 217 ACS and 15% pistol win rates there, and 73% cast, which is a big one, especially in this meta.
Yeah, definitely. We also saw the comparisons of those two different teams. And if you're wondering and looking at the numbers and you feel like, okay, wait, FPX is bad? Because historically, I mean, FPX has even been to an international, but JDG is not to be underestimated. I mean, we were even talking about people like Bentley, for example, because if you're looking at the FPX roster, you're suddenly wondering, wait, where is Life? This guy who has been on the roster for so many years. And that's why you already mentioned Bentley, because he is the... they basically swapped out Bentley for Life, so he also has, let's be honest, pretty big shoes to fill. Even though Life was sometimes inconsistent and times, he was still a core part of the roster. So Bentley has to look at picking up that same spot.
I think the big thing is, you mentioned it just now, inconsistency, right? Both of these teams have a history of being very, very high peaks, but also very, very low valleys, respectively, right? They've always been on the bubble going to do greatness, but they've always struggled as they go onto it. So FPX is a roster that's, or at least a team, an organization that has had lots of experience with this. They go to champs, they show that they can do it really well for one season, and then going into the next one, then they struggle, and it's very, very difficult for them to actually function. And JDG's in a similar boat. So New Horizons, I think that's the thing you're going to have to be thinking about for both of these teams. Very, very high peaks, very low valleys, but they have a big opportunity to actually mark their, claim their territory here at the start of Split 1. Or rather Split 2, because we have kickoff of Split 1. You get what I mean? Stage 1, rather.
Yeah, exactly. And
yeah,
you see
yeah,
exactly. The skirmish, for the people who don't know, previously to figure out which team is bans first a map or first picks a map, they used to do a coin toss. Now they do some kind of skirmish, and you can see, I mean, there is a reason that we should look at Jet today, because apparently he's already leading 5-0 while playing Reyna, and that's it. I mean, 5 rounds, 5 wins. That's already a good sign for the people who maybe look at Jet and are like, wait, I don't know this guy, what is he doing, who is he? So I mean, it doesn't have to do anything with the game, and the skirmish is maybe not to be taken that seriously, but still, I mean, it's a good start. It's a good first impression for Je.
Yeah, he's I think if that's an indication for how this is going to go, 5-0 in favor of or in favor of JDG in the skirmish, and let's see how things go. But we have the map pool, Pearl or Lotus picked by JDG and FPX picked side. We have FPX taking us to Pearl, and then our decider is going to be split. So of those maps, out of the 3, 2 very good Viper maps. So you're going to find maybe G being a lot very, very relevant. And FPX picking Pearl, which is a map that, if you have a good IGL, if you can actually mid-round around that and deal with a lot of the nuances, you're in a really good spot. So Kovac potentially leaning on his own strengths here and ability to mid-round and actually develop really, really solid executes and sort of bat out of the hell type tactics out of those very tight, choky maps. So
yeah, it's also very interesting that we get Lotus first, because it is the one map where historically there was always one sentinel anchor player. Like as I said before, like the type of Alpha Year or a Vice. But this time, with the Sentinels basically having 0 pick rate, it really makes you question if they're even going to play Sentinel. I mean, they have the chance of picking, I believe Vice is now the most picked Sentinel, or has been since the start of 2026. But otherwise, I mean, teams like these and teams like JDG, for example, have the chance of just not playing any Sentinel and going immediately for the double duelist, maybe double initiator type of deal.
Yeah, I think it's a big consideration, because the last time we had Lotus in the map pool, we started off with that double controller Sentinel idea, and then as the year got on and then we started leaning more into that double duel, it just dropped the Sentinel entirely in favor of that Viper Omen plus an Initiate and then 2 duelists. So we'll see where the shift is. Like you mentioned, Vice is coming into prominence, and I think because Yoru has been removed from the game, Vice becomes relevant, so minus Yoru plus Vice, and Vice is arguably one of the only Sentinels next to Cypher, I could argue, that can deal with the explosiveness that is that Neon. Because Neon is out of the bloodbath that has been the meta shift from kickoff. It happens every single year. I don't know why we're surprised. Neon's the one who's been unscathed. Neon has been untouched. So yeah, we're gonna see how teams adapt to this. New maps coming in. A lot of time to practice at the end of stage 1. So JDG walking out, and a bit of expectations. What are your predictions? Well, I can actually pull up your predictions.
Oh, that's a good question. I probably predicted FPX, but I couldn't tell you why. I'm going to be honest, because you've also the question marks of Kovac being the new IGL, and you just hyping me up so much about Je kind of put me on the JDG train. And also, they've not been to an international before, so FPX. I mean, it's a very biased argument, but you could say, yeah, they've already been to an international. Let someone else go through it first. But otherwise, well, can you tell me what I actually predicted?
So I was on my high horse about to be like, haha, it's the G trade, and then I fell off my high horse and broke my ankles because I predicted FPX as well. So, so I don't know. So
you've managed to convert me to a JDG fan and then picked FPX anyway. I mean,
yeah,
that's
exactly.
a very
stacking
good
the deck in my favor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my reason for picking FPX has always been FPX is, in my mind, a very safe bet more often than not. FPX is a team that will upset if given the opportunity or the conditions, and with their implementation of not just an IGL, an IGL that has multiple different regions worth of experience in Kovac. He came from Vitality, he has come from Vitality coaching staff and been developed in that state or in that environment. You are around championship winning teams, right? You are around those gentlemen, around those fanatics. So you have like a unique playstyle and your own book of counter strats. On top of that, I think as much as I'm a fan of G, he's rookie. That's my number one thing. I haven't.
So was Kayak.
I can't think of any. So was Kayak. So was Demon One. But the difference is, out of those 3 people, G, Kayak, and Demon One, only one of them has won a champs, and that was in 2023, when the meta was a lot more exploitative and people knew less about the game. People have a lot more understanding about the game now. There was an interview yesterday where they were talking about how, I think they were talking to, forget who they were talking to. They were talking to Bentley yesterday, and they were talking about how his shift from duelist to smokes is a lot more difficult because of how quick the game has become. Right, the game has become very, very fast for a lot of the newer guys to actually try and slot into things. So even though G's coming in with a lot of prestige and critical acclaim, he is in a position where the game is getting arguably too quick if you're not coming back from multiple different years of background. So for those reasons alone, I think I'm giving it to FPX. Also because I'm a snake oil salesman and I'm trying to stack the deck, trying to get my channel points. Yeah, I think for sure it's going to be a tough one. Not going to say it's going to be an easy one, but definitely FPX in my mind is a more stable pick here. If they start off hot.
I always need to be careful when predding in a game with FPX, because I know it's not like, I promise I don't have dementia, but my first thought is always like, well, I mean, Angel and Saigetsu, they're pretty good, and then I remember that FPX for like 3 years has not been a part of EMEA, but that's always been my first thought.
Oh, go to bed, Grandpa. It's okay. It's fine. The
Bro,
war is
I'm
over. You don't need to fight
24.
anymore.
I'm not old, I swear.
But yeah, you're 50 in gaming years. It's unfortunate. But yeah, I mean, I think that leans on the idea that we said about FPX being very storied in their reputation and just their performances overall. But this is also the EDG effect, where they have one really big performance and it's kind of rose-tinted glasses to absolutely everything. So everything feels like a disappointment, when in reality it's just not adjusted expectations appropriately due to their current state of affairs, the meta change. EDG was on the wrong side of things, where they had a meta that didn't favor them. The old FPX roster moved to EMEA, and then suddenly EMEA's playstyle became more developed into that very, very slow late round, late hits, etc. And then they didn't really prosper as much as they wanted to. So FPX now, different team. It's not the Angel, it's not the Sogetsu, but it is the Kovac and it is the J. Kuro and Stu. So we'll see how they actually navigate through their different unique chess pieces as we gearing up to load onto Lotus.
Lotus, first map potentially out of 3. These two teams, I believe it's been a while since they've met each other, and definitely not with these kinds of players. With Jer coming in as a new star duelist, well, potentially, maybe on the Vipers we were talking about, and people like Bentley coming in, and obviously the new IGL who is Kovac, as I said, coming from Vitality. So we see the agent should just select, and as we foretold, it will not only not be okay, but they have a Sentinel though. Okay, so a couple of interesting things happening here. They do have Jay on the Viper, so they've forgone the double duelist, but instead of going for a double initiator, they have gone for a double controller and still have a spot left. In this case, it is the Killjoy for JDG, but no Sentinel for FPX.
This is what we'll oftentimes see. This is the Anders comp, right? The analyst Anders from from Fnatic. He did this comp in 2023 for 2023 Lotus, and it's been relatively unchanged because of the meta changes. It's just the most stable setup for things. So that double controller Killjoy on top of everything, and then you have the other side, which is Anders goes to G2, and then he creates his own variation of the comp, which is the double controller and the double duel, but this time with the Waylay Neon. I think people are getting their last sort of taste of the Waylay, because Waylay is being adjusted. Her I think saturate is being changed from an instant to an equip, so we're going to see a lot of explosive hits, especially in that initial phase. A lot of early A main fights. That's just the way that the JDG comp wants to fight, and the way that FPX wants to exploit. So we're going to get into it. And like I mentioned, A main default and A main pop for the first round of the first map of today. This is VCT CN Stage 2, Map 1.
The double duelist on the attacker side. You can see they already grouped up a bit of, I mean, Kovac, the IGLs we're talking about, a bit of fake pressure, but immediately the paranoia will come out. That is one good util already out of the map and out of the game, at least for this round. Still jump spotting, and the door will be popped, and it seems like this will just be a full 5-man push. They have the Viper up there, but the problem is just alone, at least for now. They are even blocked off, so they now want to push it, but it's a good first skill with Coconut together as well. And just like that, I mean, the first push has been nullified with Stu getting a 4K on round 1. Now, isn't that a statement?
Yeah, 4 kills for Stu out of the jump is actually incredible. I think the side of FPX did a really good job at trying to contain it, but JDG was just too quick on that flood coming out of CT. So Stu finding 4 kills there, massive effort from them. And I think if this is an indication of the way the series is going to go, Stu heating up this early, it's looking very scary if you're an FPX fan.
I mean, that is one side effect of having a very fast playstyle, which is that you have to gamble a lot of the times on defense and always play, or usually have to play fast retake. In this case, it will be FPX just running onto B. Stu will be caught by that Fade Prowler, by the Fade Eye, excuse me, but they're all over the side. I mean, one is in spawn, one is already on the other side, and they're all just rallying behind. He has to change to the pistol, and it's a good damage from FPX. Just 2 players, and look at their guns. It's only 1 Sheriff and 1 Stinger, and at this point, I mean, FPX have better guns than them. 2v2, but J. Kuro is just so low. Yukon needs to do what he can.
It's a good look for FPX though.
Just left into Kovac with 1 person, and he gets the second. It's a clutch from Kovac. And what a disaster from JDG after getting such a good pistol, immediately falling down to a Thrifty in round 2.
Did the side of FPX force buy that? I think the side of JDG didn't buy at all. They didn't opt into that buy at all, and as a result, FPX just insta punishes them on that force buy. And you see the Stingers ringing out, finding 2 kills and equalizing things up. But good call from the IGL from FPX to realize that you didn't lose that round based off of anything besides just a good shooter in the face of Stu, and they find Thrifty, or not even a Thrifty, they found an anti-eco conversion there for their troubles. Is Kovac tapping with the Stinger, and Killjoy's Timmy Tires is down, +1 for FPX.
But now they're pushing, but they don't expect Iron to beat. He immediately gets 3. It's a good trade, but Bentley is there to clean it up, and just like that, blink and you miss it. The second round, I mean, presumably going towards FPX. Yuko just left with the Sheriff, and he still has to rotate to the complete other side of the map. And you can see, I mean, as we're talking about the aggressiveness, in this case it was not from the double duelist comp. Instead, the FPX with the double duelist was just waiting for a push, and they get those kills on a silver platter. Unless Yuko has something to say about it. They're all hunched up. And just
That's
like
a
that.
devious high-low.
I mean, altogether, out of all the guns possible in the arsenal of Valorant, the Sheriff is not the one that you expect to get a triple collat or a perfect like shot transfer onto 3 people. But otherwise, I mean, you can see they were just not expecting Ian to still be in that left corner. And J. Kura, okay, are you kidding me? I mean, what are those shots? But it doesn't matter. A quick trade from Bentley there with the 2 shots from the Outlaw will make sure that FPX gets the second round.
You know what's crazy? I just looked at production now. We got 2,000 bits from Papushi Bits, and we had a CN Thrifty. So real life money translates to a Thrifty in game. So I'm seeing a correlation here, not necessarily causation, but for sure. Thank you for the bits. We do appreciate it. It's a volunteer program, and we appreciate the support. We do this for passion and everything.
You're a good salesperson. FPX on the A side once again. Leaving one person, in this case it's Berlin, not Kovac like we saw in the first round. It will be the first contact on 8, but no one is here unless J. Kuro is able to find just a sliver through which he finds 1 kill. And you can see JDG immediately thinking about, wait, we left A completely open. We have to think about what we actually do here. But FPX, in this case, seemingly looking for a pivot onto the B side.
Killjoy Alarmbot's still very active on B, so they're not gonna be surprised by this. Oh, but Omen TP's past it, gets caught by the Alarmbot. They know there's someone in CT who has to back out of there. But 5v5 retake or 4v5 retake.
We'll make it a 5v3 because Stu already has the showstopper, but he gets traded. Once again, Ayang on that Outlaw. Berlin goes for a push, but Jizz ready for it, and it's left onto the Outlaw player. And well, with only 2 bullets in the chamber, you don't expect to get a 1v4, but at least a bit of damage. No, it's just the 140 damage onto J. Kuro, and it's 2-2. I mean, so far it's looking pretty even.
I think you're seeing a lot of familiar patterns, right? These comps are very, very well studied. There's a lot of tape on it besides the Waylay. So people are falling into very standardized ways of playing the game, right? You start with that A main fight and then transition to a B if anything goes bad on A. So FPX tried it. They lost their OG as a result, and then JDG just completely collapses onto that B side of the map. If you're FPX, you do need to mix it up a bit because you're falling into these very predictable patterns and very predictable timings.
This time, basically everyone on FPX side is on C, but they have that one way, and Yuko is looking to get a bit of damage, but I mean, look at all the util they've taken. I mean, the Waylay Dasher and the set rate as well, and the Prowler even, and yes, they will get the ult orb, but Bentley is still one of his ult, so it makes you really question whether that was actually worth it. And you can see JDG once again just following their instinct, following their nose, and with already 2 players on C. And it's a good first kill by A Young, leaving a couple more holes on the map. Will be a dash entry. Yasmin's already on side. It was a nice TP, but it will be traded out now. The problem is Jay is still on here. He needs to get Satrod, and he does so. It's a very nice combination of utility. And now even the C's coming out. Will it be a double peek together with his teammate? No, he's caught in the open, but still, it's trades upon trades. We're in the stock market. Welcome, everyone. And one more kill from A Young, leaving Coconut in a 1v2, and he's already rotating back to B. Thinking about how this could be a rotate. He's thinking about, okay, this could be an A plant. But they have the Viper split here.
Beats them to it as well, actually. He's wide, he's on top of it, absolutely on top of it. Finds the CT position, actually. He's going to get eyes on the spike very soon. The Pezzle gets cleared up a bit. I think he's intuiting that someone is in tree. And Ayang is a bit far away, so eyes on the spike here.
It is planted for him, so he still has eyes on it. And he sees that there was no one on it. So he can just bide his time. Now he finally gets spotted. Another question, Coconut. Takes it halfway, but not quite. Ayang still gets it. A 2v1 closer than I thought, especially considering they had the Viper split to make sure that the round goes their way. But nevertheless, FPX up to 3.
And it's is it a clean round? Not really. It's very brawl heavy, no? The current read of the meta from these guys is you want to be just taking these fights as aggressively as possible and play your sight anchor as strong as physically possible. Like avoid the retake as much as you can, and actually just have these anchors just locking down these sites, making things very, very precarious for the attackers. Because especially with the double duel, if they don't have the space to actually create havoc, it becomes very, very difficult for them to find any value in the post plans.
Setron has that judge, so he's looking for a close range find. That's what he goes into tree. It will be cleared, but careful, you see the paranoia already propped up. But now be careful with this push, because you will get a judge into your face. And it's good night, J. Kuro. Setron there, and look at all the A control that they have. That's the most important part of Lotus. That's what we learned in the last 3 years of the map being in the map pool. And Jay, you see that he's looking for a bit of a fight here, because they need to do something, but they immediately just mowed down. It will just be 1, 2, 3 kills from the side of FPX, and Yuko, poor Yuko, left on the other side of the map, and somehow, and he doesn't even get to. I mean, he probably doesn't want to save the sheriff, so 1v5 just has to see if he can pull anything out of that magic hat.
And while Yu's trying to navigate this variable landmine of a 1v5 clutch, I think it's important to note that FPX's the things that are working for FPX are just the straight vertical hits, right? They're not really selling a fake as much as they are just taking that fight and assessing damages and leaving or staying if need be, right? And they're finding a lot of kills here. JDG trying uncharacteristically to hold down A main opposed to A site, and as a result they lose their tree player. They lose 3 people in A main via stairs, and Yu's going to fall in the same spots as all 4 X's back to back to back right next to each other on stairs. As they're struggling a bit on that A holders. FPX finding a lot of value on those very hyper aggressive and very non-complicated, very, very simplistic hits.
I mean, go with your strengths. You have the double duelist, you have the chance of doing something like letting your Neon player pick up a judge. And you're right, I mean, the 2 rounds that they lost is where they seemingly wanted to prod on somewhere else on the map, and the 3 rounds that they did win was more or less a pretty straightforward hit. So maybe just keep it simple and keep it straight. In FPX, you can see JDG already pushing the red button that they want to go for their first tactical timeout.
Yeah, and I think it's you kind of want to be taking this to not necessarily alleviate the damage, just to patch up a bunch of things, because I think their pistol round and the round that they just played were completely different in terms of execution, confidence, and everything. Right? Their pistol round was very flood heavy, like use your anchor and flood around your anchor to play the game. Their current round was fight for a main before the site, fight for the staging before the actual site, and you just lost way too many bodies due to just bad trades. So an adjustment needs to be changed, because I think the nerves are getting to these players a bit in how they're executing their protocols, or at least their understanding of their game plan into this sort of double duel comp. And that's the adjustments you kind of want to make in this timeout. So let's see if they've made the adjustments. It seems like they have, swapping KJ onto this A side of the map, and then doing sort of a a pseudo 1-3-1 or rather a 2-2-1 towards C.
But I got bad news for you. It doesn't matter how well you prepared. It doesn't change the fact that FPX has 4 ults online and pretty heavy hitting at that. You can see the fake onto the A side, but I mean, considering it's only Killjoy who's gonna play a bit passive anyway, JDG is not moving a muscle. 2 on C, 2 on B, and yes, it will see both pressure from both sides, and therefore they're not doing anything quite yet. Just a bit of counter util to make sure that they cannot flood. Ready.
It's like, oh, the Viper's Pit's been committed on B.
But it doesn't cover the plant. And you can see that that's why it will be a C push, and there's already one up there, but he will get caught out. And even the Waylay ult who caught J Kuro, he will just get out of there scot-free. So I'm not really sure about that. Cetra down, the overdrive as well, and now you can see that they want to go into this Viper Spit, but they have to plant outside of it.
Yeah, it's very precarious. This Viper's Pit, not doing that much. Yeah, he's just gonna drop it. He's gonna keep it up. Okay, so he's gonna keep it up to try and hold main, it looks like.
Yeah, at least one of the sides, right? But Yuko will make sure this is a 2v5, and yes, one of those is in the Viper's Pit, but as previously said, the spike isn't. So they need some way of doing this. It's not 2 nice kills from Bentley there, and from Young, excuse me, and JDG getting a very easy retake. And that makes you wonder, I mean, that Viper Spit, it's an ingenious way, even though it's very costly, of making sure you keep B main. But there's a part of me that thinks that they wanted to cover the plant with it, and it somehow was some sort of misplay as well.
Yeah, I think he wanted to challenge that guy who was playing on the B side of the map, I think. It didn't seem like they had much consideration about how they were going to use it after the plant, so it's good for challenging that B main guy, because then you have to force the B main guy to hold anchor while you challenge C. I don't even think he was expecting to come B off of that Viper's Pit as well, so I think that's why it was so in such a weird spot. As an A main pop is what's going to be on the horizon now.
3 players spotted. Now they know that it's not a fake, or at least not a very elaborate one, because 2 players were already spotted by the Fade Eye, and you can see 5 already here. And since they don't have any Sentinel, if you don't have anyone on the other side of the map, it seems like it will have to be this Force A hit. The Paranoia once again prepped in the Omen's hand. A very familiar sight. And with this door being spotted, he pushes out, but unfortunately he just whiffs. He still gets the 1, but he doesn't 50 HP and gets spammed through the Viper wall. And it's a quick trade, but nevertheless, that's why you have the double controller. Jez still having that Viper wall up. And that's why I have the double duelist, because Hetrod, even though him being down, they still have the Bentley Waylay.
They can't go C, they don't have options there with the Viper's Pit.
What? But Bentley immediately getting a 2k? I mean, it looked like a great setup there. Even Stu hitting the Fade Eye just for his teammate. But unfortunately, Bentley is, well, apparently just better. And with the Viper Spit being used on C, Je and Yuko, a controller and a Sentinel, somehow having to retake. With basically no utility as well. So they just need to push out, and it's a 1-for-1. But Je left in a 1v3, seemingly wanting to save this rifle. And I do not blame him.
Yeah, I think he struggled to find any kind of relevancy this entire round. That Viper's Pit just sort of anchored him on that C side of the map, and he found it quite difficult to actually influence anything on the other side of the map. His team just sort of fell down like dominoes, and has to save this gun. It's not warning bells aren't being signaled yet, because it's only a 2-round deficit, and this is a defender or attacker sided map because you have so many more options on attack. So, if you're still a JDG fan, still hold hope, brace and prepare for the attack side, but FPX playing this attack side quite competently.
I mean, you're right. Lotus has historically always been a map, pretty much the only map in the pool that was at least slightly attacker-sided. And considering that you're also in a double duelist meta and perhaps don't even have a Sentinel, I mean, if you think about JDG, when they go onto their attack side, they're gonna go against no Sentinel. So they have a better chance of trying to outsmart them or maybe insert a player onto flank. So don't give up hope yet. But this round, well, Jed, the only one with the rifle, one bandit and one sheriff there, so it needs to be a couple of nice shots if JDG wants to get anything done here. And FPX knows it, so they're immediately just pushing out. And yes, there's a turret there. Yes, there's one molly that will delay at least the plan for a little bit. But you can see everyone already on site from FPX.
Could be a 5v5 retake, but the problem is if you're a JDG fan, you don't have guns. None at all.
They do have the Killjoy ult, which will stop Separate here, and the problem is he needs to push out. He doesn't have time to go away, so he decides to use the overdrive, and he still checks the corner, but it's only a 1-for-1. But they just try to use the lockdown, but they don't manage to break it in time. But they're still back on site. Unfortunately, one player is detained, so it has to be Berlin who gets the double spray down. Stop me if you heard this one before. Stuck in a 1v3. Yes, he has a Viper's Orb to at least put some pressure on it. And he will get the tap now. But it's gone, and a 1-for-1 trade. FPX have secured at least 6 rounds in this half.
Yeah, strong look for FPX, but also it is almost it's very dicey from the side of JDG. Actually, they almost managed to eke it out here with their use of ultis. They only committed the KJ ulti there.
A nice trade from Berlin and a nice trade from Young. We'll make sure that JDG has to fight tooth and nail to even get to 6 rounds. And that's exactly what they're gonna do. They're gonna push out even with the Omen smoke and the Omen TP. That's a really good A take from there, but FPX, no one is there. And we talk about how they should keep the plan simple. And well, you hear a lot of util A, well, time to go see. And yes, the Killjoy util is here, but we're talking about Sentinels and how effective the util is. Seemingly though, FPX dodging the C side for now.
It's a very uncharacteristic slow round here. I think things are getting a bit more dire, so the defense is trying to not be as proactive, trying to be a bit more reactive here. Contact B is gonna be fulfilled, and shots are fired, and Coconut finds 2.
That's a very nice hold there. You can see the almost pixel peak there. Coconut staying on the angle. He wants that 3k, he wants that 4k even. And well, this is not the first time the Viper has been left in a 1v5, but in this case, it's Young. And you can see already the double hold there. Presumably he doesn't even get one. And he does have the angle, but he does not have the shot. Stu making sure they're still in the running for this half.
Yeah, trying to keep them relevant, you know, go kicking and screaming. Don't necessarily lie down and just let it happen to you guys. I think that's a big kill from Coconut. I think that double kill and that angle hold is actually very, very impeccable and very heads up of him to recognize that on that timing a lurk's going to be fulfilled somewhere. So finding value with those kills is definitely a good way to start. It's a very good protocol to have.
Once again, very hard A control from JDG. And FPX immediately pivoting onto that B side. Yes, they have a Killjoy turret there. And yes, finally, even going onto there, but he gets paranoid and he says, well, no, screw this, I need to get out of here. The Viper wall will stall it for a bit, and because they opened the door, they know that C is probably free, even from the shadows, making sure that no one is backside. Once again, it seems like a very free plan with no retaliation from JDG. Berlin pushing out his set shot. Oh, but Yukor, even with the slow, he still gets it, and the showstopper even being used just in case. The question is, does he find anything? There are only a couple of seconds left in the showstopper. He needs to bank it, and he still gets Bentley. Kovac, the IGL, the Swiss man in a 1v3. He's full HP, yes, well, not anymore. And the judge, excuse me, shorty to the face, will make sure that's the end of it. And well, we said don't lose hope, because on a very attacker-sided map, JDG has just gotten their 5th round.
Yeah, and I think it's on the back of some really good ult usage and just general flooding. Their ability, similar to what we commended them on the first round of the game. They've kept that identity going into this round, right? Sending someone as the spear to go out there, making sure we hold all the critical space, and then just making life very hellish for the side of FPX. FPX finding a couple of kills there, trying to fight into those really critical zones, but once they lose those duels, once they lose those battles, it's just in a box. You're literally, oh, this is a pull. Do you know on Need for Speed, there's the scene where the guy has a rat and he puts him in a bowl? That's what it feels like.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm pretty sure there's probably one guy in chat who's probably very happy right now. Because you just had a reference from his favorite game. So shout out to that one guy. But apart from that, I mean, look, Stu, he has this up online. That's the first one we've seen so far. And considering it's the last round, he doesn't have any worries of perhaps giving it to the enemies. Especially considering they're on attack with double duelist, the Nightfall coming out, but they still want to push this. Coconut manages to get out. But the problem is with the paranoia, he's just waiting there and waiting for his teammate just to back out. The stun, the slow, the dash, everything in the kitchen sink in there, and Setrop with the judge closing the distance and getting 2 kills. It's a 3v4 retake, making it the 3v3. They're catching a stray, and just like that, once again, blink it and you miss it, and it's just left onto Setrop, who, yes, has managed to upgrade to a Phantom, but still, he has no idea where everyone else is. Just like that. Nice 3k, JDG. Managing to tie us up to 6-6 before we go into the second half.
Yeah, it's definitely a very, very strong comeback. I think, what is the score? 3-6 before they rallied and made it 6-6. So I think that's one of the benefits of playing the comp that JDG is playing, right? You can just turn it on a dime. You're not necessarily locked into one gear. If you do want to speed it up, you can speed it up. You can just be very, very proactive about the fights you take and when you take them. So good shooting from G, the point man, the man of the moment, finding some very, very big impact kills in that last round. Is halftime, 6-6 scoreline. Things are effectively equal. It's another 12 rounds to dictate who wins this, potentially in overtime. What are you looking forward to as the sides switch?
I'm looking forward to the differences in the comp. As we said, one has a duelist, but one duelist, but a sentinel, and the other team doesn't have a sentinel, but they have the double duelist. So it's going to be the question of, well, FPX is gonna naturally have the advantage on their attacker side because of the double duelist, and they're gonna have a huge disadvantage because they're very prone to, for example, getting flanked on or getting alert inserted into the defensive side because they do not have a sentinel. But on the other side, it's basically, when does Fnatic play? How dare you? And besides, it's probably not even that long, probably only a couple days. Anyways, I mean, they played today, so I mean, what are you doing? Anyway, but JDG have the opposite problem. They were on their advantage side because they had the sentinel on their defense, and now on attack they only have that one duelist. So yes, they have the sentinel to make sure that they don't get flanked on, or at least they have prior information to that because of the alarm bot or the turret. But otherwise, now is the half where both of these team comps are gonna be on their unfavored side, let's say it this way. So it's going to be very interesting how they try to cope with that. If they try to, okay, we're just going to shoot you better, so it doesn't matter what our comp is, or if they have any other idea of perhaps making sure that the comp goes, manages to get an advantage or goes to fruition. Shout out to the mascots there. Always love to see them.
I think they updated a lot of them now from the kickoff. These are some new faces that I'm seeing here. But yeah, we're going into the second half of this. 50% win rate for JDG on the pistols. Let's see if they can continue their run of good form here.
FPX with the double duelist, like we said, immediately pushing out. Stu has to back off. He wants to play with his team here, and he knows that there's already one here. A nice damage onto Bentley, and yes, they push him out. Yuko with a nice shot, and Setrod, well, and even with the double duelist, you don't really want to push into that smoke. So JDG presumably gonna have a bit of a free A side here, unless Arjing has something to say about it. Well, nothing, because he backs out unless he hits a couple of nice shots, and it's 2 kills. It's the equalizer. Yes, it's a trade from Coconut, but it's still a 3v3. Now Stu, look at how aggressive he is already on that side, and 2 right clicks, 2 kills, making sure this round is basically over. Unless Berlin with that bandit. Don't forget their 1 shot, so just 2 shots would be the difference between him losing and winning that, but he fortunately goes out on the wrong place, and Coconut cleans up that round and makes sure that they win the pistol as well.
Very, very competent. I think the thing I wanted to note actually was you're not seeing as many sheriff buys these days. You can see that a lot of teams are indexing into that just straight ghost buy in some piece of util, because for the most part, with how fast this meta is, any pieces of util make all the difference, right? An extra satchel on your Raze or Viper Molly on your Viper. It would be crazy if it was on Killjoy, but you get the idea, right? Every single player has some kind of util to contribute to the round. So going into the next one, we're seeing this sort of FPX buy from JDG. Actually, they buying 4 rifles and 1 pistol. Here is FPX trying to go for a stack here onto this A side of the map. I think this is very similar to the previous round where JDG was in a similar position. How did they navigate this?
This is what I like to buy, what I like to call the JOTE buy, which is a term that I've coined myself. You wouldn't expect because it's such a good acronym. It stands for Jack of all trades. You have a sniper, you have a pistol, you have a shotgun, and you have 2 rifles. So you have one of basically each type of gun that you want. Only thing you're missing is basically a Spectre or an Odin now. But nevertheless, you can see with all the variety of weapons that they have, the Judge is tucked in. Sniper is taking first contact. The problem is 4 FPX players on the side. Yes, 1 Prowler will be used from C, but no one is budging from FPX. Especially now with the util being used and with the old door opened. Oh, Stu has to be careful about this. He uses the nade, but all the people are close here. But the first trade will be onto Yuko and Je, and the 2 players indoors. Poor guy, they just have to wait and bide their time until Stu comes up and cleans everything up. And just like that, in just a couple of seconds, and you gotta applaud the way that they approached it. Yes, it's very dangerous to go into tree where you have a lot of different, what's the word? A lot of different positions that you have to take care of. So first, you actually go through main, and then in the end you can see the kill here together with the paranoia, and then the 2 that are left have to somehow push everything with only the classic that they have, and just like that, it's an easy way to get cleaned up by a judge.
Yeah, good discipline. I think that's like a testament to JDG's potential as well. You're seeing stuff like that where they're aware that they should just wait for the specific moment to happen, and they're intimately comfortable with the timings and how they should and when they should be fighting. And you saw the example of that in that tree interaction. Let's see if they carry it over. He's a different set of problems, but Stu's gonna go in, trying to find his first one here.
Rolls left 3v3, but the spike has not been planted yet. They pick up the judge and he wants to push it, and together with his teammate. I mean, at this point he was more the distraction than anything else. Young. Oh, it's always a poor Viper. It's always the last one alive. And the plant will go down on A. He has a chance here, but the first contact will be that Viper. Even though it was not 140, it's enough damage for him to think, well, I should probably just go and save this rifle.
I think you're oftentimes seeing it. You might be wondering why the Viper's the last one alive. It's just because they're so far, I think. Especially with this current meta, like, they're just so far from everything. Viper's been relegated to playing that C side of the map. They don't have the luxury of being more centralized on the map, and still being effective. So they're so far from everything, and if the fights go, for lack of a better word, horribly, then there's nothing they can do about it, and they just have to sort of sit there and watch their team being completely minced. So potentially room for innovation here in the current Lotus meta. What do you do about the fact that the C player needs to rotate over quickly, but also the C player needs to have enough util to actually competently hold their site?
That's a very good question. I honestly, it's very difficult to say, because there are a couple of teams where I legitimately think if you're not playing five people in, if you're not going with 5 people into side, there's no chance that you will ever win it. But sometimes, I mean, guess if you imagine there are 5 players stacked on A and you have 4 attackers. In theory, the attackers, because of the range of motion that they have and the freedom that they have of going to a different side, should even still have some type of advantage. But then you have one player on the complete other side. It's very difficult to say, because I can also, like, trust me, if Young at any previous point there decides to rotate to A, I can guarantee you, just because of karma or because of bad luck, suddenly the attackers will decide to go to that C side that he's just left. So it's also very frustrating if you're that Viper player, of feeling like, okay, I rotate now and then they come to my side. I don't, and everyone on my team dies and I'm suddenly left in a 1v. 1v4 or 1v5.
Yeah, it's Schrodinger's rotate, right? Like the minute you rotate, then it's you shouldn't have rotated. But then when you don't rotate, you should have rotated, right? And it's always going to be a problem, and it's going to be something that they have to try and contend with. Audibles for this potentially. I would love to see maybe Viper shifting towards more of an A side anchor, because if Viper's playing towards A side, then they have the luxury of rotating through B or into B. But the problem is you do that and suddenly you lose a lot of the really potent like smokes and rechargeable util that Viper is known for, especially on that defensive C side. So it's a mixed bag, right? You take one thing, you lose two in either problem. So we're gonna see Viper being a bit more relevant here.
Setro taking a page out of Stu's handbook, going for that judge. Interestingly enough, on the defender side, and he's already pushed up all the way to A. And he doesn't really, that's a good thing about an insert, he doesn't really need to do anything else, because presumably, if they even want to re-clear this, he can probably just fall back. So that's a lot of info that he has. Yuko has a chance to get the first one, but Bentley's just on top of it. And here we can see the re-clear. They want to use a lot of util. They will know that the judge is here, especially with the Prowler now coming out and the Paranoia, but still, you can see he's biding his time, but the Showstopper, well, that's a good way of clearing Setron out from that angle.
Yeah, very expensive, but very effective as well.
But it works.
And they're also going to shift over to the C side. Yeah, noting that kill's going to spark a rotate from absolutely everyone. They're going to shift over to the C side and be very, very relevant now, like, with all the util they have. They have an Paranoia still online. They have Fade Nightfall, which is going to get committed by Coconut. Clears out all of that front sight as FPX ready to receive 3v2 on the C side of the map with Spike.
The Spike is still not in. And at this point, knowing how many people there are, this might be a good time to rotate, but unfortunately the time is completely gone. So A Young, he needs to be the one to make sure the spike doesn't go down, and with just 5 seconds, well, nevertheless, it's just Bentley. And unfortunately, he does not have a chance to spam it. So the spike will go down, and Bentley with just 84 HP will have Berlin on his side, but he only has a classic, and Je, just like that, will take him out. And even considering he doesn't have any armor, Je gets the wall bang with the Sheriff. And it's not the first time I've compared him to Alpha Year. I mean, a person on a role that you don't expect him to frag, and then suddenly being so impactful. Like, this is not the first time, not the second, not even the third time that Jay has gotten a triple kill. Not only this game, but seemingly this map and this half. So he's finding his value.
I think retrospectively, you look at the current meta and you. Like, if you look at it reflectively, you understand that a lot of the Sentinels didn't get to play their main Sentinel role. A lot of them were playing that Viper role and have to, oh my Bentley.
Shot out of the sky like a pigeon. At this point, it's just clay shooting. Welcome to the Olympics, everyone.
Yeah, just completely eviscerated him out of midair. But as I was saying, a lot of the Sentinels don't get to play their main roles. So you see them, a lot of these Sentinels have developed a very fighting style of gameplay, right? Very, very competent shooters to make up for the fact that they didn't have util, right? So you've seen the gap between the Sentinel players and the Duelist players mechanically have closed significantly, and I'd argue the most in the last 3 months as well. As FPX trying to explore into this A side of the map, but it's a bit curious because they've lost their only Duelist, or JDG rather, have lost their only Duelist on the A side of the map. Is A-Link, G's gonna find one into Kovac, as Young's gonna find two.
I'll make it 3, make it the chance to have it a 4th one, and yes, he gets it. Just one off of the ace, and it's not like he didn't get it. It's that he didn't have a chance to even get the ace because one player was already falling down. You can see how happy he is about getting at 4K, and at this point, more than looking at the duelists, we're looking at the 2 Viper players on either side. First, Je getting a 3K, and then Young getting a 4K. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, I think it's on the back of, I think Bentley found that massive kill onto Stu in the beginning of that round. That was a huge opener because they only have one duelist. They only have one entry, besides they have to face check absolutely everything. So finding that kill, contesting a main with guns and Virtue alone, with full-on gumption, is definitely a strat.
Young not being able to hit that Fade Eye before he gets revealed, and therefore they also now know that there's an op on the C side. Seemingly they still want to go in here. Obviously, C side itself, I mean, C main has a lot of chances to get value with the op. C side itself, not that much. Therefore, you can see Separate already rotating and the Viper split being used. just to make sure that they cannot go to C-side, or at least not very easily. Look at the pings. They already know this
on the C as well.
Yes, but they pinged out Berlin on that top of rubble there. So they know exactly where he is. The question is how to approach this. The paranoia being used from both sides. And the satchel in. Bentley doesn't get the kill. Berlin has a chance. And he still gets it. Unfortunately, he's now left alone. But it does not matter. He is the tank. He is the star player here. Berlin, even with the third one. On just 6 HP. And with 6 bullets. And he still wants to go for it. Zetrot and Kovac will clean up the last ones. But Berlin, I mean... Man of Steel here. Even has the cape, just like Superman, just staying his ground and making sure no one goes through that 8 choke point.
A hell of an anchor job from Berlin. I think isn't that the 10 spots? Isn't that infamously known for that 110s clip on pistol? Playing that left side rubble,
The 2 clips,
and then just
by the
rinsing
way.
people up with the smoke.
That was the crazy part. He got 2 aces, both from that spot. But Berlin, well, even on the same agent, seemingly doing a bit of a tense cosplay and getting his 3 there. It's a big brawl on the A side here. A lot of util being used. And seemingly now on both sides. But Jay, I mean, somehow stop this guy. He's already on there and he is 1 shot. J Kuro just on 1 HP. But still, 2 kills going their favor. And considering that this is a thrifty, or would be a thrifty, if JDG won it, FPX has to somehow find anything here. The good news is Stu is on just 21 HP and J Kuro on 11, so just sneeze on them and they die. The Waylay ult being used, and now together with the Neon they want to run it in, and that's why you have the Shorty 4 down to just 8 HP for Stu. And yes, they have the numbers at disadvantage, but they're already on the spike, and I don't even know if they still have a lineup, but seemingly they can just stick this. No, Yuko will stop them. With the Sheriff, and J Kuro peeks out, and Bentley. Not being able to do anything else with the op there. It looked dicey for just a second for both of these teams, but in the end, it will be the thrifty.
This A main fight is resulting in a lot of blood being spilled randomly, right? I think Jay found that kill onto Berlin blind through a smoke, like no vision at all. 2 kills through a smoke, but that one is slightly more fair. As it's I think it's a thrifty for JDG here is. FPX falling apart just due to tragedies alone. Is the timeout's gonna be hit the buzzer. You kind of need to stabilize the game a bit, because I think a lot of variance is coming into this. We've seen a lot of it from the Bentley kill on that A rubble kill onto Stu. We've seen now Berlin finding the 3K, and now Jay finding that kill onto A main through 2 smokes as well. So a lot of randomness. Definitely need to try and ease up on, try and find situations to dissect a lot of this randomness is what I think the coach will be endeavoring to do with his timeouts. But JDG, we spoke about how it's an attack side of map. JDG finding a lot more of their footing on attack side, but also in a similar spot to what it looked like on defense, where they were down 3 rounds. Now they're ahead 3 rounds, and FPX potentially raring to mount a comeback, but second timeout expended. Last bit of coach intervention, and let's see if the FPX players can dig deep and find 3 more rounds here to try and equalize this to 11-11.
Going to be difficult to say the least. I mean, don't forget they lost the pistol, then even the bonus round there, so they already were down 3 rounds, and then yes, they've shown a bit of fight, but JDG still have the advantage there. Now once again it will be an A push from both these sides, where at least the FPX will just bide their time. They're just waiting for a re-hit there, so not quite anything dangerous yet. Stu now finally going down with a paranoia as well. But Stu, you need to be careful. There's someone under you. Do you clear it? He does, but he does not find the shot. Zetrot down, but they don't expect someone to already be in the back of rubble. Je cleaning up Zetrot and making sure that this stays a 3v3.
Well, look at the flank. Look at eyes on J Kuro. The picture's gonna be cleared up a bit more for FPX's Berlin all the way on the flank here. It's gonna potentially gonna find Wyu. Wyu finds him, and now the entire flank is blown wide open, and Wyu taps through a smoke and finds.
Check his PC. At this point, it's getting
CC.
ridiculous. Not only having the awareness that there's someone behind. I mean, yes, he previously saw him on that flank, but still, just peeking it and immediately getting the angle right. I'm gonna see it now, how Zetrot gets it here. But you can see, yeah, he just gets shot from behind. Jay just being so aware of getting that kill. And now, Let's hopefully see. Oh, what? We don't even get to see the kill. Okay, at this point, they know they're just cheating, and they don't want to show us the kill because it would make it too obvious. I'm kidding, of course. Match point for JDG.
They're trying to ruin our day, you know? It's a bit of a different look here. Look at how deep Setrod is on that A main side. Completely takes all of A main, and actually looking like they want to refight through this as a response, as a sort of push in response to their opposite side's pull. As it's a C side hit, the ult is going to be committed by JDG.
The answer to that from
The ult is going to be popped as well by
Set.
Setrod, yeah.
Yes, but you can see the FPX already on the flank there together with the overdrive, but they still need to wait out this ult, and they're just waiting here. In this case, they're afraid of getting caught down in flank, and the Viper Spit will come out. But in this case, I mean, it's going to be way more difficult as soon as this spike gets planted, which will happen right about now. And Yuko against 2 players, a nice shot from Bentley there, taking care of the first defender, but still with the Viper Spit. It's looking difficult. Oh,
Yeah,
CTB into the Viper Spit.
Mixed by.
Oh, they need to be careful here, but it's going to be a quick cleanup. It's left in a 1v1. Kovac, the new IGL. They're dropping the Viper Spit, but he doesn't have an angle. He finds him, but Kovac is still sticking. He doesn't know. Finally got spotted out, and that's it. 13-8, and who else but Je to get the final kill and to get JDG over the line. And that's why, I mean, Twitch and YouTube chat, we're all on the same page, except apparently this guy, because he voted for FPX for no reason. JDG getting the first map point.
Yeah, I think that's a... I think I shot myself in the foot by not only hyping up JDG and then voting for FPX, but also hyping up the man of the moment, yeah. I think I wouldn't be surprised if he is match MVP just due to how many impact rounds he had. Maybe not statistically, but the amount of C anchor jobs that he did to find rounds on defense as well. I think he was a big factor in that 3-round comeback to make it 6-6, and he's been a big factor in just these individual duels. But the entirety of JDG, I think, firing on all cylinders the minute they got to attack side, and definitely giving us a game to start off this like beginning of stage 2, making a statement for JDG's entire run, or stage 1 rather, split to stage 1.
Because that isn't confusing at all.
Yeah. No, not at all. Just a bit, yeah, a bit esoteric there, but yeah, the JDG definitely make a statement. Let's see if they can carry on their consistency there, because like we mentioned, these 2 teams have very, very high peaks and very, very low valleys. Let's see if they can continue that performance going into the next map and potentially find themselves in a very confident position going to the rest of this stage.
Especially considering that you said that on Pearl, which will be the second map, they have the new IGL, and it's a map where IGL can make or break it. So if there's still quite a bit of rust there, considering he's very new to the team, this could be an easy 2-0. But otherwise, if he perhaps brings a couple of new ideas from EMEA, they have a chance to really outsmart them. Because compared to Lotus, where it's been very brawly, as we listen now to the comms.
加油，兄弟们，加油！下去没有？往后，你看，我等，在我等，哎，去右，燃到贴，三个，往后去 ，Let's go！ 我不知道他踢哪儿了。哎，我这边没有，我去2楼，跟你2楼，确定，我丢狗，买背后 OK。 如果 City， 我叫，我们 I stay， 来，往前走，我跳 P 个，3、2、1，好，我要看走，2、1 go， 我要指教，还有一个，黑零，黑五，OK， nice，good retake， nice bro， 哦 nice，let's go，OK， watching， 他们可能反击了，多给，他们反击了 ，it might be big foul，two more， 还有，
爆毒器落在 B 区，
全是他开门，刚飞的在 A Y 的。 Face was outside. Viper here. Viper. 5打1，别。补我枪。5打1。Go right. Go more right. 他过不来我们这，走。我要加。我们去补他们枪。加 AT。他开枪我们补 ，OK。Nice。突破，对吧？
Question.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. The man himself, not the duelist player, not any of the 3 duelist players that were seen on this map, but instead the Viper player with a, excuse me, a cast of 95%. Well, I don't know, which is crazier? Almost 200 average damage a round, 2.5 KDA, 300 ACS, or 95 cast. One of these factors alone would be incredible. Having them all 4 at the same time? That is ludicrous.
I think the crazy thing is we spoke about it in the cast about how Viper's struggling to find value at all. Viper's just on constantly at the other side of the map where all the action is, and he's still finding 300 ACS. 95 cast is insane. I think that's like the biggest one, which means that 95% of all of his kills, assists, or 95% of all of his rounds, he either got a kill, got an assist, survived, or traded someone, or got traded, right? That's insane. It means he's like right in the middle of the pack. And he wasn't dying that much. He was finding a lot of value. He was getting a lot of these opening kills, and yeah, definitely a barnstormer from G coming out, making his own statements. Maybe we have a new Viper player in the scene.
I'm sorry,
because I think
Riga,
Viper is a very important role.
I need to cut you off because I just did the math. There were 21 rounds. If the cast is 95, that means that there was one singular round where he did not get a kill, not a single assist, where he died, and where he didn't get traded. Every other round he did. I mean, that is incredible. So there was basically only one round out of 21 that was played where he did not find any value. That is, and with 23 kills, even getting out-fragging Stu on that race, even if it's just barely so. But we also have to talk about Ayang, the Vipers, as we said, who were struggling to get value, and Ayang on the other side still finding so much there.
And I think it's like I mentioned, it's about how the Sentinel players are now just having to become very, very proficient mechanically, right? They don't really have the luxury of having all this util at their disposal. But a big thing to look at is how many post plants, right? JDG having 6 for 6 and FPX having more confirmed post plants, but losing 4 of them, and that's gonna make a massive difference. Stu, this is one of the more interesting graphs, right? So the blue line is going to be, I think the purple one is Stu, and then the blue line is average for the entire, so all raises on Lotus. So he's ahead of the curve on basically every single metric here. The big one being the ACS.
And isn't it crazy that Stu is just so far above the average, and we're not talking about him? He is like the second pick after Je. So considering that you have 2 players that have such an incredible impact and have the chance of swinging the map completely to their way, that, I mean, after all is said and done, it's pretty easy to see how JDG has gotten the first map. Now the question is, how will they do in the second?
Yeah, but we'll
inside of me. You better watch out if your enemies are road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Lots of blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force of party. And if you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you let scars rip to be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side.
Welcome back, everyone, to Project Horizon. This is JDG versus FPX Map 2. I am once again Wriggle. This is Mike. I'm going to be your casters for this. We're going to head to Pearl, and we're going to see similar looks. We're going to see the FPX playing the more standard look, and we're going to see JDG playing that what I'll call pseudo Paper Rex style comp. They're having the Phoenix. They're running the G. It's a bit outlandish, but do you have any questions on this? I feel like you're a bit in bewilderment.
I've spotted a Phoenix.
Oh, Phoenix has been spotted.
Double duelist, but instead of having the Euro, which you like to see, because of the nerfs, they decided to go for a Phoenix, a very classic pick that we've seen many a time before, especially, I mean, you have to talk about people like Jing. And considering that Phoenix ult, I believe, is still only 6 ult points, and the fact that both of the ult orbs are very attacker-sided, in theory, JDG can just go to B, pick up an ult orb, go to A, pick up an ult orb, and then you're gonna have an ult at least every 3 rounds, probably more if you manage to get more kills or if you die or plant the spike or whatever. So that is a huge potential. Now the question is, unfortunately, there have been a lot of times where we've seen the Phoenix not abuse that kind of power that they have, because it's obviously the oldest, the best kit that they have. So I'm definitely looking forward to JDG to see if they abuse that. But otherwise, I mean, similar faces on both sides. Even now, interestingly enough, with the double sentinel, with the killjoy once again.
Yeah, we're gonna see how they manage that. I think with the Astra pick, you are playing for very defaulty wide map states. You see that you're gonna see a lot of those default stars. So that star on A main just to secure that A fight, and then you're gonna see that star on B main just to have that pullback. Is they're just gonna be fighting for orb control as much as possible. You can see how far Yu's playing up there. He's trying to play contact as much as physically possible, just underneath his turrets to see if they can do chip damage, but they're going to come through mid. They're going to find 2 FPX, finding 2 kills here. JDG Kuro finding a single kill. As Spike's going to be planted as Kovac, the new IGL, plants Spike for the first time this game.
You can see the pullback already there from Berlin. Even still has 1 more smoke that it can use, so 2 more smokes. They can use it already there to make sure that Stu does not have any line of sight there. The Prowler will spot the first player, and yes, they have a flash there, but Bentley is already ready. The question is, how much will he get? He already gets the first one, and now the problem is you have a couple more people there, just holding the same spot as you are, and just like that, it's a clean take from FPX and a clean plant. And I'm sorry, I know that I talk way too much, even though it's technically my job. I just want to talk about the first kill, because there were 2 players on A side, and the defending Astra, instead of playing somewhere else, decided to go into the same cubby where his teammate was playing. So he basically just sold him out completely. You can see how he looks to the left and he's like, wait, suddenly there are 2 people here. Oh, well, I'll take that free kill. So a bit of anti-synergy there, unfortunately, but nevertheless, FPX getting the first round.
It's like playing hide and seek and your friend says, hey, they found us, guys. That's what just occurred.
Oh, they found us, dude. Nah, come out. They know where you are. Ah, lucky.
Who's us? Whoa.
But Stu, I mean, because of the death in the first round and picking up the orb once again, he's already on 3. And he's the only one in the entire team, in the entire map here, on both sides that has a 6-point ult. So maybe even has a chance to get it in the next round.
I think that you ask yourself, is that a viable win con, right? Can you base your entire defensive victory off of Phoenix getting ultis, right? It's not. It's a lot more potent on attack side where you can just gamble like an extra body to just clear out space. But on defense side, it's so precarious that if your entire game plan is to get orbs, you're basically guaranteeing a free kill if the enemy team picks up on it. But FPX, as well as being in control, leaving that orb, that aforementioned orb, uncontested, they don't seem too interested in funneling their own ultis. And we're leaning towards B side.
You can see they're already rotating away. I swear I'm not eating anything. And JDG, they hear that, and therefore instead of going back to A, they decide to push this with just 4 people. So this could be a crazy brawl on the flank, assuming that FPX is aware of this, which they might not.
Yeah, it's a weird. The attackers have become the defenders. As all of A side is completely uncontested. FPX has all of it, and JDG playing for this really long wrap. But I think they're aware of it. Berlin definitely looking in the right direction. Goes into astral form at the wrong moment. Misses an opportunity to find a kill as Ion. Spots 2. Here's 4. Knows it's 5. Yeah, finds up to everyone.
It also wouldn't be too bad if he dies there because he only has the ghost. Still, he wants to play with his mollies, and we have to talk about the blows plant at this point. I mean, we have the Astra pull, you have the Neon Stun potentially even, and then you have 2 Killjoy mollies. So, seemingly, just like in the first map, as soon as the spike gets down, it's already over. Now the question is, do they clear the left side? Yes, they do, but they still would like to very much keep this Bulldog. Unfortunately, will have no chance to do so. So it will just be, okay, it will be a bonus buy with an Outlaw and a Judge. So you have either short range or long range. In the middle, you're absolutely screwed.
Now the resurgence of the Jote buy. It's coming. I can sense it on the horizon. Yeah. That's a thing now. It's chronicled.
Now let's see. The only thing we need now is a pistol and preferably some kind of a submachine gun or a rifle.
I think the big thing to look at
is that's
Vandal.
We got it.
The Vandal Hera Phantom. So the Jote bar once again peaks its ever-present head here. There's the side of FPX forcing a buy here. I think their econ's a bit unstable because Kovac has a sheriff here. So if they can save these guns, very, very good. If they can't save these guns, I think we're going to be a bit hampered on the side of FPX's buy here.
You can see how they try to equalize the disadvantage that they have by adventuring a bit further into the enemy territory. And now the question, once again, as I said, will be Stu and the ult that he finally has online, but he's still quite a ways away. Yuko, the only one on site here. He needs a bit of help, but he will not get caught by the stun, but it doesn't matter. Judge to the face will make sure that he has to wait one more round to respawn.
It's a very confident attack side here. Oh, that money missed. I think he's playing for Def or for Defuse here, and Stu's gonna run it back. He's gonna get hit all the util, shatter all the plates, a bull in China store. Ju's gonna find the first one as Seltrod gonna trade out G immediately as he's trying to get out here. Seltrod has to do a bit of a sprint, gets out, makes out of his life. It's a 3v2.
It was only a decay, so he's still on 77 HP. Make it 2 more because of the armor, but Stu. And that's where you start talking about, well, the Phoenix ult cannot be the only way that you approach these rounds. Because it's great that you have that extra piece of util, but still, there needs to be something else. It needs to be the cherry on top of the cake, but if I give you a cherry and I go to you and tell you, hey, try my cake, you're gonna be like, what are you talking about? It's the exact same thing.
Yeah.
You need to have something to base your Phoenix ult upon. And so far, at least in the first 3 rounds, it doesn't seem to be that way, as FPX, with their very strong postman that they have, manages to get their bonus.
I think you're right on the money there. Like, the Phoenix ulti should be an exclamation point to a round. It shouldn't be the entire round or the entire basis of the round. You still need a lot of that supporting util or G to actually work with the Phoenix ult, sending the Phoenix ult like a Sova drone that shoots back basically, and then having G trade and contest the space. So when Phoenix is back in his normal human form, then Phoenix can just take the space that G has opened up or the rest of JDG, right? So not necessarily an improper use of it, just like a lack of optimization, I think, or thought, especially in that last round, and potentially a theme going into this. How do they manage that Phoenix ulti?
The space that JDG have taken, need to take a couple of risks considering that the very, very low buy that they have with just 2 rifles and a Bucky and a Sheriff. So they're already pushing out, but FPX, I mean, Bentley is already cutting on the other side, but Berlin does not find a single kill. Unfortunately, it gets traded. So yes, it's 1 kill for JDG, but it's a quick cleanup. And just like that, the 2 that are left alive is going to be the one with the Sheriff and one with the Bucky. So not even any rifle left. And seemingly, unless something goes very wrong, FPX should get their 4th round.
That's an incredible anti-eco strat, by the way. I assume it is Kovac calling it, or it's just generally drilled into this team. But understanding, hey, they spent a lot of their money and their resources last round, noted by the Phoenix ulti, so it was a very desperate round that they needed to win. So knowing that you just need to sit and do nothing, because the enemy team's going to try and get very proactive and try and get as much value, or else they lose the round without doing anything, and that's not what you want. You kind of want to get kills or potentially getting spiked down. So very good anti-eco from FPX. Managing to just navigate, being patient enough to not overextend, as Bentley hunting for something, knows that J Kuro might either be CT or in heaven. I think J Kuro's trying to go for spike. Oh, he's peeking. Oh, showing a bit of leg.
Oh, timing. Ah, unfortunate.
Couldn't get the gun out fast enough. Yeah.
I also want to shout out FPX because considering they're in a 4v1 and they have no real time pressure, they decide to go to give Bentley the spike to get that extra ult point towards his ult. He's now, I believe, only now 2 left to get his ult online, which is something that you would feel like every team should automatically do. But since you're usually in a situation where there's one dedicated player that needs to plant, you don't really think about that stuff. So that's also a very good fundamental that might also come from Kovac being the IGL, being like, okay, we've got more than enough time, let's see who needs to get this plant, let's give it to Waylay. The eye doesn't get shot down and they have all the information for FPX, but you can see the molly coming out and that's a good first kill. But Bentley, even though he gets traded out, it's a lot of damage. Kovac, the IGL, onto the side with the double kill, and the others are left in Narnia. Je and Yuko, and even Je with a knob. And we're talking about how strong the postband is. Well, the Killjoy and the Astra are still alive, so at this point, if you don't tap the spike, you're already gone.
Yeah, there's not much you can do here. Literally nothing you can do here. You just... Oh, yeah, you try to find something. He's gonna break the mollies. Yeah, trying to break the mollies, breaks the alarm bot, breaks all of Killjoy's toys, tries to set up his own, but the Astra Star is gonna land. Just trying to get into spike, but immediately gets Astra Star.
No! Yoiko! You legend! You madman! How did that happen? The only thing FPX needed to do was not peek, and instead of that, all 3 of them do, and they pay the price. And they pay quite a big price at that. That is unprecedented, and that is heartbreaking. Let's watch that.
That's crazy. The thing I wanted to mention in the beginning was like Kovac found 2 kills, like two kills, one off the Astra Star, pulling another guy into each other and finding the spray down. And Wayu in the same spray finds 2 kills, I think all like 156s across the board. So Was it a stolen round? Yeah, in many ways, I think it is a very stolen round. Just a bit of, we spoke about how FPX was so good fundamentally, and this is a very clear breakdown in those fundamentals, I think, causing why you take literally every single, like, you give him an arm, he takes the entire body at that time. And
not only one, he takes 3.
He takes 3, yeah. So FPX needs to stabilize here a bit. I think getting a bit too excited, hunting for, being a bit too hungry for those kills. Is Stu's gonna find one pattern of mistakes rearing its head. Why he finds a kill here? Kovac trades it out, but everything is very JDG favored right now.
Oh, nice shot from Berlin there. Can't believe he won that against an op. Still only just a 2v3 and just barely. So JDG, they just need to play numbers. They still have the Killjoy ult. They still have the Cosmic Divide. But they're just going to bide their time. 30 seconds. At some point, FPX is going to be forced to go for this plant. At which point, unless they use a Nightfall, it will be quite a lot of counter util from JDG.
I think they're running out of time here. You obviously want to select the best plants, but yeah, Kovac has to clear out absolutely everything. He still has enough time to go for the plants. As the KJ ulti is going to be committed. Oh, that's annoying if you're Kovac. That's annoying if you're Berlin. But maybe you can find some damage. Spike's not planted for you. Things are very unfavorable, and the Astra's ulti gets committed as well.
Easy as pie. Just like that, the cleanup together with the 2 ults, unless Berlin has something to say about it, but it will only just be 1 kill from him. And even the op picked up there from JDG to give it back to their star player, to the star duelist. But, I mean, you're right, and I want to go back to that incredible 1v3 that we had, because don't forget that was the first round that JDG won, so it is just a complete lifeline that they got. And if they manage to win the momentum and now get a couple of rounds on board, FPX is really gonna be kicking themselves about losing that one play and that one round. You can see already. Once again, the tech pulse coming in. I wonder who's it from. It's probably FPX, you presume, right? No, JDG.
Yeah, JDG. Hey. I think it's momentum is a very tempestuous mistress, right? Like, you kind of want to be snowballing your momentum as much as possible, and maybe the coach, not necessarily that his team is doing something wrong, but he's seeing a way that they can optimize down the line, right? You, as a coach, you might want to be calling these timeouts preemptively, not necessarily always calling it reactively. Like, maybe there's no problems yet, but you're trying to fix a problem that might occur in the future, or potentially give your team a solution going into it. So JDG calling a timeout here is not uncommon. JDG's coach has been known to either hold his timeouts till the last available moment or call them preemptively. So I'm assuming this is one of the preemptive ones. But while we're in this lull, we have some predictions, right? So we came into the first map and people rated JDG cleaning up, and it was pretty consistent along Twitch and YouTube, right? Pearl has come in. FPX's performance has gained themselves some a bit of fan favor here, as FPX is currently rated 53-47 versus JDG on Pearl.
Oh.
So at least on YouTube, people believe that FPX is going to come out with this map, but Twitch still very resoundingly JDG favored.
Stu is inside the smoke, but he doesn't get the kill, and even Jay will get spammed out. He gets stopped by the C's, but unfortunately for him, he is behind that wall, so he will be safe for now. Coconut getting a very aggressive angle, and Jay being aware of the Neon being here with the overdrive, both being popped, an enemy battle in this case, but Satrot clearly favored, getting 2 kills, and Yuriko even falling down just to Kovac. And it's a very nice split there from FPX, and it really makes you think whether FPX managed to make better use of the timeout than JDG.
I think it's a double-edged sword, right? The timeout is not like you're the only one who can speak, it's both teams can speak. And when you've only made 2 mistakes on the side of FPX that's cost you rounds, getting that timeout might be seen as like a bit of a sigh of relief, you know? You can relieve a bit of the pressure, you can clean up the small things that you were doing incorrectly in those 2 rounds. Of which the first round that you lost was just of bad fundamentals. You got 1v3'd, and the second round you lost was just because of lack of ultis, right? You didn't have enough util to deal with the problems. So making sure that you're on top of things like that is going to be a big boon for FPX.
JDG going for another push there. The spot. Oh, it's a nice shot there, but there's still a bit of cleanup. Now the question is, Bentley is still there. Unfortunately, he cannot refrag back, and it's a beautiful shot from Stu, who now left in a 4v3. And now, this is the moment where you think about, well, they do have the numbers advantage, but not the gun advantage. You know what would change that? A run it back. So now the ult from Stu could be a game changer here, considering they're probably going to have a retake as well.
Yeah, no ulti is actively online for the side of FPX. They do have the Fade ulti, but you don't really want to be trading something as strong as the Fade ulti. And when I say strength, I mean area of effect with the Phoenix ulti. So how they're going to navigate this, I think they have to play for the first kill. That's the big one. Try to equalize the numbers a bit more.
You can see the running back there already being used, and now they're already out, but it's planted for the other side, and there are 2 mollies on the spike. It will be 1 flash, but unfortunately he doesn't get anything done. And now, even they still have the numbers advantage. First molly popped, and it's still a nice kill from Yurko, but it's gets traded by Kovac, who needs to break the eye. But they're slowly, the time is running out, and they need to get on the spike. But there's still 1 molly there, and they don't have any time left. FPX biding their time. We were talking about how strong their post plant is. There you can see that even with the running back, and even while down numbers, they still managed to buy enough time for the spike to blow up.
Yeah, I think it's very well handled from them, actually. Yeah, you make them spend the run it back. You don't have to spend that much util into it. You're in a disadvantaged situation. You still come out on top if you're FPX. So I think you're very happy with that round, even though you all died and you have to watch the round lapse from the spectator seats. I think you're very happy with that. Your money's still very, very burgeoning. The Fade ulti is, what, 3 out of 8 from being online again, as Stu gonna find the first kill onto the aforementioned Fade.
It's a good blindside there. A good flash to get the first kill, and a very clean one at that. Does not take a single point of damage. The rest of FPX grouping up on the safe side. Now, it's been quite a while. Quite a couple of rounds that JDG hasn't pushed out anywhere aggressively with a lot of people. So this so far seems very, very normal, which would also mean that there are still 3 players on this A side. Now as the smokes come out, they know there's going to be an A hit. And J-Kuro the only one on side, but he does not get cleared. So he's still in backside. He's still a thorn, literally in their side. Considering he can also wallbang this spot. So they need to push something, but it's all brawly on the side, and they're just losing the fights. Bentley, yes, he gets 2, but Young, unless he can produce the same thing from round 1, from map 1, it is JDG going up to 3.
I've seen this before. I've seen this exact same round score before. 3-6 and JDG on the tail end of this, having to mount a comeback, but I think it all starts from a bit of laziness from FPX. I don't know why there was such a massive disconnect between their entry in Setrod and the rest of the team, because the minute Setrod dies, like, they have to just halt. They can't even commit the plant there. They have to just sit there and wait until more reinforcements can find a kill somewhere along the map. So FPX definitely laying the ball down. I feel like JDG playing fundamentally better Valorant here and finding a lot of these rounds. Is G with the op, forced to back away here, smoked off, but on the one side they don't have to deal with flashes, they just have to deal with the double dash, so no vision obscuring utility to speak of.
Prodding a bit to see if they can find anything in mid, and yes, they break, or they force out 1 molly from the Killjoy, but there's still an alarm bot there, so Yuko still has quite control over everything. And Art, yes, it is open, but you can see that's exactly why Stu goes in there to try and cover it. So now FPX, yes, they will have Bentley on the other side, but with the Cosmic Divide, the Nightfall, however, coming out, and yes, the Seas and a lot of Beauty being used just to make sure they cannot get the plant down, and J-Kuro on in his favorite spot once again, but the spike cannot be stopped. It is planted in the little cubby as well. Spams here.
I have 5 post plants as well. Yeah.
Doesn't find anything so far, and especially poor Je, who needs to find this with an op, probably has to be the one who goes in there, but they're just running through the Cosmic Divide, and it's left in a 2v1, and you can see Yuka already holding full his teammate. And Berlin needs to push this. Unfortunately, with 3 bullets, it's just not enough. JDG picking up the momentum down from, I believe it was 0-4 to now 4-6. And it's, well, it seems to be very similar to the first map, where slowly JDG is trying to get the equalizer.
Yeah, I think crisis after crisis from the side of FPX is giving JDG a lot of momentum to get back into this game and stay very, very relevant. I think that last shot was the shot that you have to land, right? That kill onto Yuko or YU would have made all the difference. And it's just like the shots aren't landing, and it's just crisis after crisis for FPX. So they need to brace a bit, manage a lot of these situations a bit better. Bentley's gonna find one to stew. That's a handling of that situation.
I mean, JDG using a lot of good util. I mean, they don't even break the fade eye, and then you just peek alone. That feels like a misplay. And Stu will pay for it with his life. And considering he has to run it back, but he would have had it for this round, that's a pretty big loss as FPX now happy with their position. They want to go together, Kovac and Bentley. The walking wounded. But as long as they're together, everything will be fine.
Kovac a bit late on the timing here. Doesn't necessarily get into A link as where he needs to be, but YU very, very well with eyes on YU. Can he get something done here? J Curl finds one. Why are you looking for the next? But Bentley shuts him down.
J and Coconut J once again having to somehow get a retake with Justin up. His overdrive not even close to near, and they don't have any guns that they could pick up. So yeah, it seems like a very wise decision to just go for the save, which will mean that FPX has guaranteed their advantage, at least for this half.
Which is it's a better look. I think the 6-6 half is always precarious going into specifically Pearl, because when you go into Pearl and you're up against the Phoenix, your back's a bit against the wall because you're taking more risks than anyone else. Obviously, there's a baseline level of risk you take with any fight in this game. When do you win or lose? There's the monetary risks. There's the ult economy risks that you give someone an ulti every single time you either get killed or get a kill onto them. And further from that, if you're dealing with a Phoenix, the risk is exponential. You can only kill Phoenix a minimum 6 times before he has 2 lives, you know? And if he gets any kills in between, then it becomes very precarious. So FPX definitely need to pad their lead, because when things get on the flip side of stuff, it gets very, very dangerous. I don't think FPX is really favored in the ult economy department once JDG gets going. So definitely a good look for FPX. Potentially, if they play their cards right, they can secure an 8-4 half here. But B-long walk up from JDG, potentially going to put a nail in that idea.
Being used, it's a recall smoke, and Jet does not hit the shot. You need to hit those if you want to get any value. And now you're questioning why he even picked up the AWP in the first place. Stu, with the run it back, gets 1 kill. He knows about a second one there. Unfortunately, with just 6 HP, he needs to go out here and even find spam, but he does not find anything else. But Jake Kuro is there inside the lockdown, even still managing to get it out. And Kovac and Setrod together. And then Setrod, great first shot, and Kovac now has the Nightfall. He has a chance to use it, but no, he just dies beforehand. They know exactly where Setrod is. Left in 1v2 with 50 seconds to spare. He still has time. Tries to go for the plant anyway. Or at least not quite now.
Setrod in a very precarious situation, no? He's in a 1v2, doesn't know where anyone is. Spike's being planted, but the double swing from CT is a bit strong here. It doesn't find him.
But it doesn't find anyone. Now the question is, do you know that he's repositioned to this left side? Are you aware of this? He catches the wrong timing, unfortunately, where both are looking at him. If he gets the first one, that's the chance to get the second one. Yes, he is stunned, but it doesn't matter. They're pushing him, and it's a shorty to get the final round. And Jake Kuro getting their 5th one as we finish the half 5-7. And you were saying right that FPX, if they played the cards right, considering they had 2 ults and then the Nightfall just 1 off, it really should have been theirs. But JDG managing to win that 2v1 to make sure they at least have, well, not that big of a disadvantage going into the second half.
And that kill is massive as well. But I think J Kuro definitely stands out this round as, yeah, holding his ground, just making sure that when the Phoenix comes out of ulti, there's still space too for him to go through. As yeah, coach, a bit of frustration there. I think he knows what's on the offing as well, as we flip sides, and that Phoenix now becomes you know, something to consider. It's no longer just a minor annoyance as it was on defense. Now it's just a major point of contention rather, because a lot of these orbs, like you mentioned in the pre-game, are attacker sided. Right, attackers do have a lot of access to it. A orb, I could argue maybe the defenders have a bit more access to it, but it's a bit tough. You have to fight into it. You have to be very, very rare to fight into it. So double duel versus double duel. We'll see how they actually navigate through managing those orbs, but I think that's for sure something we should look out for. How do these teams manage ult economy, and is Phoenix going to be as relevant as we expect him to be?
Because so far, let's be honest, he really hasn't found the value that he needed to, at least on the defender side. Yes, we agree that it's more difficult, but I mean, still, you feel like there were a couple of rounds at the end as well that where Stu really feels like he always died before even having a chance to use his ult, which is obviously the worst case scenario, because last time I checked, you need to be alive to use your ult in Valorant. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but still. Nevertheless, we've seen a very similar situation from before. The question is, I feel like the breaking point will be this pistol, because if JDG wins it, they still have a very good chance. But if FPX does, then they have, I mean, they might just run away with everything, and we might have to go to the decider map.
Yeah, but JDG 50% chance of winning their pistols on pistol is
always good.
Not boding well for the side of FPX. Yeah, FPX have about half the conversions or a quarter of the conversions on pistol rounds, and JDG is about 50% of that. So let's see how they set up. You see this very standard. I think you're going to see a lot of this type of start on attack side Pearl. This mid split, 3A and 2 mid. The idea is you want to be having the bodies in case they contest you heavy A. B's, you don't have the guns for B long fights, and the defenders are very favored there. So A splits, looks like it's developing quite favorably. Only Ayang on site. The blind buys a lot of crucial time for G. Like now his position is completely obfuscated. As the mid split fulfills and Spike's going to be planted. 5v5 post plant.
Post plan, as you said. Now you have to think about the fact that yes, they have the pull, and yes, JDG also has the molly, so they basically have the same strong post ban that FPX has, which won them quite a lot of rounds. So that's why you can see already the first push, the first tap on the Spike here, but they still want to push just together, and Jay gets the first kill. The question is that he gets more, because they're already pushing him, they're pushing him down, and there's so much pressure, but in the end the advantage goes for JDG, as we so far, and Stu taking his life just to make sure that they're not tapping the Spike, and Stu taking a great timing there. And JDG, well, that's a good start.
Yeah, I think they spent too much time fighting art. I'm not gonna lie. It seemed like they got caught up in that art fight, and as a result, they just let that Spike get uncontested. There was no real way to challenge the Spike because of how much fighting was in this area. So good look from FPX to actually continue the chat or continue the brawl, making sure that anybody from Art who has arguably the most uncontested line of sight onto the Spike can't even play into this. And FPX has learned their lesson from the previous game. They didn't buy the last one, or didn't buy fully the last one, and they've bought up fully this one. So any fights that might potentially happen are very FPX favored. And hey, it's a joke buy. No? We have the close range Spectre, we have the medium range Bulldog, and we have the long range Guardian.
Yeah, not only that, but I mean, normally I would celebrate that, but FPX won the pistol? Am I stupid? Did they get the defuse?
Yeah. The fighting in Link stopped them from getting onto Spike, and J Kuro killed the main player.
I am so unaware. I mean, at this point I might just get fired because I didn't notice that as a caster. Set shot getting, I mean, that's unfortunate. I mean, it's so under the noses, even I didn't see that. And you can see the fight there, left down to just 3 people. Durf, which only have ghosts. Kovac and Ayang, it's a quick cleanup from the duo. Kuro, at this point, he just has to pray that his right click hit the right spots. It does for the first one, but a set rod with the judge will shut him down. I'm sorry, I'm still hung up on the fact that I didn't notice that the spike was diffused.
It's okay. Caster. I can hear production in the background typing up your resignation letter as we speak.
Oh no, please stop.
Yeah. It's the end of the world. Hang up your boots, put your mic on the wall. The door, don't let the door hit you on the way out. But FPX definitely while you're lamenting your fate and your short-lived career, FPX finding 2 rounds as well to make ring the score to 5-9. The YouTube members and the people in YouTube chat feeling slightly more vindicated here.
Everyone is making fun of me in Twitch chat and YouTube chat. Oh no, my career's over. But it's not for JDG. It's not for JDG, since they still want to be here. They heard a lot of FPX being pushed up there. They even I love this idea. They pick up the old orb so that Stu cannot pick it up himself, considering he's only 2 off. So they still have the chance of picking up the old orb on B, but then he would still need some form of old orb more to get the run back. So they're just biding their time and they're waiting, and they know that FPX likes to play on the extremities. So yes, they have alarm bots in water there, but apart from that, mid is completely gone, and JDG has complete control over it.
And it's only J Kuro here protecting this orb, as it's gonna be a B split. This is very precarious. Berlin and Bentley are the only people that can stop this from developing.
That's what they do. Kovac is also on side, but he gets taken down by Stu. Now they know that 2 people at least are on the side. He gets a flash. Oh, but Bentley gets 2 kills out of nowhere. Makes the 3rd one. Going for the 4th, and Yuriko, poor Yuriko, in a 1v4, and it seems like this bonus is inevitable unless he has something to say about it. And if he wants to, this would be the time. Unfortunately, with just 15 seconds left, he would need to plant the spike and get 3 kills. That's a good start. But with just 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, he taps it, but you can see the dash in, and Bentley getting a 4K there. And I'm sorry, I need to watch that collide again, because I believe that he saw one first, then got blinded, and then shot, and accidentally shot onto Stu, who was about to peek him. Oh no, that's
he didn't see anything. He just tapped. Okay, that's.
He just saw shoulder.
I don't think he even saw shoulders. I think he just timing shot that, actually. Because I was wondering how those 2 kills came. I thought he turned the flash, but on that POV, it's clear that he was just holding, and then he just held good crosshair placement. It just clicked the minute that flash popped based off of predictable timing. So a bit of micro that could have been, or a bit of mechanical change that could have happened there. Them offsetting your timing a bit more, but you mentioned it again.
It's also just unlucky.
A lot of people might wonder why the Phoenix isn't getting as much ulti orbs in, like, even though we can see on the minimap that B is relatively free, right? The reason why they're not going for that B orb is because B, your round can basically end almost immediately, right? On A, at least there's a bit more cover. It's a lot more, the util's a lot more effective because of how close everything is. That's why you always want to be starting on A, because if you start on A, then you could potentially shift bodies over. If you start on B and try and go for that B orb, and the defenders take all of A main control, then you spend all of your util just trying to get onto site. You don't have any util for the site hit. So that's why a lot of these teams are starting on that A side of the map, just because you have to, right? If you don't start on the A side of the map, you don't have a basis for your attack side. And JDG is not really finding the value that they want to on this A side. They finally have a run it back. They can try and commit it. They're going to use it onto this A side of the map, but you can see Setron and Kovac ready to receive. Neon Stun and Fade Seas potentially in the offing here. It's going to be an A rush. Not as fast as you would like it to be, but definitely an A rush ready to pop. Is G's going to find a massive kill here. He gets onto site.
Oh, the run back, but he takes so much damage from the molly, and now even with the C's, I mean, he has no chance of finding any value from it. Unfortunately, well, fortunately for them, they still can't plant the spike because they found Setrod on that first kill. And even they picked up, Coconut has picked up the Phantom from Setrod there, so they have one more rifle, apart from the 2 hero rifles that they had in the beginning. J Kuro has a very interesting position, to say the least. At least here, he will 100% be safe from to get the pull. in the post plan. Berlin gets Stu there, even though he's just down to 10 HP. But it's Jay who's ready, and even with the dash out, he gets it, and he gets 2, almost a third one. But Berlin just down to 10 HP. Surely he will not breathe for very long, and he won't. JDG get their 6th round, all off the back of that first kill that they managed to get.
Yeah, Jay, I think, found that kill from main into CT. That's a massive kill to find off break as well. The smokes were a bit late, and all they needed to do was survive for long enough for that first smoke to bloom. Oh yeah, Cetrod peeking in. I don't think he should have been peeking, to be completely honest, because you're kind of anticipating the run it back. But I guess he's timing it. It's in hindsight, there's so many ways you can dissect it and find faults, but at the same time, it's a kind of optimization that I think he's become accustomed to doing consistently, and just got punished on that on that one instance of it. As it looks like we're gonna have a B start here. Stu's gonna try and farm with this B orb over the back of some aggressive B main control, but gonna get smoked off instantly as FPX in a really strong position. They have that 1-2-2 set up, and the idea is that they want to be playing fast rotate to either side. So if you have B main control, they're going to rotate all the way through connector onto B. If you have lots of A main control, then they can rotate all the way through connector into art, and then shut down the mid split with numbers alone.
Now that they like to go B here, Bentley has the first contact, but it's still a quick trade from Kovac. I believe that was also a collat there. Or at least a nice spray down, 3v3. The spike is down, but they managed to pick it up. The other 2 players are on A side. Now the problem is that Jer still needs to go form with this team, but that will not be a problem since the others are already on the A side.
Berlin is very late. Berlin is extremely late for this retake.
Oh, that's unfortunate timing there with the smoke gate going down and Jer getting his 3rd one. Berlin left in a 1v3. Can you somehow stop this? No armor. And yes, quite a lot of stars, but I don't think he wants to use any of these unless maybe to smoke the spike off. Spotters out the first one, thinks about the second one, but he gets smoked off. Now has to go through this lane, and he does find the first one. Yuka down. Just left onto 2 people. All down the side, and it's almost... Oy. Oh, I saw that. There is a world where that is again, once again, a collab. But sure, I mean, stopping it before it gets dangerous. And just barely so.
It happened once, it might happen again, yeah.
It happened once. Fool me once. Fool me twice. Nice kill here from Jay.
I think the big thing is Jay's warming up quite consistently into this. Both of these successful rounds onto A have been on the back of him finding those opening kills and then also finding those subsequent trade kills as well. So I think Jay, he's been our point man for the entire in the entire pre-game, and a big part of why JDG's only 3 rounds behind here on their attack side.
JDG looking for the speed pop. A lot of people being used. Yes, the smoke and the pull will slow them down for just a bit. And they have a lot of, at least some damage already done onto Aryoung and Bentley. I mean, just look at... Oh, never mind. Aryoung was just TK. And Bentley as well. Okay, so screw me. Once again, I'm getting fired today. But otherwise, a bit of util being used and being baited from the other side. But JDG, they have still a minute to play with.
It's very static, it's very quiet and very flat-footed from the side of JDG. I guess the idea is to cut noise and try and re-hit onto A, but let YU explore onto this A side of the map. But I think he's taken too long. We're running out of time here. Defensive also going to be committed. Kovac's going to find YU. That's an upgrade for him as well. He found that with the Sheriff. They have flashes, they can potentially get at the wall.
Yeah, they don't have time. Well, they don't know. I mean, look at where he is, but he decides to reload for some reason, and they hear it, and now they need to push through this, and Cetrod... Oh, what is that? A collat with a buck, you've got to be kidding me. This is just a game of collats at this point. Coconut with just 12 seconds against 3 people. Yes, one is maybe a bit further away, but this... seems like a good way of FPX of getting in 1 round again, and it will be a thrifty. And FPX getting their 11th round, just 2 away from getting us all the way to split.
Yeah, definitely a head scratcher on the macro from JDG. I get the idea. They wanted to cut noise and re-hit onto B, but after A noise. But I think they didn't really set up their default to accommodate for the A noise. And that's why you understand why you start leaning towards strong side A, especially at the beginning of every single round. Because when you lean strong side B, there's no real way to help the A players without moving a body all the way across. And even then, that person might get caught on an ill-timed rotators. Bentley looking for the first, finds one onto Stu. That's the flashes for JDG gone.
Fortunate timing there for Stu. Once again, he has a running back and just has no chance to use it. He just always gets shut down time and time again. And with 3 players here, even if they get the spike down, there will be a lot of retaliation. And Je dies to the molly out of all the possible abilities to die to. You died to the Nano Swarm. That is tragic. And it might be the beginning of the end as Aryoung cleans up the team MVP from last match. And he gets the 4K to get themselves to match point. JDG, as Liggy would say, 5 chances.
Yeah, 5 more chances for JDG is... it's a bit dire, especially when Bentley's feeling so emboldened to just walk down A main, find this kill, and then just refract out. These are looking very precarious. He died to Nano Swarms, he died to AI. That's so unfortunate. Yeah, it's match point, definitely. Back again for wall for JDG. FPX very emboldened as Kovac, the new IGL for FPX. Currently leading the scoreboard here.
Shay using the overdrive, but needs to wait for it. And unfortunately, unless he gets his kill soon, I mean, that is an overdrive wasted. I mean, at this point, it is an 8-point ultimate, and it's just gone in a matter of seconds. So they need to scramble their way to find anything else. Yes, they do still have 3 ults, and 3 very good ults at that. But they need to do something, especially considering they have a big disadvantage when it comes to artillery.
And yeah, there's the running back's gone.
Yeah, just like that in Berlin. And poor Seprod even catching the second one. Even the third one there. And just left. Yukor, I mean, doesn't even get a chance to use the lockdown. And presumably J-Kuro. And he gets smoked off and he has to overdrive. They know exactly where he is. And he's getting swarmed down. And A-Young getting us over the finish line. And it seems like YouTube chat was correct with 53%. FPX is gonna take Pearl.
I feel vindicated. I'm no longer a fraud. I'm not gonna get fired. Hell yeah. Imagine if I got my first pred for the season wrong. Yeah. But JDG and FPX is definitely, we mentioned in the beginning, this is a heater of a game, right? These teams are very, very high peaks, very, very low values at times. JDG, map 1, arguably some of the strongest attack side Lotus I've seen on that comp. And then also to get to map 2, and then they just couldn't string things together, right? The Phoenix comp has its own niches and understandings of how this comp should be played on a meta level, and they just couldn't get a firm enough grasp against the more standardized way of playing the game. But you mentioned game of collaterals, game of fundamentals. There's a lot of ill-timed trades. I don't know if that comes down to nerves or just lack of commitment and confidence. I think it's definitely something to keep an eye out for as we get further and further into this. How do these newer players like Bentley, like Jay, I think there's one player on FPX that's newish. How do they navigate these like high intensity moments, especially going into map 3?
Right, especially considering that will be split. And this is the big question where we see that if Jay is going to pick that Viper, because I think both the comps are very viable, but is it just me, or Viper on split is just on a different level because you're so isolated and you need to be so aware of the timings of your wall, of getting it up and down and seeing like, okay, it needs to be up long enough to threaten that, for example, someone has pushed onto the A side. So the question will be, can you do that while still fragging just as hard? And Jay, even though he's done a lot of great work on that Neon, unfortunately, it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, I think for sure. I don't know what the roles are going to be. Especially with the new meta, what are the teams going to default to? being the most effective way of playing split. I think they're going to default to the old meta with the Sky Initiator and the double controller. So we'll keep an eye out for it. But let's take a listen to the team comms.
Maybe they push. 3, 2, 1, go. I got sun. Low, nice. OP. Obama, guys.
We got a link.
You want split? Just ult it.
Can split.
Can go, yeah. Ult for you, side. One more. Nice. OP. Nice.
Nice one, guys.
好，交代哥。One forward. I got sun.
I got 5 hours with them.
One more. Minus 30 on him. Nice, fire! Yeah.
Match MVP. Kovac is the match MVP. Yeah, he was actually having a bit of a barnstormer this, especially on that defensive side, finding a lot of value. And we mentioned FPX is going to be FPX on Pearl is definitely in IGL's paradise, and I didn't expect him to be so proficient with a 90% cast, especially on Initiator. That's very, very standout for me.
And you have to think about the fact that this is an IGL that we're talking about. And I mean, when's the last time that you've seen an IGL get the MVP? Especially when you talk about very, very good teams, that really does not happen. And as we here now see the highlights of Kovac with that fade, and I mean, we also must not underestimate the value that he's gotten with the Nightfall and with all the powerless, and I mean, with so many eyes that apparently just were not shot from both of these teams. So that gets you a lot of info, and well, and info for an IGL is your dream, because then you know better how to approach a round or how to change the strat that you want to do, for example, to adapt to the current situation.
Yeah, this has been, it's similar to the way Gentlemates plays their game, right? With the very proactive IGL style, where the IGL can, under Recon Initiator, can just answer his own questions. So he doesn't have to ask, is there someone A main? He can drone him, he can drone out, he can clear it himself and then give his team proper calls from it. As J, once again, the ace from the side of JDG. Not as proficient as a response as on Lotus, but still stands out head and shoulders above the rest of JDG. But going into the next map, I think things are going to be slightly more different. I think it's going to be definitely a bit more precarious when you get into Split, because Split is a map where not only are the agent pools a lot more complementary to both sides, it's also going to be a map where I think we're going to see this like a culmination of this entire series, right? Lotus was a lot of very, very brawl heavy individual inspiration coming out at moments. 11 post plants for FPX is crazy. They've been consistently getting a lot of post plants. One more than their previous one, and potentially going into the next one. I think this speaks volumes about how often they're getting into situations where they're alive in post plants. Well, JDG is just struggling to find those. A lot of their rounds are just ending based off of kills alone. So definitely some stylistic differences, and I think that's going to be reflected in Split.
JDG has one clutch. Well, I wonder which one that was. But now
I wonder.
But you're right when it comes to the post plans. I mean, also just knowing the strength of the comp, and then something that we're talking about, the difference between knowing the strength and being able to use it to your advantage. And it seems like, I mean, that post plant is just so strong, and the delay just so much that you cannot do it. And once again, Je, the team MVP for JDG, and I mean, he's popping off. Don't get me wrong, not as much impact, unfortunately, compared to the first map, but otherwise you can still see that he's way above our average.
Yeah, definitely a contender for Rookie of the Year in his first VCT season. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, I think he comes from a lot of prestige from his ascension, and definitely going into VCT, he's showing that he deserves to swing at the big boys. So, but we'll talk more. We can rant more about G, and we can rant more about how FPX and their post plans in the next one. But we'll see you guys after a short break.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Welcome back, you wonderful people, to Project Horizon, the English cast or English dub for VCTCN. Welcome to JDG. I say welcome, but surely you have been here for still quite a while. But still, JDG versus FPX, 1-1, 13-8, and then 7-13. So very similar scorelines. And now we're going to the decider map. This is for all the marbles. Well, something that you usually say it's like Master Santiago, but for today's match, it's for all the marbles. Split will be the last map.
Yeah, it's definitely I think it's been a turbulent series. I think we mentioned before how JDG and FPX have very stylistic differences to the way they approached the meta. But we're gonna go into Split as we're gonna see Yi moving from that Viper role onto the Vice. I think this is his first Vice pick. I'm not too sure. I wouldn't put it past it, but I think this is the first time he's played Vice in an official. Because oftentimes he'll be playing the duelist, he'll be playing the Neon, he'll be playing the second duel, so or the Vipers. So this is, I think, a first time pick for G. I'll double check that throughout the series. But on the side of FPX, like we mentioned, with Sky getting her rechargeable flash coming back, Sky meta is back, basically. A lot of people are going to be opting, instead of having that hard fade info, doing the double duel with the Sky is oftentimes your best bet. Gives you an initiator that is not like Fade, where she babysits and makes sure that the duelists get the bare minimum. This one's a lot more enabling, right? You can actually fight into A main, fight out of B main, And on top of that, you can throw like info that is giving you a lot more soft info. So definitely an interesting look. Definitely an interesting look from the side of FPX, and I think a first-time Sky in the entirety of VCT. And we're going to see what is the meta read? How strong do we think that the Sky buff is in regards to changing this relatively solved split meta?
I've also just looked it up, and you're completely right. It's the first ever recorded match of Je playing Vice. I don't know whether he's been playing it for the last 50 ranked matches or whether it's completely new to him. Well, presumably he's going to have at least practice a little bit, but still, it's definitely going to be something new when it comes to officials. A very, very new pick for Je.
And we're going to go to the pistol round. Obviously, JDG is 50% pistol round, except for the last series. JDG looking to stamp their next pistol round in the win part.
Well, and already with 3 kills, make it 4, make it 5, Yuriko. Well, if I had a penny for every time somebody got a 4K in the first round of a map, I'd have 2 pennies, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. JDG, Yuriko immediately saying, well, you're not getting through this, especially with the mix of a Viper Orb and then the Vice Thorns under that. That really does a lot of damage, so it's a real easy cleanup after that, even with a double duelist.
Yeah, very confident. First it was Stu, now it's YU. This is reminiscent of the old way of playing, or not old. I'll say rather T1, so most recent way of playing split, which is fight at the chokes. Like the idea is you don't let them out of the chokes at all. You just fight them at the choke and do as much damage as physically possible.
That's what you try to do, J-Kuro. Once again,
seeing this Vice.
Yeah, they're trying to run through thorns, and it's just not working. You can see it. Yuriko, yes, he's down to 23 HP, and I mean, yes, he gets killed. But
zero,
I mean,
yeah.
Especially considering that this was a force by FPX. Just look at the stingers that they have. That will have a lot of economic damage after this round.
Yeah, it's a next rifle is only round 4, so potentially having to rifle on your 3-0 is very, very spicy for the side of FPX. Kovac's gonna peak long range weaponry in a short range fight, or long range fights in a short range weapon. Is FPX going to fall here? While we're on the topic of FPX, we saw in the comms previously, we spoke about how how the comms going to be. Are they going to communicate mainly in English? And it seems like the way that the comms work is Kovac and the coach can speak the same language, and Bentley and Berlin's also have very, very high levels of grasp on the English language. So it seems like Kovac would say things and then Bentley would relay it. So the double duel in Bentley and Setrod have a way of communicating with each other, and then Berlin and Kovac can communicate with the rest of the support staff, so Ayang is also always kept in the loop. So there's 3 ways of communicating the same levels of information, and I assume everyone speaks conversational English or understanding of Mandarin. So FPX definitely, like we mentioned, has solved that comms issue.
Setrod seemingly picking his favorite weapon, the Bucky, but the rest of his team is just down to sheriffs, and there we can see the impact that losing the second round, which was a force buy, had. And Ayang will be inserted into mid, but you can still see that they really don't want to fight this. They want to make sure that they go into them first, because you really don't want to give up any weapons here. That's exactly what they do. It's a good paranoia, but unfortunately it's a paranoia, not a flash, so they will just be nearsighted. And yes, it's a couple of kills from FPX, and it's a 3v3. The question is, now will J-Kuro stop them from picking up any rifles?
I think he's trying to play his life here.
But do you play your life if you consider that they could pick up the judge? And I'm not sure what about the answer of that, to be completely honest. And even leaving a Spectre just there, and if he leaves B side, that could have some lasting consequences, as FPX just slowly make their way through here, not being aware that there's no one in the vicinity of a couple 100 meters.
Yeah, but being very overtly safe from the side of JDG, giving FPX all of that control, and I think FPX is a couple of gun upgrades. We have a Sheriff, we have a Spectre, and we have a Shotgun, so everything from close to medium range has been accounted for here. The joke buyer, the pseudo joke buyer, just the Joe, jack of all. Yeah, is Kovac's even HP in the smoke? Has the Bucky. Potentially can remove someone from this plane of existence.
He needs to be careful about the spam here, considering he's just 11 HP, and that's exactly what happens with 2 players. So you can see, oh, the molly is just a perfect timing, and it's a 2v2. They need to peek this together and just say, don't manage to, but Coconut gets it, and he just barely, I believe he has enough time. Hold it, hold it. No, he doesn't.
No defuse, and it's a thrifty. Wow,
It's a thrifty.
okay.
And if we were talking about how you shouldn't give, even J. Kuro, yes, it's very important that he doesn't die there and give up numbers, but considering he then picked up a gun and left the Spectre just in there, I mean, imagine how different this would be if he just left the Spectre somewhere else, or if he held the Spectre, or if he threw it away. That would mean that they couldn't have so much time to waste, and in the end, the 0.3 seconds is the difference between FPX winning and losing.
Then do you argue that the thing that's going to cost JDG this game is just like dotting their I's and crossing their T's, like attention to detail and minor optimizations is going to be whether the main winning factor or the main losing factor?
You're absolutely right. Running a bit in middle, but he doesn't expect there to be a judge there, and Yuko even gets a double one, and that's, I mean, well, they started off with a double duelist comp. Well, now they have a comp.
Yep. Now we just have 3. That's it. We don't have a stylistic idea. I don't know what happened. I do suspect, when we'll see in the replay, I suspect that Kovac blinded Bentley.
That could have happened.
Because Bentley couldn't see anything.
And also, JDG, apart from the paranoia, which once again is not really a blind, they don't have any flashes.
Yeah,
we saw that the way there was flash there, so it had to have been Kovac.
But they're gonna try and salvage here. Trying to go for this aim. Yeah, A main, it looks like.
剩余30秒。
A main, the spike is there at least, but the Vice trip and the Vice thorns is gonna make things a bit difficult. He can navigate around it.
Spot down the right side.
1 HP.
Oh, but it's a good flash there and a nice cleanup from Jer. Seemingly very aware of what he can do on that Vice agent. And JDG, after that, a small fumble of a round, are back on their feet.
Yeah, back to running, and I do want to see the replay. I suspect Bentley was full blind there, because if that was the case, then we spoke about small optimizations and small mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was full blind. Flash. Yeah, he was full cooked by his own team. That's unlucky. That's very unlucky. These blinds are double-edged swords, and they're very dangerous. You need a permit to pilot one of them. And unfortunately, Air Kovac caught a collateral there and caught his own teammates. I don't think that was the reason why they lost the round, but definitely a reason why they lost that first phase of that round, and they just couldn't recover from there.
FPX pushing the big red button for their first timeout, and actually their first timeout in quite a while. If you remember, on Pearl, only JDG used both of theirs. FPX seemingly no reason to use any of theirs, which, I mean, fair enough if they won 13-7, but in this case, only for round 5 already the first timeout being used for FPX.
Yeah, I think after seeing your IGL blind your double duel, there's a bit of a disconnect that you need to.
Fair enough.
Or yeah, both of them actually. They both lost because Bentley couldn't get as far as he needed to. He couldn't see. Yeah, I think it's crisis, right? That's one of the main conditions for when you call a timeout, is when there's like a crisis that happens that needs to be, that you just need to reset from. And by calling that timeout, I think FPX finding their feet a bit more. Cetrod has the Bucky. Neon's Bucky is just as potent as the judge. Stu's going to shut down that Bucky, that investment in this round, almost immediately. There's only 4 sheriffs, or 3 sheriffs in a classic on the side of FPX versus full complements of rifles and full shields.
I think that this should be an easy cleanup, especially considering that they saw a couple more people on A, so they know that this is probably a gamble stack. But nevertheless, they can bite the time. Just need to, let's see if they learned from the mistakes of the last Thrifty that they lost, which is just not playing solo and not giving up weapons here.
But FPX's thrifties have been very, very potent. They got one on Lotus and they got one now. So see if they can manage something. Odds are very unlikely, but they are positioned here. Stu in a very precarious situation. As looks like it's gonna be a vent split. The state of the map is a bit dire. You can't. There's no fights. They're not giving you anything. JDG is just so disciplined, not giving anything. As Ayung gets a couple of shots fired. Coconut in a precarious situation finds the first one. Oh, and trades out. It's JDG coming ahead of these trades and closes it out. It was a bit dicey. It was a bit spicy when that first jiggle didn't get punished immediately, but Coconut found that first kill, stabilized a bit, and even though he fell, his team's ready to pick up the slack there and trade things out summarily. And FPX struggling a bit here, but that's the end of the first 5. The real game starts now, right? It wasn't map 1, wasn't map 2, it's now. Can the side of FPX muster enough of a comeback to bring this to the similar 6x scoreline from map 1, or is JDG going to eke out an FPX style lead similar to what they did on Pearl in 7-5 fashion?
And I'm sorry, there is just a giant elephant in the room that we need to talk about. Bentley just had his first kill the last round, and Setrod is still on 0 kills. So both of your duelists, being the both bottom fraggers, with a combined of 1 kill after 5 rounds, that is just, to say the least, is just not ideal. Because those are the ones that need to, especially because they need to gain their confidence first, right? They just have had no chance to do so. Or the blast pack, making sure that he does not aim straight, means that Stu gets an easy pickup, and the rest of the FPX roster fumbling. As they have 4 people on TB, but look, with the Vice, once again, the Vice and Viper setup, how do you want to go through this?
You have to just contact up, and the thorns pop, and oh, it hurts. It hurts a bit. And Citron's going to be chipped damage down all the way by Ji and Yu. And Ji, ever the stalwart, stopped them from coming out B at all.
Just left to the IGL. Having a rough time here playing against the Viper and Vice comp. Time to go for a save here. And maybe some type of pseudo timeout where they have a couple more seconds to think about the round. You can see he has the chance to pick it up, but he doesn't even want to go for the plant. He has no idea whether there's even anyone in A. Obviously, we know that he could run straight in there, just plant and then perhaps save, just for those extra 300 credits for every teammate. But instead, he's just going to bide his time. Even still has 25 armor left. You can see JDG, they really want to go for this rifle, make sure that they don't have any buy for next round, but seemingly it will not matter as JDG are up 4-1.
Right, and I think this is also the nature of picking Sky as a solo initiator. Not that Sky is the main crux of a lot of the FPX's shortfalls, but it is a big factor in the way the double duelist is being enabled to actually execute on the map. Sky's a very self-sufficient initiator, and oftentimes when you've seen her at her most effective has been on stuff like Bind, or Bind with the secondary initiator, or even when we used to play double control of Harbor Viper back in 2022. Sky was at her strongest because of how many steps here, but Bentley finding a first kill onto Coconut, this is a good start for FPX.
Coconut already down. That is a Nightfall gone. Yes, they still have the Viper Spit there, but still that's a big resource that you're missing there, Yuko. Berlin doesn't expect the angle, and it's a quick headshot there. But look at Je. He's getting swarmed from all sides. Yes, he's playing the Vice, and yes, he has a lot of info and a lot of util. But still, if they get swarmed here, that could be dangerous and could be a very difficult post plant. Oh, and he gets immediately shut down by A Young. A nice shot with the Sheriff. An upgrade for him.
He's 1 HP. Oh, he's 0 now. Never mind.
He needs to tuck in there just a bit more to bait out a couple of shots. Unfortunately, with 20 HP, you just cannot afford to do that. Setrod has the Bucky, and therefore is playing close angle. And the rest of the team, even with the Waylay ult, but they're not pushing. So it's just gonna delay for just a tad. Not really enough to stop them from going for this. Slowly creeping up, one already on the close angle. Stu gets the shot, gets traded, but he doesn't expect the second one. It's a beautiful kill, and he knows the third one. Bentley! A miracle for his team, getting a 4K. This is what FPX needed. Because
Yeah,
otherwise...
I think swatted Wadi out of midair as well.
Exactly, it was looking bleak until he got a 4K, starting with that incredible shot there.
I think there's a bit of stagnation, especially in obviously that the flash is so predictable from the side of from JDG, because he'd thrown that flash previously, and I think people had seen it, especially with the vice changes as well and just general util changes. It was very, very predictable and very easy to deal with it. Such is the nature of flashes in this game. There's very few flashes, bar maybe Phoenix or like a left click hair flash through geometry, that are undodgeable, right? So if your entire sight hold predicates on the idea that you press E and you can swing and kill 3, you might find yourself in a bit of a precarious situation if that doesn't quite land, right? So even though they did win it, FPX calling another timeout, I think JDG is still very, very comfortable. This coach is, I think, feeling the pressure or hearing the pressure that these players are feeling, trying to be a bit of a guardian angel, trying to intervene before things get too dire here. But FPX definitely looking a bit more alive in the last couple of rounds than they did in the previous one. But let's see if they can carry over this show of momentum and show of force going to the next couple of rounds.
That's what they're gonna try. Still a couple of rounds left in the south. So more than enough to use all the ults that they have. And talking about ults, I mean, 3 ready from JDG. The Viper's Pit immediately being used just to stop them from going B. And with 3 players from FPX seemingly wanting to go there, it seems like they either have to abort the plan or they're going to go inside. They will bait out the molly, but the problem is now your dog is gone as well. And that is just one of the few pieces of initiator util that you have left. So I'm not sure about seemingly using it there for no gain or no value.
It's an A hit. I don't know. There's a problem. The problem I have is with the sky, there's no real way to get concrete information. It's the double lightspeed saturate refract combo. Doesn't find anything, and all it did is scare away the person A heaven, but doesn't find any more value besides that. Rifle's gonna be committed though. A bit more effective there. It's spotting and scaring away the double duel out of heaven. Clears it out entirely, and we're back to where we started. Just sitting in A main, trying to figure out with only 30 seconds on the clock.
They get spotted, but he still gets one. Decides to use the flash, but unfortunately just not timed well enough. Coconut's in the corner. He gets the first one. The showstopper being used. Does he know that there's still one player left? Seemingly not. Okay, after Kovac dies, after Kovac kills Coconut, he will be aware of his position. And with just 13 seconds left, and they still have the nade here for the delay. Ayang needs to stick it. But he does take some damage, just not quite enough. Berlin gets the first one, but he gets quickly traded. Ayang left in a 1v2. He has done this before. But it's a good smoke to make sure he is one way, and now he is behind the one way. But seemingly they are aware of where he could be. We won the first one, but he knows that they're not on it. Where they're coming from, and the first one just can't quite hit the shot. In J Kuro, 6-2. They're slowly building up momentum, and as we were talking about, for these teams, momentum sometimes is even more important than fundamentals or strats. Because if they're feeling well, and if they're feeling good, well, sometimes they're unstoppable.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this momentum comes from just the fact that FPX, it feels like they're lacking initiative right now. And when I say initiative, I mean just a willingness to make noise anywhere on the map. They're playing a very, very slow style of gameplay, very contact heavy into JDG and working around how JDG responds when they take their first turn. I do think this is a relic of Kovac's entire games, or a lot of his experience in Tier 1 being in EMEA, where contact is a very effective way to play the game. Everyone's very, very disciplined. So a speed up is definitely in order if FPX wants to make a comeback here. Try to be more proactive going into these rounds. Is mid split 1-3-1, potentially gearing towards a B pop is what it looks like here.
Just about a minute left. They already have 3 players inserted into mid, excuse me. The thing that they wanted to do in the first place last round, but couldn't because of the Viper's Pit. Now obviously no longer a factor. They're biding their time. Young still on the other side of the map. Just playing with the wall, putting a lot of pressure. The smoke will stop them at least for getting this first angle, but you can see that Je is just looking between those two angles. Yuiko now picking up the one angle that Je was holding beforehand, and with just 40 seconds. At some point they need to go here, and Yuiko together with the Vice. We're talking about baiting out the util, and in this case they don't have a lot of it left. It's just a flash. It's a nice kill from Je. Berlin gets one for his troubles, but nothing more. Young is from behind, does get the upgrade, but he's last one left, and he gets taken out by Yuiko. Another 3k from the Viper player.
That's 7. That makes 7. That's 7 on the board for JDG. That's the similar scoreline, but flipped from map 2, which is Pearl, as we buck the trend of that 6-6, as it seems like JDG anteed into a very defensive-minded comp, right? It seems like they understood that they might be running into double duel, and they opted for very defensive-focused ideas, understanding that Euro is no longer a factor, picking the Vice, and they're finding a lot of value here. G is only 7 or 5 and 4, but he has 8 assists on the board. This is just from chip damage from util and blinds, and just anchoring and holding down space while he's site partner, YU, finding a lot of value here. A bit of a tempo change from the side of FPX, speeding up a lot, actually being very proactive, breaking those early trips in mid. Oh, is Coconut gonna catch a bullet for his troubles, but survives.
Equity was just a wallbang, but Stu is there ready. Unfortunately, into 3 people, it's going to be quite difficult. Coconut gets blinded, but not before he gets one, but he gets taken out by the overdrive. And now Kovac splitting the site open. Je and Yuiko. Yes, they still have the Viper ult. Excuse me, the Vice ult.
Eyes on the flank. Eyes on YU.
See where? He must have heard it. And Yuiko, that should be an easy pickup for Kovac. And Je, even if he gets a free kill here, which he does.
Oh, he finds it.
It's a 1v3. No info. And even with the TP in heaven, I mean, it's just way too strong, the post plant for FPX as they get their 3rd round. It's been a while, but finally, they've managed to get another one on the board.
Yeah, fighting for their life, fighting tooth and nail for it. Is the strong side seems to be, unironically, the weak side for JDG, YU and G on the other side, and they just picked the wrong side in this situation. But I think it's also on the back of FPX playing their round significantly different to what they did before, right? We spoke about how they weren't proactive enough in breaking the Vice util or doing anything in their first turn of the game. And this round, they did, right? They did that double duel in mid, trying to break the Vice trip, trying to break the Vice thorns, just to move the bodies around. And once the bodies have been moved, and then you can pick and choose and execute to your heart's content. Is a better look here. We have a 2-1-2, but it's an actual A fake, an insert of Bentley into A heaven. Gonna spend a lot of util trying to clear him out here.
But they will finally do so, even though if it's with a bit of util. Berlin, however, finding an easy kill onto Yuiko, must have been distracted by something. So the plant will go down, the numbers are still equal. Kovac, the IGL, in the middle here, but he will just fall back. He is scared of getting pins from both sides, so he's just gonna go for a bit of a late lurk, or a late push. And it's planted for him if he decided to go B heaven, excuse me.
Yeah, but he's very disconnected right now, and the side of JDG, very aware that he exists. Stu not moving. Vice ulti, the Rose Garden gonna be committed here as Kovac playing in rather late into the round, but potentially win condition for the side of FPX.
Has only found Berlin, the rest of them still have the full rifles, and now even that has worn off, and you can see Kovac getting taken down. They're so aware of this, but still at some point they need to go to the spike, and they have for the first spike pop, and Young, the last line of defense, will not be able to stop the spike from being defused. JDG 8-3, just one more round left, and this would be the first time, it is actually the first time where they have already stomped in their advantage for this first half.
Yeah, they're playing into, it's not as obvious as the previous one, but this is the first time where we can see a definitive advantage, right, between the two teams. I'm looking at historically, and these two teams in the series or in their previous encounters, they've encountered each other 3 times, right? So they encountered each other once in 2024 during stage 2, and FPX won it. JDG won the next one. So this is currently the scoreline of this game of 1-1 per map is also their career history between the two teams. So JDG potentially looking to win the series and also win the head-to-head very, very early into the stage.
He's gonna give up that angle, not before he chucks a grenade. Probably just does a bit of damage on the building, but not enough to make any difference. Coconut sees the first one, he doesn't get spotted, and with Stu, he doesn't get saturated, that's what I meant. And with Stu, with the 2v1, it's an easy pickup from him. Bentley down. That is the Waylay ult as well gone. From the shadows being used inside the spawn will though get cancelled since he had the spike. Probably a very wise decision. And with the other 3 people, I mean, just make it 2. It's seemingly inevitable that this will go to an 8-4 scoreline. Yuiko, I mean, look at this guy. I'm sorry, as soon as we go back into the game after the halftime, I want to see this guy's scoreline, because I believe only a couple rounds ago he had 15 kills already, and since then he's gotten like 2-3 Ks. So, I mean, once again, the Viper player seemingly having the one with the most impact.
I think it's not uncommon to see the Viper players just shining brighter than everything else, and the only reason why Yu's on the Viper is because G's on the Vice, right? And as a result, Yu's been freed up and enabled to do a lot more fragging than anything else. All he needs to do is make sure that G is supported on his side of the map, and G just needs to make sure that Yu's not dying to any stupid stuff, right? So definitely a very strong pairing. But now you get onto the flip side, right? We had double duel on attack, starting the first one, being beat by effectively double Sentinel. For the purposes of my explanation, Viper counts as a Sentinel in addition to Vice, right? So now we have the switch, we have the flip, where now the double duel and the double Sentinel, double controller rather, is now on the attack side. So the slowest side is now attacking and the faster side is now defending. So goals for this, things to look out for if FPX wants to mount a comeback: being proactive, being very, very proactive in how they take space and re-clear with the Sky and using the double duel. And from JDG, what you need to be looking for is creating pressure map-wide to enable your team, or enable the enemy team, to feel comfortable rotating off very, very quickly, right? So that's the idea. If JDG wants to put this away, making sure they're creating pressure absolutely everywhere. If FPX wants to win this, making sure that they are very, very proactive with their defense. But as we go into this, like I mentioned, JDG and FPX, very, very tied, very, very equal strength teams here, trying to eke their way ahead here. Very, very turbulent teams, teams that are struggling to find any kind of consistency, looking to start their year off as quickly as physically possible. Yu being a big point man for the side of JDG, making things very, very potent, making things very, very difficult. 16-6 for FPX. They're an absolute fragger right now. As we're going to be seeing a very similar look, not as anchor heavy for the side of JDG. They're playing very, very spread, very, very wide, not necessarily taking too many risks, as JDG putting that Vice wall down B main early, just to make sure that no re-clears come through from B side and they can focus all of their attention towards mid and A. You can see very passively Yu holding that A main area. If any sort of release valve or triggers or bells get alarmed for FPX, they might want to funnel into Yu here.
40 seconds left. They need to decide where they want to go. It will be this A side, but with 3 players here already talking, I mean, really the pistols need to find some damage, and they will do so. And it's unfortunate the Flash and Kovac, together with Setrod, will get the enormous advantage. And considering that the Waylay is not even cleared, it should be an easy cleanup. Setrod with a 4K. Well, if I had a penny for every time that a player got a 4K in a pistol, at this point I think I would have 3 pennies, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened thrice.
The mileage you're getting out of this meme is ridiculous. I never thought a Phineas and Ferb reference in the Big 26 would happen 3 times in one cast.
I love Phineas and Ferb. No one can take that away from me.
I think you love Phineas and Ferb as much as this series loves 4Ks on pistols, right? Like, this has been a very flip-flop style of game. JDG was favored to get more pistols, right? They win half of their pistols. They've only won 33% of them in this series. Or at least 33%? Yeah, it's 6 and I think it's 3 and 3 for pistols for JDG. And FPX has got 3 as well, so definitely something to keep an eye on. Pistols are arguably the most important round, and even more so towards the back end of the series.
Oh, it's a nice
and a pistol
kill,
gets a kill.
Yeah, it's technically a marshal they could pick up, but considering that the others still have armor, that's not really a priority in this case. They still want to push all this, and Paranoia is good, and the spray down is even better, together with Kovac and Setrod with his favorite gun, the Judge. Will make sure that only Je and Yuka are the last ones left. A nice right click will lead to him finally picking up the Marshal that he could have picked up just quite a while ago. And even though the spike will be down, at this point you're still not expecting them to win this round. Unless a couple nice shots here from Yuka. Nice bait there from Setrod. And even with the flash there, he gets hunted down. And at this point, almost getting spammed. They know exactly where he is. And they've even heard the pulse now. But it's a nice shot from Yuko. Already on 3. This would need to be an ace. Unless Je has something to say about it to help his team. But he gets one. He's just left onto the last one. But the 17 HP is just not enough. Kovac. Well, stop me if you heard this one before. Getting a 4K. But never an ace.
Well, 8 kills
always
over,
a 4K.
8 kills over 2 players is crazy. And I mean, if you got to mount a comeback from 9-3 down, you kind of need to be getting 8 kills over 2 players, and then everyone else just contribute their little, get their pound of flesh. Yeah. I mean, you have to ask yourself why is stuff like this happening? Like, why is it possible that Kovac
That's
is
a very
getting
good question
4
that I
kills?
ask myself a lot of the times.
Yeah, like
why is this happening?
Why is this happening? Why are there 8 kills over 2 rounds? Why is JDG just giving one person an opportunity to find individual kills? And
why does Yuko have 19 kills on a Viper?
Why does he have 19 kills on a Viper? Why are they 8 kills? Why are there this many kills? Why is the side that is arguably more attacker side focused more proficient on defense? There's a lot of questions.
9 to 5.
So we're trying to figure out things.
The bonus now for FPX. This is really the round that you expect them to get if they want to bring up some momentum, and the chance for JDG, the best one so far, to stop them. And well, the difference between 9 and 6 and 10 and 5 is not to be underestimated.
Well, you can see the proactive setup here. Oh, YU finds another kill onto Kovac. Gets the opening first blood once again. YU's being a pain and a menace. He's all the way onto A side, and you can see the pivot as fast as day. It's a 5v4 here.
Is here.
2v3.
And together with Setrod. Setrod even having the dodge, but it's a good. But it doesn't even matter. Even the peak. Even though it's very nice, you can see from a 5v4, we've gone to a 3v4. And at this point, they cannot enter A again. And well, good luck going through the second judge that we have here. Berlin doing a lot of chip damage, even if he falls there. I mean, Coconut is just basically on 1 HP. Make it 5, actually. And yes, while they now have the chance to go A, the time is just way too low to do even anything about that. And well, 9 to 6, FPX winning this bonus. That is...
It is...
worrying
chaos.
For JDG.
It is chaos. Yeah, it is. It's absolute chaos. We have double judge on the side of FPX. We have YU finding that first kill, that first opening blood onto Kovac. That's the initiator gone for the side of FPX. And yeah, there's a timeout. It's ridiculous the way that they're losing these rounds, right? It feels like they're just being outpaced at every opportunity. That last round with the double judge, the rotation took so long that Setrod found the double kill onto A, rotated through spawn, came out B heaven, and then found G as well. Right, so the side of JDG being a bit shell-shocked here. They have both timeouts to stabilize things, but if they don't adjust, if they don't make... I don't even think it's an adjustment that needs to be made. It's just judgment calls. The rates in which they're making their calls, or the methodology about which they're going about it, is way too slow, I think, for the wins, the successes they're getting, right? Why are you getting a kill on A main consistently? Him getting those kills A main consistently should result in pressure being a bit overwhelming for JDG, because they have to balance the stacks as quickly as possible. And you can find another kill somewhere along the map, and I think they're just playing too quickly or making the incorrect decision based off of their perceived idea of where these rotates are coming through. So JDG have a bit of a think. They have at least one more minute in the second timeout for how they want to be playing this, and it seems like their goal here is going to be play towards A main heavy, but the side effect here is they're playing into strong side double duel plus Sky.
And that's not what you really want to do. You can see the TP there, and immediately, I mean, Bentley getting the first one. Yes, with the stats rate, he has the chance to get the second one. Even goes back on the angle, but he doesn't hit it, and now he needs to dash away, but he cannot before Stu takes him down. Je looking for this mid lurk, but he gets spotted out and then wallbanged by Ayang. Stu and Jakuro, who have picked up a Phantom and the Outlaw. The question is, are they aware of the positioning of Kovac? And the answer is no. Jakuro left in a 1v3. Still has basically full util. Hasn't even used a single smoke so far.
Oh, it's a 1v3 though. What are your odds? If you're to higher or lower, how many kills do you think he gets? One higher than one?
My friend,
less than two?
This is Valorant. We don't do odds. Here's what we say: 20 gifted.
20 gifted? Okay. I'm willing to bet Fran's money that this guy, that Jakuro gets at least 4 kills this round.
On behalf of Project Horizon, I wager 20 gifted.
Yeah.
But that's how we do it in Valorant. It's not about the odds. Never tell me the odds.
On a side note, Project Horizon's a volunteer. No, I'm not gonna do that. But it's yeah. Thank you everyone for sticking around. We do appreciate you guys being here. We have fun here. Jakuro didn't. Jakuro got bombarded by Setrod as JDG get their first round for the half. It's currently 10-6.
No.
Oh, it's JDG? No, FPX got another round.
No, JDG
yeah, the other way around. Jakuro
got gotten a single one.
So it's currently 7-5. So it's 4 rounds of the trough now. They 1 pistol, 1 second, 1 third, 1 fourth. So
exactly.
It's
JDG
okay,
on this half
focus, okay,
has not found anything yet.
Oh, and there's an operator.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do, because in 9-7, only 2 rounds difference between them. That could be dangerous. Now Bentley has bought this operator, is trying to go for this, but with Stu immediately falling back to him, he will have used the refrag already, so that is gone from his arsenal of util that he has to potentially use in this round. Young is aware of the mid push, spots the first one. I don't know if he maybe spotted out even more. Don't forget the spike is here. This is really where they wanted, and it's a beautiful shot by Berlin. Not even a chance to get him traded out. And FPX, I mean, JDG is just not playing together. Meanwhile, FPX is doing so amazingly. And yes, it was a nice shot from Berlin, but the fact that you're like, okay, I think there's several people here. Berlin, come and help me. And then you get 2 easy 2v1s, which means that FPX, at this point, considering the next round will also probably be an eco, it seems like it's going to be 9-9.
Yeah, and it's on the back of, like you mentioned, really good team play from FPX, right? Setting Young on that deep angle early, and then Berlin swings through that deep angle as Kovac punts it back a bit, punts the ball back a bit in the direction of JDG, but not the end of the world. The only side effect is JDG running out of opportunities to actually contest any mains or any space. There's an operator posted deep A main. Berlin is posted deep B main. Gonna get his eye on it and smokes off A main, holding at the choke, and JDG has a lot of work to do and not a duelist to do it with. 10 seconds.
Stu from behind, but he gets quickly traded. Now the problem is planting the spike. Oh, that's not the stun that you want to see. And Sadro just running down with 3 seconds. I believe it's still too late. I believe they've already won it. No, the spike gets down just in time. And look at, wait, Berlin just to 10 HP. This would have been a 3v5. And he gets taken down. And this is exactly why you don't do what Kovac did. Because you feel like, well, it's a 5v3, we're gonna win anyway, just 30 seconds left. But it's the first domino to fall. And that makes sure that JDG now get their first one. And don't forget, they still have a timeout. So there is still some danger here.
That's actually massive. Did he? So I think, I don't know what Kovac's positioning was exactly, because I know when Berlin took that duel and found that first opening kill, Berlin was, I think, 33 HP. So I think Kovac then healed Berlin and then proceeded to go and do that long flank. So he was aware of the situation. I think he was just a bit lost in the sauce there. Double Rose or double Vice Storms being committed, and the ulti as well. She's going to find a kill incidentally.
I have no idea about
Jake's going to find a kill
into
into Setron as well.
5v3, the last 3 players stuck in Heaven NCT behind the Viper Orb and behind the Omen smoke. Now Kovac gets the first one. That's a good first support, especially considering that Yuko is down to 9 HP. Will force him to use the Viper Spit. That will make it just exceedingly more difficult. Unless they can get a nice spam through here. That's a good first start. Yuko down to 9 HP. He needs to just tuck in and hope that Coconut takes the first contact. They both have shorties, and that is great against Aryang, who just barely had 20 HP. And just like that, FPX's hope is slowly extinguishing as they now only have 2 chances left. Excuse me, 4 chances left. Because JDG is just too off for winning.
4 rounds on the trot there as G finds a weird pocket, I think. I don't know where G was playing exactly, but I think he was playing in that like area by Planter towards main. So when he was retreating, he found that first kill off of the Heaven noise. They're a bit disjointed, but a bit disjointed from the side of FPX. They seem to coordinate a bit more now going to this 0-1-4. Fighting through mid. There's no B anchors. They're gonna try and fake presence on it, but I think the Raze Boombot's gonna start clearing up the picture a bit more. They set up that Vice wall in B main again, trying to dissuade any B main noise and fighting. But they're gonna walk into a stack. Big ball in mid. Jumpbox finds 4 people there. Aryang finds 1.
That is the duelist gone. And they might just force this B side, but unfortunately you can see the quick rotate from FPX. 4 players already in Heaven, and even if they only have a classic, that still does quite a lot of damage. But no! Look at all the damage being done from the other side. Now Setron with the overdrive has the chance to swing this all the way around, but he gets caught by Coconut. It's a quick trade from Ayoung, but even he can only get 1. Kovac with the classic. Yeah, excuse me, the Sheriff, right? And I mean, just look at the Viper Orb. I don't think he will even get a chance to pick up another gun. That means that he's stuck with the Sheriff for the 1v2.
Okay, so Vandal.
Picks up, does it, but Jazz ready with the angle. And Kovac, without the armor, is just 1 shot away. You can see that he wants to fist bump, but he doesn't know quite which way. And that is a great sign, because JDG, you can see that now they're having fun once again. And because, I mean, obviously you can't blame them. They're back on match point. Also after losing the first fight once again.
Yeah, match point for JDG. I think it's just a bit of. I didn't think that FPX necessarily did anything particularly wrong this round. It's more of the sins of the father, like the previous rounds, where they were struggling to find value or close out rounds that they should have closed out, and resulted in their eco being a bit all over the place and shattered, and even their investment to the op didn't find the value that it needed to. There's a bit of a switch up here. Kovac, the solo Sky, playing towards B side, throwing that flash, trying to get the soft info as the Night 4 gets committed from JDG.
Nothing else so far. Finally the satchel, and you can see the Vice, and that's a very good lineup there from the defensive for the attacking Vice, and Stu even gets the first one. Now Kovac is stuck on the side. It seems like the beginning of the end, unless FPX has something to say about it. The Viper Spit obviously now no longer in contention. And while they have the Waylay ult, they need to be careful about double peeking this. He will be hit by it, but he has a shorty in the hand and they don't clear it. They finally do, but this doesn't even matter. Bentley left, and Coconut with a double kill will clean it up. And JDG, after a bit of a stumble, a bit of a fall in the second map, will take the third one convincingly and win this match 2-1.
Yeah, very, very scary if you were banking on JDG towards the beginning of the second half, right? Because I think they had a bit of an identity crisis. They couldn't figure out, they kind of lost who they were in terms of how confident they were on that attack side in the switch of the half. But we're seeing a strong start to the JDG's series, or rather their split rather. They're finding that first kill. They know they can do it. They've shown that they have a really good Lotus. They've shown that they have very, very competent and very big highlights on their defensive side on splits for sure. They have a Pearl that needs a bit of work, I think, but on the other side, FPX knows that they have a Pearl that works. They just have a Lotus that needs a bit more of adjustment, and a split that needs to be a bit more drilled and potentially changed. I think the Sky pick is inspired, but it's very, very new, and especially it's a bit of a shot in the dark when you don't know what the current meta is going to be. You kind of have to stick to your old guns, at least early in the split. Make your adaptations as the split matures a bit. But otherwise, GG's for JDG. Very well played, and FPX has a lot of highlights to look forward to. Not the end of the world.
And funnily enough, because of that win, they're actually now above all gamers, who has also won the first game. So, and I mean, considering we usually say that they have to play 5 games, and 3 of them, you're like, okay, if you win 3 of them, it's probably enough to get your way to playoffs. So now the fact that they not only have won the first won the first match, but with a better round differential than all gamers, that gives them a very good first step. While Fun plus Phoenix will have to just try their best in the next maps that they have to hopefully for them get their way to playoffs.
I think it's the main thing is, especially the first one out of lock-in / kickoff, is the first split is always the longest one, right? It is always the longest split, and they win the first one, but they have peaks and valleys and a lot of tournaments to come. But yeah, G under the interview.
我们预想当中可能会有一点考验大家的临场发挥和指挥，但是今天在莲花谷上，即使面对对手进攻的变奏
，even after the other team changed their pace on attacker side on Lotus, how did you manage to how did you manage to keep up? He said the coach helped.
对手个人实力的发挥，但你们在没有教练干预的情况下，靠自己的调整就完成了高效火力的翻盘。
Like, how did you cool down and stay calm under pressure? They were originally gonna save for that round, and it was like really yelling that told them like, okay, let's play for it.
当然聊一下你个人啊，因为起点赛开始，我们知道是你夜路的专场秀嘛。但是从进化者开始，包括今天的比赛，看到你有尝试英雄的调整，甚至是位置上的调整。
You've played new agents and new roles, but you seem to have been stable even through the skirmish. And how have you kept up your form? And he says it was just a lot of practice.
当然你也非常有天分。
What do you have to say to the fans in Hangzhou? And he says, thank you everyone for your support, and everyone is very welcoming. That's the end of the interview.
哲，你可以先把自己的眼镜摘下来，这是一个小小的惊喜。然后你从盲盒里面2选1。
Thank you, Moon, for the translation. We love and appreciate you. And I think the fans, if you're a JDG fan, you love and appreciate the JDG players for showing up in a very critical moment, making sure that the start of your series or start of your season starts off on a high note. So JDG getting their first win on the board. FPX, I think, have a lot to show for their efforts and a bit of adjustments here and there. But if you were to, before we even see the highlights in MVPs, if you were to allocate a highlight player, well, what are you giving it to? Who are you giving it to?
I'm really torn between the wonderful guy here with the amazing glasses. No, it's it's really between Je and Yuiko, because Je has just inserted himself incredibly well into this team. But I mean, while he does have 3 more kills in the entire entire 3 maps that we've seen so far, Yuiko's impact must not be understated. Like, this guy in the last map on Viper has gotten 25 kills and only 9 deaths, so he's up 16%. And I mean, that is just crazy. An ACS of, once again, more than 300. This is something that you expect from a international, like, master. And for him to come in and then immediately do that, it really, I mean, it also is, I'm very happy about that, because that means that one of the old souls who has been on the team for quite a while can still stand his point, can still show you what he has done.
I think what's interesting is also that you mentioned Ji and Wyu. I think the contrast between the levels of experience, right? Wyu's not a new face on the scene. He's been here for a while, and Ji, on his rookie season, is in his first time playing this in VCT, having come from Ascension, is putting up performances like this. So definitely a good contrast between the two players. Experience versus just raw talent and practice, like he alluded to in the interview. And then on the side of FPX, it's interesting to see a more EMEA like style of play, especially because they brought in an EMEA IGL. It's very interesting to see like how they're bringing their sort of ideas and methodologies into CN as a region. And I'm fairly certain that if given enough time, these guys can definitely iron out some of the kinks and potentially instill a bit more confidence and reactivity into their playstyle. And if you see these two teams again, I'm still willing to put my chips in the FPX basket, because I still think they're a very competent team, results aside.
Oh, definitely. Now, as we'll get into the team comps.
来了，你就退8点好不好？我去让他接。
我交了吧。OK， 没闪光，我多拍闪几个。好，你多闪吧，你贴进来多闪。没有 A 没有，进了。来了吗 ？B 闪 B， 我交路，闪右边。
我踢过来，退。进了。
还有一个。B 到了，加强。
我需要。OK。我去看中路啊，兄弟们。
low 了，兄弟，我 low 了。撤，冷静，牛子听我的，拜托，求你了。没得。
对，
听我的呀。
Go fine，
我跟 Stu 了。那牛子捞他。我弄他吧。
I'm 半 B main，OK。
Ready? Recon.
I'm in T base.
I take 兄弟。no time. Nice. 漂亮。Let's go. 跳是吧？这个 B 点他们不可能进来。
不可能进来吗？那么我们继续这样开呗。
再一次，来，地包。
电击。
真白，他震自己了。地包，没事，有时间。我来一个，一开大。
爆能器已部署。
干烟边有个的。
一滴。我们右边一滴，右边左边。左边看左边。结果。
见好了，兄弟。
Let's go， 兄弟 ，Let's。
YU.
And it's the man himself,
the man of the moment,
Yuiko. Once again, I don't know which is more impressive, the 3.3 KD or the almost 350 ACS. I mean, that is incredible from Yuiko, and you could see in the voice comms that we had for those couple of rounds. I mean, they were just also feeling it at that point. They were up a couple of rounds, and it was before the little comeback that FPX had, but still, you could see that they were feeling it and they were just having fun. And this is, I believe, all the kills that he has gotten, or all the places where he's gotten the kills from, but I think it's the former one.
Yeah, very, very lethal on a lot of the spots, and the big thing is he's very, very lethal in that drop area on B side, right, where the rope is, finding a lot of kills either from on the ground looking towards main or on heaven looking towards main/heaven or stairs, right? So Wyu definitely very, 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 very potent, very, very lethal in this. I think the trend for this series was ACS went up. So as we got to the third one, ACS got to a peak. And for people who don't understand, the purple color is Wyu's performance, and the blue line is relative to all Viper players on this map.
And the hexagon is just fully filled out. there was nowhere else to go. That is incredible. I mean, he's so far above the average.
Averages.
Yeah, that we would have to zoom out to see the actual numbers. That is incredible. Yuriko, what have you done, you madman?
It would be interesting to see. I want to see how much this sort of graph pivots after this game, because he's definitely going to offset. He's going to offset the statistics drastically, because this is an average for all Viper players. So the next Viper player has a bit of a mountain to climb and split as well.
Now take it all the kills that he has gotten from this B side. I mean, considering he's the anchor on B, that they like to play together with the Vice, but I mean, look at all the kills. It's basically everything is on this B side, because he is, I mean, I know there's a Killjoy ult, it's called Lockdown, but just get Yuriko. He will lock it down just as well, if not even better.
Yeah, I think, but was this form the entire series? What is he on? It is actually fairly consistent, actually, because while you got the 3K on Pro, while you got this 25 and 9 here, and then on Lotus as well, he was oftentimes a big factor in the ACS, or not ACS per se, but JDG's general successes. So if you were to give a man of the series, I think Yu's definitely up there, and Shiji is also up there, I think. Coconut, I think, is a very close second. I think the initiators, besides Kovac being the point man or the ace for 2 maps in a row for FPX, the initiators oftentimes fall to the wayside, but their impact is oftentimes felt just in their general presence and the question marks that they're answering for their team. So, yeah, Yu definitely putting up a performance, but JDG as a whole, definitely staking their claim here, especially on map 3, getting that 9-3 half.
Kovac once again getting the team MVP. I believe that was the same as in the second map, which lets you know that he can still hold his own, but unfortunately, as we talked about, he hasn't quite found the impact that he wanted to. And you can see, I mean, the first kills, it's just basically mirroring everything that happened on the map. 16, so that means that basically every single map, every single round that JDG won, they got the first kill, and even on the 3 that they didn't, they still got it. I mean, it's just so dominant. And I mean, you can see the result. 13-8, 13-7, 13-7, the 2-1 for JDG.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is, 20 first bloods? 16 first bloods means they had almost a first blood conversion rate of 90% on this last one, no? It rounds up to like 90-ish%. Which is a really high number of rounds to be converting after that first kill, but a lot of teams tend to struggle, especially with converting those first bloods. And I think especially in double duel, teams have got accustomed to just, instead of winning that first blood, trading out the second, third, and fourth kills. So it's a sign of the meta shift. I think definitely something to keep an eye out. Are the rounds going to be determined more by first bloods, or like the series, defined by post plants? Because I think FPX, except for that third map, was leading in post plant instances, rather, like 11 post plants around or 6 post plants around. And then this is the only time where they were down in terms of how many post plants they actually accomplished in general. So definitely things to keep an eye out for. But JDG versus FPX was definitely one for the history books. JDG eking an advantage in their head-to-heads. Any final thoughts based off the series?
I actually looked at the bigger picture, because I looked at all the games that JDG needs to play before having a chance to go to playoffs, and the next one is against BLG and the next one is against AG. So 2 teams that historically, even, I mean, those are not easy games. So already having this first one here, that makes it so much easier for JDG, because then against Tech and against Tyloo, presumably it will be a lot easier than playing against AG. At least that's what we all assume, right? And for FPX, it's going to be even more difficult, because at some point they have to face Billy and all gamers. But apart from that, it was a wonderful series. It was a wonderful casting with you, Rigger. But we're not the only casters today, because there are 2 other wonderful casters. I know that my boy Medante is there. I don't know who the other caster is, because we have another game today, which will be DRG against XLG. And I mean, that is going to be a banger. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna go on a little break.
could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep it to myself. Cause every time you move, yeah, it makes me melt.
If you catch my drift.
You know
On your feet right next to me, come on.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Project Horizon, the English coverage for VCT China. My name is Mad Dante, and joining me, making his inaugural performance and show up here, the man himself, Div. How are you doing, G? Lovely to be sharing the desk with you.
I'm doing amazing with Dante. It's been a very exciting morning already with our other two casters, and today we have one, if not one of the biggest group stage games, if I'm not mistaken today. DRG versus XLG. Give me a little bit of a breakdown about these two great teams.
Well, basically, we have DRG, I mean, essentially, these three in line with EDG, which should need no introduction on their own either, are essentially the trifecta of what VALORANT China has really become for this region, right? DRG initially showed up with a lot of kind of promise that they did then reflect. I mean, top players at Ascension for 2025 and 2024, so, you know, a lot of good showings there. Vukashu has just always been someone that shows up time and time again, but that creativity aspect of DRG, that's actually been their fumble point recently, right? I mean, Vukashu has been opting to stay on the Sentinels despite the kind of double duelist, the double initiator meta that we have seen. Yoru potentially has just been taken to the side and dealt with, so we will see if once teams and everything are fully comfortable with that meta, if it sticks through, but at least that's from the side of DRG, then XLG, very, very solid team. The mid kind of round fights are where they excel. If the kind of site executes get a little bit scrappy, they are the best ones at playing on the fly, kind of off the cuff. If they have to play that more kind of set execute style though, that's whenever we see things struggle.
Yeah, got it. What are the maps we might be seeing, if there are any? Or if you have, actually, before we go into the maps, let's go into let's go into predictions. What are we predicting the results today?
So I would say that on paper, and just from the heads-to-heads and stuff that we've had, it should be a 2-0 to DRG. I believe XLG are going to bounce back. I still think it's going to go overall to DRG, but I have a feeling that XLG are not going to let it go without a fight. What about yourself?
Fair. I'm always a firm believer of the other team getting at least one in, so I do believe XLG will be able to claw back one out of the best of 3 series. So I'm saying it's 2-1 going for DRG, because I don't know if XLG would be considered the underdog going into this matchup, but I am always a big supporter of that underdog firepower, so I'm really excited to see that happen. If they do sneak that one game in, it's going to be a really, really stunning game 3.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely it will be. And we can now get to look at DRG's lineup here. So a little bit of a fresh face from everyone we do see as well. Dragon coming through here. And a name missing. Life has came over. We just actually seen JDG go toe-to-toe there against FPX. It didn't really work out in the end for them. And maybe Life was a factor. So DRG now have that lifeline, and it's actually replacing Ackerman as well. So Ackerman was traditionally kind of the cloves player and such like that. You know, the controller very much was down. So changing that up, getting Life coming through, and getting that kind of updated controller player into more of that duelist side, into more of that aggressive side, which we've seen Life can certainly play. Very interesting for DRG to show us off. But maybe that creativity, that spark that a lot of players and a lot of people looked at them initially, it might not quite be blown out yet.
Yeah, that might be the exact firepower they might need for the win this set. Also, I really wanted to give a huge shout out to the dragon mascot. I love that, right? That could be the real secret power that DRG has backing them up throughout this entire series.
The mascot support, the mascot support in this entire showing, and here we go. We might as well. We don't need to talk about the rest of the roster of XLG. Laxi is the only player that I am at all concerned about, both in and out of the server, but I mean, we do have to still talk about them. I mean, no one here needs an introduction here. The roster is as solid as it has been. XLG not really wanting to break what, to be honest, hasn't been broken too often. Yes, okay, little bit of a, you know, weaker performance by the end there of that stage 1. And despite the fact here, XLG very dominant on all of their team stats here. So this is first blood, this is attack, defense, win rate, and then the 4v5 at the bottom, I believe. Or sorry, the attack, defense, win rate, pistol, and then the 4v5. Apologies for that last one. But despite the fact DRG are losing on all of these stats, the head-to-head is a different story.
I know, it's a complete contrast of what we were just yapping about for about the last 10 minutes, but really showing that XLG might have the upper hand going into this game. But yeah, these are the previous records. So pistol round, DRG versus XLG going head to head, getting a 2-1 on their 2025 VCT, and DRG also winning 2-1 back in the day. So DRG is actually getting the rise here. But yeah, we're seeing some of the previews from the last time these two teams ended up facing each other. But it's been really, really interesting matchups go between these two, and we probably have a lot of people in chat excited for this game, ready to jumping in. But yeah.
There is going to be, I mean, I imagine as well, even these players are going to get interested. Life now has quite a big showing to kind of show up. Yeah. It's always a big thing for a new player to get added to a roster, especially off of a active previous roster, because usually, you know, players at that point are kind of going, was Life the reason JDG were doing as well as they were, or was Life the reason that JDG were arguably struggling? Is that something that you can then point towards? And because we're on the group stages, of course, we will be getting the skirmishes just to decide the first kind of map pick and such going on. For anyone that does need a rundown, you are allowed to pick. So I, under the impression, believed it was the coaches initially, that you just had to throw the team coach in, which I think would have definitely had some impact in terms of like the match win rate and things like that. It definitely would have, but you are allowed to nominate, so it doesn't just have to be the star player for the skirmish. So we'll be seeing that in just a moment.
Oh, my mascots, there they are.
My boys, and it is going to be one of the coaches.
Ooh.
Oh yes, I love to see it. Yeah, so. And they've agreed. They've agreed on it all. Okay, they're not going to go for any trick shots. They're not doing anything. Nathan D versus Happy Way. The right clicks come through, and Happy Way manages to carve himself up. But it's not just one round here. We do go the distance.
Yes. The real question is the smile gonna last the entire round, or is it just these first two rounds? But as we see him trying to get that peak, trying to get very good, and finally gets the shot. Happy Way gets it 2-0. We move 3-1 at this stage, so we're moving on fast. Now this is the Vandal round, trying to get into. Oh, Nathan does pull one back.
It's very clean, yes, because sometimes, because we do get the whether the skirmishes are pre-recorded or they are just kind of, you know, live being done. And at the pace that we did see that some of the headshots, and that's 2 now from Happy Way, very clean. Yeah, first to 5. Just the way we did see that get paced out, likely is more going to be along the lines of the pre-recorded. Doesn't necessarily have to be, but either way, we did see it very comfortably. 1-5-2 to Happy Way.
All right, and for the first map, we're gonna be Lotus is gonna be the first map. Wow. And then the XLG's choice is Bind, and the final map, which, as we were discussing earlier, Breeze is gonna be the final map. So a lot of long plays there, long gun plays. So it's going to be really exciting to see if we get to game 3, which according to Medante, I don't think we're going to see today.
Yeah, look, especially with the first map coming through. So we talked about the head-to-head, that 6-2 stat that DRG have had, and Lotus is pretty much the map Lotus is pretty much the map that has allowed DRG to be as confident against XLG. When this began, it was like 13-1s and such. We are now looking a bit more kind of closer. The last time these two teams went against each other on Lotus specifically, it did go to OT. It still was DRG's favor, but XLG certainly showing that they do have a bit more of a solid lineup, a solid showing for Lotus. However, with Yoru being pretty much kicked to the side, with the rework that we've been seeing, with the hype coming through, is it going to be enough here as we get the walkouts coming through and the aura certainly being farmed?
I know, it's definitely aura farming to its max here. Speaking of Lotus, we do know that there's going to be Vipers coming into play, maybe a Sky choice into the fix as well. But I love these player walkouts. They're really the best time for these players to take in the crowd, take in the aura, take in the whole feeling of walking on and getting ready for their game.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, you do definitely get that hype, right? And especially now with the fact that Life is going to be enjoying this, right? This is important for him because he stands next to the squad. He stands next to his new team, his fresh team, off the back of being important from JDG here. So this is his, definitely not his first showing on the big stage at all, but his first showing on a DRG jersey. Whether we'll get to see, you know, does he just link in that fifth player, or is there going to be some teething pains? Because we did see in the interviews and such as well that Life was more picked up, not necessarily to because of any identification of DRG's problems, but just for that additional creativity outlook, for that additional aspect to consider.
Yeah, and we did see them walking out with sunglasses. They're well prepared to face those flashes, no problem at all.
Nah.
But yeah.
It's a shame Yoru only has one now. Doesn't matter. No one has to turn any flashes anymore, but one way or the other, one of these teams, for so early on in the group stage, to make your statement would be incredible. So I have to imagine we're going to be seeing a very focused roster from both sides.
Yeah, and this is the first game of the series for either of these teams, right? So this will be them setting the stage for the entire series, right? That's what DRG will try to do. DRG is coming definitely as a stronger team here. They're going to be the ones to show everyone in this series being like, we are the team to beat, we are the team to challenge, you need to get on our level. But XLG, on the other hand, might completely turn it around and is like, look, we want to beat the best, one of the, if not the best teams in this series right now, and upset them so that we can show everyone that we are the team that you need to be afraid of.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as the mid-round kind of struggle that XLG have had, right? With the idea of if they go against a coordinated team, a really composed team with executes, then we start to see them maybe fall on the back foot. But it is when they create the more kind of surprising atmosphere, they kind of do swing a little bit earlier than maybe other teams do. They do commit a piece of utility at a little bit more of a surprising angle. That's when XLG can really thrive, which is why I'm a little bit surprised we actually don't get to see Split on the map pool here. But as the players get the huddles come through, as everyone gets to discuss strategies, we will be moving on to this first map in just a moment and getting a look-see at how this agent pick and ban has came through.
So for these huddles, do you think they're discussing strategies? Do you think they're just prepping each other up? Or do you think they're actually like this, just having fun? What is your call out here?
I would have to say having fun, just because of the fact that you've got your coach, you've got your timeouts, you've got your tech your tech pauses, obviously you can't speak, but you've got your tactical timeouts and such with your team. You've obviously been scrimming quite a lot as well, or at least I would have to hope. So I think just a couple seconds of get the vibes good, have a look at your team, the team that you're going to run into this server and hopefully 13-0 with, and just get the vibes all good to go, because if you start off on that negative or if you just start off a bit concerned, you make life a million times harder for yourselves without any need.
And then we are going to agent select soon, but folks in the chat, we do have predictions on who do you think is going to take Lotus, DRG or XLG. Let us know in the comments. Make sure you vote for the predictions and let us know if you agree both with Medante or myself, because I actually both of us might be on the same page here with DRG probably taking this game. But chat, if you disagree, let us know why. Why do you disagree? And please do vote on the prediction. As we get into our agent select right here in a moment, we do see the lovely mascots, which are honestly my favorite part about this. It does get hot in there, by the way. It does get very hot in there. I've been in there, one of them. It gets very hot.
Like, that's the thing. If you've been into a LAN at all, you're usually going, damn, it's quite warm in here. If you're in the LAN being in a mascot suit with that level of physicality, you must be going, damn, it's very warm in here. But the sun is shining. The light sings yet again on both of these teams, and a map that DRG just want to continue the momentum on. XLG have a lot to prove themselves on. We can see them running around here on that map, so the agent select should just be coming through in a moment. And do you have any agents that, even if you don't necessarily can guarantee that they'll show up, is there anything that you're hoping to see, Dev?
I would definitely like to. So as someone who loves playing Killjoy, I definitely want to see Killjoy, but we are getting into agent select, and yeah.
Here.
So, sorry, go ahead.
No worries at all. Here we are. So Flexin running the first mix that VCT overall has had, not just VCT China. So DRG here are living the life of creativity. Vukashu's coming off of the Sentinel as well, basically always been running that Cypher or that Killjoy that you had asked from, Dev. Sadly not going to be seeing her pop through here, but the setup here, very, very different. Life careening over from JDG, and no surprises, he's still on that Neon. So DRG looking very comfortable, but quite confident in such a, again, we'll go back to it, creative team comp.
Yes. Seeing Mix on VCT, that must be a really, really good surprise for everyone. Would that be the edge that might make the difference in this matchup right now? Because not a lot of, I mean, obviously in their scrimming, they might have faced and played around with them, kind of see how the matchup works. But this is going to be a really interesting matchup with Mix coming into the mix.
Nice. It will be. And I mean, XLG, we just want to kind of highlight quickly basically the composition you would expect. We are seeing the Neon, we're seeing the Waylay, the Viper. Skye as well, for anyone that maybe is curious as to why Skye suddenly being picked up. A, she has always been pretty solid on Lotus, and B, congratulations to her, she can refresh her flash again now. So it's not just a kind of two and done with the guiding light, but as we talked about, will Mix be the one to mix things up here for DRG? You've got to deal with quite a different attack and quite a different defense here, and it's being dealt with very, very nice here. Double swing, triple swing actually from DRG, and it is doing a decent bit of damage on the mount.
And Mix really taking 2 down, with Lysor taking 2 back onto their favor. It's a 2v1 for XLG, with him pushing onto the C side here, waiting for Viper to get in the spike. Skye is checking B right now, but the smoke goes down, and there will be definitely a plant coming through on XLG side. And now it's going to be a 2-1 affair. Nick is going to try to sneak in from the backside here, making sure he gets at least one here. It's going to be a tough affair, but we'll try to get our best here to get at least... If he gets one pick here, it'll be a really good 1v1 with the smokes coming down on the entrance on C side here. A dog being placed just to scan around and see, but he does have information. Takes out the Omen. It is a 1v1. He has no idea where Viper is. The flash goes through. Just tapping the spike. He gains some information. Getting to halfway point. And he takes it. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Nick with a clutch and a half for the very first pistol here, ladies and gents. And I do have to say, I've got to lean back. I've got to ask one very, very important question. It's off the back of just a very good mount push. I really do like this attack here from DRG. It gets a lot of damage done. Lysor with the quick backup there. But why, Soar? Why did he come off that box not looking at Arch?
I know, I know.
I don't know if he was convinced that the flash would come through, but he just wasn't looking at his opposition, and that allowed the retake to come through. So a nice, good opening round for DRG, and XLG might already be kicking themselves.
We do see a dog just for scanning around. There's a massive A side push here with everyone coming in from B side. Get one on either side. Bomb has been placed. The Neon takes down. Really making a big difference in this matchup at this stage. It's going to be a really, really close takeaway. It is a 3v3, so it's anyone's game right now. As we try to see the gate being open, two pushing in. The smokes are going down. We have tapped the bomb, and it's a 3v1 with only 21 HP and a dream. Kicks out one.
Okay, no time on the spike regardless, so now it's just an attempt to go for the save. Not gonna happen. Spike going to just detonate, and yeah, get that energy right back, because XLG looked to be on the back foot immediately. So getting the cheers, getting the setups coming through here. Now all of a sudden it's DRG that have to ask how that went so far away from them, and it just came down. Rarga, the classic was good. The swings from XLG and the upgrade on the guns here that we did see them manage was very, very clean. So not going to be a one and done now, and it's only going to get scrappier from here, Div, which XLG kind of thrive on.
Yep, XLG definitely want to take the advantage here. Definitely want to make sure they push as many games as they can before they go on to their defense. But we're trying to see which side might be the one to push. Right, there is Omen doing an early rotate on A side here. C is being pushed very ahead by Spirit. Can he get one here? A sneaky one here is the real question. He just has a pistol and he takes down No Man. Oh no.
The Bandit's a scary gun. Like, it is only a pistol, but at that range it's 156 to the head, so there's no shield that saves you. There's no ability that saves you. There's no kind of overcharge past 200 HP, so that is just kind of a one and done here. Spirit's still hanging around. He wants to get a second. Rarga not going to let him do that, but it's a fake. It's a sell. Happyway now able to get all of this control for free. You can see Vikash maybe feeling a little bit dicey. Not sure that he should commit to the full rotate, and that's exactly correct. The snakebite though gonna cut him off, so Happyway has done everything for his team here. We do see Flexen setting up front mid spot, no utility here, and Lysor's beautiful lurk is going to be enough. 12 seconds on the card's gonna be enough to get the spike planted, and the retake now gonna be very difficult here. The first flash already been dealt with. Nick, Life, and Vikash now trying to find any way onto this site, but Rarga going to be the first one to shut it down here. Nick finds Lysor through the smoke, and while a team flash is not going to save Vikash, causes a little bit more hesitancy, but a 4K, well, it was meant for Rarga, and then Leo took it, but the frag goes the way of XLG regardless, and a very, very good sell on that fake push to see.
Yeah, I did say, right, the early rotate from Omen might have been a little bit too presumptuous to move to side C there, and then immediately rotating to side C while the Viper pushed and got those early picks really helped them get the game. But here the team flash to still get the kill, and the final kill on Leo. Wow, that's been a really, really good round from XLG as we get into round 3 here. A very aggressive push all the way, getting 2-3 down already. And it is a 1v4 favoring DRG.
Yeah, you kind of seen Rigor and Mike talk about it, where we've seen the meta kind of change, where you no longer take fights kind of outside the extremities. You don't let people kind of push through the little choke points and then deal with them. You just kill them in the choke point. And we kind of seen DRG just do that to an absolute masterclass, right? Just take the fight right towards that A main arch. You don't have to worry about all those other positions if you just refuse to let XLG take any sort of space. And with the spike now called dibs on, unless this flank from Happyway, there's already 2 people staring at him. There's absolutely a belief that he is going to lurk through. It's just going to be a save for the Phantom, I feel, Happyway.
Yeah, we do also have the votes from our chat here, and it's a 50-50 for either team.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? Fair enough. I believe in chat to make it interesting, and I believe that we will see it through here. Has Happy Way taken just enough time here that no one's going to be staring at him? It is the initial, but that high-low from Spirits and Life. Already seeing very solid cohesion, very excellent teamwork and coordination from the two of them. So Life, despite an early face on DRG's roster, he's looking very composed.
Yeah. XLG really showing everyone, and we get into a replay here where it was an aggressive early start from the teams with DRG really taking down all of XLG, but there is the last finish with the high-low, as you mentioned, as we get into a round 4, 2-2. Who would have thought?
Well, Twitch chat apparently 50-50.
Yes,
Twitch chat seemed to have thought it down to the number, which I don't disrespect at all. And it is cool seeing the pacing, because XLG have been doing very aggressive pushes and they're very slow. We're seeing DRG do super aggressive defenses and then just hitting the brakes. So the fact we are seeing this adaptation and Happy Way being a thorn in DRG's side, they cannot just give away all of these angles. The mix ultimate comes through for DRG to do exactly that though, and the first frag goes their way.
Oh my god, this is a very, very, very eventful A-side entry here, but they have... DRG is holding this down really well to XLG's push, right? We do see the Omen ult coming in, going to side C with Viper already trying to gain a little bit of information on side C while Omen tries to tag team. The Lysor actually pushes, and never mind, he is coming back. He is coming back. He realizes something's off. Something's a little fishy. And the plant is going to go down, which is going to have everyone move in. The Sky still moving in. Might get a few picks here, but Happy Way is pushing up, trying to see if they can get picks, but the smokes do come down from DRG's side.
The Sonic emitter, the stun! Okay. The stun is such a weird ability! And it might be relevant enough though, does get the damage, but Leo, this lurk, which could have been so pivotal, might just be a little bit too slow here. Bukashu with the tap, not gonna matter. He tries to tap, he tries to jump out, but Leo is just gonna remain calm, composed, doesn't have to meet him in the smokes, doesn't have to meet any other angle other than his own. Diffuse not gonna get stuck in XLG because of it. 3-2 and this back and forth continues.
Yes. Sometimes the lurk agent is the one that definitely makes a difference, and that game definitely made the difference for Sky lurking, getting that tap on the Omen. As we get into our round 5. 7-4 already on Spirit. Very strong start. A mix definitely making a difference, as we can see on the KDA of our players as we get into the next round. Definitely going to be an interesting push here, because they're starting to get more and more familiar with their opponent's tactics. You do see a bird come out, trying to flash, get some more information. Trying to play it really slow and sneak in. We do get an early kill as life goes down. I think it's going to be a push on C, and they soon realize that nope, C is not the way to go. We might want to push on A. A would really be a good push, because the only one holding is the Sky. If the Sky can get 1 or 2 picks here, it could be a very good retake on from DRG's side. As XLG push in, the flash goes out, the Sky goes down. The plant is about to go down, and XLG is planting, and now we play on the post plant with Mix going down to a little bit of a peek. Okay, and XLG does take that one. A very, very interesting push into C. But yeah, I think it's a really cool back and forth right now, but XLG really showing up to this game and really showing DRG we are not someone you want to mess with.
No, absolutely not. And again, the last time these teams fought, it was down to the wire. That seems to be a continued showing, at least in this stage. whether now it's DRG can answer back. They did have the lower buy last time, so not too unsurprising of how that goes, but either way, they're going to go for this aggressive push. They're still trying to create all the space, but Happy Way not only has the positioning, but he has the superior artillery, rains down and takes the namesake away from life there. One player already down within the first 10 seconds, and we are already seeing, because I want to quickly highlight, Div, just because you mentioned about the kind of slash line and the kill death. We're seeing Vukashi on controller instead of that kind of Cypher, and we can already tell that he's moving around a little bit. He's kind of playing a different mode of operation, that clearly he's not as comfortable on this as the Sentinel that he used to just live on.
Yes, I definitely agree with you on that one. You know, as someone who plays a Sentinel predominantly in his games, yeah, Omen pick here might be the smoke push, but we see an aggressive C push on by XLG here, pushing him out of Omen, out of sight, and really showing the Sentinel uncomfortableness that you just mentioned.
Yeah, it can be tough, and especially now with no utility really to back it off, because he's playing off of the paranoia and such, but no utility now for him. He has the from the shadows of the distraction tactic. Would maybe just like to see Nick honestly burn the Seekers. Yes, it's not going to kind of get the stun that you would hope for, but you already know where Lysor is. You can see Flex and pre-aiming, and instead Nick just goes in, and the divergent paths there. As soon as the execute starts, XLG ready to meet it in spades. No concern, no real level of incident on the C site. Just a quick ult pop after the initial noise being made, and I would not be surprised if off the back of that we see a timeout from DRG.
Yes, definitely. You see an early off kill, as you said in the starting 10 seconds, and a really good hold from them this round, taking advantage of the distraction and getting down the other two teams. And it is being called out a timeout from DRG's side, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, from DRG's side.
Yeah. Any ideas what they're thinking?
What's going wrong?
Yeah, you know what? That's a valid thought. That, you know what? I should have. You know what? That's on me. I should have been more specific.
Yep.
But...
No, of course. No, they're also probably thinking, you know, we got to show up for these casters right now. They have belief in us. They believe in us. You know, what are we doing for these folks here?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, as much as it is, I mean, there has to be a level of entertainment, otherwise there is no audience. But we are certainly being entertained, and just because you did speak to the casters, the China casters on our side as well, obviously our Chinese kind of counterparts, if you want to refer to them as such. They also believe that Lysor was running the when he just jumped off the box and was staring at the wall. They very much are on the side of us of anti-flash, which, while good, the fact that I'm still bringing it up is quite impactful, because it was one of 2 rounds that DRG have won. XLG could very comfortably be looking at a 6-1 or even 7-0 had it not went their way. So while it is only 1 round, could be the make or break. But XLG certainly the ones to break DRG if you currently look at the economy.
You see a little bit of scan from Willie there. Can he get a sneaky pick here? He does know that they are here. He has got information. Oh, a close one. Very close one. Almost nicked him. We do see all of XLG crowding up on A side here. I've opened the double doors there, pushing into A. I think Nick is gonna be, you know what? We'll just play post plant here. Try to get 1 or 2 picks here. No man trying to push this ropes here. Trying to see if we can get an early pick there. The information has been sighted now. Plant has gone down, and now it is the post plant for XLG.
Oh, and with the smoke dissipating, the flashes come through. Life trying to moonwalk, doesn't get through without a bit of damage, without in fact losing their entire life, but at the very least the refrag there. However, still looking so confident from XLG. Oh, Rorica does fall, the shots are not there, and suddenly Vukashi Spirit Z able to answer back for 2. Leo does a massive clutch up though. Would have been a 1 versus 2. Instead it's a 2 versus 1 and a Viper pit just to go up, just to put the nail in the coffin. But Spirits is going to have all the control in the world from that pit angle. There are no concerns whatsoever, and no man managing to dodge that flash entirely was a big deal here. So close so close for Spirits there to be able to find something, but no, Leo keeps himself calm, keeps himself composed, and the double for double answers back clearly. And that timeout, not enough for DRG to swing around back, and if anything, that means XLG could just be aiming for a dominant scoreline, finishing 9-3, but I think at this point aiming for that 10-2.
For sure. 10-2 would be a very, very, very interesting game going into the map switch happening at halftime. But we do see an early down from both teams here, Lysor and Life going down respectively for DRG and XLG. As we see a slow scan on side C by Vakashu. Will he gonna be able to get? Oh no, that is, oh no. No man just gets the kill here, and bomb will most likely go down on side C here with Leo planning it, as we see all of Nick, Spirit and Flexen moving into side C. They do have information. No man takes down Spirit again, takes down the Sky here too, and XLG just dominating this game on Lotus.
Yeah, there's a level of control here, and obviously, bit early to say it right now, but Vukashu getting shot in the back of the head like that by No Man doesn't happen if he's on Killjoy, doesn't happen if he's on Cypher, and we are now just seeing how he has to play this controller with that bit more presence of mind, I guess, because in the nicest and most respectful way, Sentinels exist to kind of put utility down and then you forget about it, whether it's the site or something, or just an angle. So the fact we have seen that happen and Vukashu then just gets shot in the back for it is a difficult aspect. And Happyway doesn't need to shoot anyone in the back. He's happy with the Outlaw just to pick up Nick and Spirit Z. And this aggressive defense from DRG, I think XLG have just clearly got it solved.
Yep. Happyway was like, don't get in my way because I'm going to be taking down two of you with me. And XLG now trying to get the bomb drop on A. They are spread out, so it could be an aggressive push. But again, XLG doesn't know where DRG's players are at this stage, right? So it's gonna definitely be a slower push, as we see Flexen might be able to get one or two. No, and XLG takes down Flexen here. Life trying to get that last push, gets flashed by the Sky here, as bomb will most likely go down on the A side. We do see Life trying to get the last push here. He does get information, however Leo does go down to DRG. It is now a 2v3 on this post plant scenario, with either of them pushing through the double doors. Oh, and he misses his chance to sneak in.
They're already down to a low timer here. The overdrive needing to get popped to do a bit of damage here. We find one. That's all that's going to be found. XLG just very well positioned, and DRG not having the time. Leo, despite falling on that main side towards mid, or towards that main angle towards door, yeah, he'd killed enough time. He'd done everything that was asked of him, and XLG are looking so confident.
Yep. And XLG is pretty much saying, you give me an inch, I'm going to take a mile with it, right? And that's what we're seeing happening in this game. We're seeing these aggressive pushes onto sites, trying to get that one sneaky player to get more information across the other sides. And XLG really taking advantage here.
Very, very clean, and we're seeing we're seeing the timeout come through yet again. DRG having to burn both of theirs on the first half, no less. Usually, no matter how bad the first half is going, you're going to see at least the timeout survive till that side swap, unless you're talking that kind of 11-1, even 12-0. But yeah, DRG really feeling the heat right now, and it does have to come off of the back that I would hope that they are telling themselves at the very least that this is the first time that we've been on the stage with this kind of roster, with this composition, with this lineup fully, so that there is going to be teething issues. There are going to be mistakes made. Again, Vukashu now has to just completely adapt to a different play style. Omen versus Cypher, Killjoy, or Vise, night and day. It's a completely different skill set, a completely different pace to the game and how you play it. And we're seeing that if Fukashu doesn't have that level, which again, we knew he wasn't the most flexible player, all love to him. It's why DRG basically refused to run the Viper comps, which we're not seeing one here either, just to point it out. But all of those points got to be considered as we move on. XLG on the attack.
Yeah, we see a little bit of a tap there just to gain more information. This is looking like an aggressive B-side push right here. Is Flexen gonna be able to pick one here? We do see the Waylay in, gets a pick. 1-to-1 on each side, gets a Spirit, takes 2, takes 3, takes 4! All in that great spray transfer all across the team here, and gets the...
No, he does not.
He does not.
He does not. Rarga takes it from him, kicking and screaming. And while the refrag certainly comes through, a heartbreaking steal at Ace that could have went onto Spirit's name, onto Spirit's scorecard, but it will not be the case. Still, though, a beautiful double hold here, a beautiful crossfire, despite No Man's entry, and then this. The way, the light speed, the setup from the utility, and then the saturate, all of it just perfectly. And I'm sorry, Spirits, the shots weren't just good enough for the ace, but 4 kills is certainly enough to get DRG the round. And if they can get this one more, it's not quite as confident as others' scorelines, but it would be something as the bloodbath starts. Life doesn't even need to see No Man to bring him down. The paranoia is set up. The shorty not going to be enough here. Mick having to support his teammates Fukashu to finally show up and get something done. And the round is over just like that. DRG coming to meet XLG on the spawn that they now swap to.
Wow, that is an aggressive early push onto their entrances. So that might be the timeout strategy there, right? XLG is being aggressive. Let us be aggressive and let's push them, right? And Life taking 2 lives there. Wow, what an what a quick round. Like I honestly was like trying to keep up, and I'm like, whoa, it's over already? Damn, that was a fast round.
Oh no, that was a speed run. That was a speed run. Fittingly enough with Neon and Waylay and everyone on the server, but with the halftime now coming through, right? And we do get a little bit of a chance now to talk about how solid Mix can be and why he gets picked up. So for anyone that just needs a rundown on the abilities, first of all, he is a controller and he does smoke. I think we've kind of gathered that now. The little ball, which is essentially Raze's Boombot, but like in the air, it can either heal or stun, depending on the option. So throw it at someone, an enemy, and make it stun them. Throw it at your teammate to get them healed up. And then the waveform, which is very much just his smokes. You've got the harmonized, so essentially Brim's combat stim, both on yourself and an ally that refreshes with every kill. So it's kind of insane in that regard. And then Base Quake, which is just essentially a mix of Rolling Thunder from Breach and a Deafen, so like Fades Nightfall, which, to be honest, yeah, we might very well see Mick create a space for himself here on Lotus, especially with the utility, and DRG seems to be the proprietors and the firm believers that they can do something with it.
Yeah. And as we see the crowd, we see a lot of supporters. We see a lot. All I've been seeing is DRG. I have yet to see XLG. So all of these fans really would want DRG to show something so they can bring the crowd up into the air, get a little bit of more crowd cheering going around as we are going through halftime. But Dante, what do you think the strategy is going to be as we start the second half here with XLG defending at this point?
Well, this is the thing, because of the fact that DRG, they've been against this composition so often, they should know how XLG are going to play the defense. The XLG might try and steal a page out of DRG's book with the aggression. Love that deep flash, by the way. That guiding light basically guarantees for DRG that someone is at least on that angle in the box and at least maybe going to pivot towards there. So because of that, you see a pivot now towards the A site. I'm expecting XLG basically to do what they are kind of doing, the 3 stacks towards either the mid or a specific site, and then DRG to play the patience game, because once you can get things like the stun online from Mick, you can see the timer, 5 seconds away for flexing just to get it online, and a bandit to back it up. The economy very much works here for quick, concise, and explosive fights, which DRG excel at, and XLG can sometimes crumble under.
as we do see them pushing onto A side, the rotation coming through. The plant is still not on site, so it might be a sneak onto side B, but we're trying to see. We get one on each round, as C side is looking likely the one to be planted on. As we see an aggressive push, we do take one taken down. Now it's looking 2v2 and XLG taking it out. As I said, 2v2, the plant does go down, and it is a post plant with no man, with really no amount of life left here. But can
The jump! Why did we jump? All of a sudden.
Oh,
he's done it.
no.
He's done it. He has done it. Oh my god. How does that happen, Div?
22 life and a dream. That jump was all it took. Why? Again, might have his reasons, but that jump really might have made the difference there to help them retake this side. Wow.
I mean, yeah, I think, that was a beautiful double kill from Mikashu as well, and he's seen the elbow. Maybe he just didn't see the elbow fast enough and he tried to do a jump peek, and then just the timing was just that bad. And we are already seeing off the back of that pistol round, XLG, they're not wanting to give DRG any space, any momentum, any love from the crowd. They want to absolutely stall this momentum before it ever starts, and I cannot blame them.
Yeah, no, definitely. This is an early timeout from XLG. I mean, DRG took timeouts last half, right? So XLG is the one who's going to be taking timeouts, but it might be more of a, okay, look, we've done so well in the first half. All we have to do here is take 3 more rounds, right? Three more rounds, get to game point, and then take it from there, right? What is our strategy, right? We want to make sure we finish this game cleanly and professionally, and well, let's try not to give DRG an advantage, because DRG could run away with it at this. They are definitely not out of the game yet, right? No. DRG is a team that can come back from situations like this. We've seen it happen before. Last time when these two teams met, it was a very close finish, right? So XLG really trying to make sure that they finish up this game as we go into the next round.
Gotta now find it that way. XLG either just to keep this momentum down, keep themselves comfortable, or for DRG to just find the footing underneath them. They rely on life to be this entry here. Spirit Z essentially going to be the backup, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. The fast lane comes through. Happy way. Snakebite not going to be respected at all. Good use of the saturated spirits, trying to sidestep the dog, and this is why it doesn't matter if you fire a Bucky at a slower rate. At that range, you're going to do all the damage you need. So an opening frag on to Spirits there, or on to No Man from Spirits with the Bucky, and he's just keeping this link locked down. But meanwhile, on the side itself, it's an absolute bloodbath here. Spike still needs to get planted though. Beautiful spin. Fukashi runs out of ammo. Fukashi doesn't count the shots. And Lysor certainly is there to do it himself. No plant for DRG. The economy gonna be struggling because of it. And a very, very clean retake from XLG. Fighting through a Bucky in short is insane.
I know. You know, when all else fails, Bucky to the rescue, right? That's what we saw that game. He kept on the Bucky, took a kill, being stunned, and I also possibly think flashed. Right, so that was a really clean one. XLG going 10-4 into this next round with the bird coming on early on. They're doing the aggressive start with a judge. Takes down 1, takes down 2. Wow, XLG taking down 3 of them with DRG with 1. It is looking like a 4-2 right now. And XLG is just running away with this game here with 11-4. Really, that timeout really was a pep talk, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it does seem like it was just to say, yep, we know we only need 4 rounds. Let's just do it, and let's just do it quick. And, hey, DRG aren't allowed to do their set plays, right? They aren't allowed to get the setup that they maybe want with Mick. maybe to get all the damage that they could do, and we're seeing them kind of struggle, flounder a little bit under that, especially with XLG just being so aggressive. I mean, the lowest kills is 11 and 8 Lysor, only 5 below the top frag in Leo, 16 and 7, an absolutely dominant performance from the Sky thus far, and no one from DRG is really able to put up a similar scoreline. I mean, Spirit is fighting for his life just to be even. When No Man's doing things like that, Vukashu's gone. That's your only smokes. If you're the attacker, by the way, lost for DRG.
Wow. We do see him go down here. It's a 5v4. They've got C on lockdown, basically saying try your best to get on this site, but there's a slow push A. We do get some information. We do see the ability go down, as you mentioned, on what it does, and gets taken down. It's a good trade on either side here, as we see the C push and the DRG planning the bomb on A. Here we see the rotate coming in. A little bit of a dog here just to get some more information. I don't think he was able to notice everyone there, but DRG putting an aggressive push here with the flash coming out, and Spirit taking down Leo. Wow.
Oh,
Spirit.
but that's clear. That's Clear's genius.
Oh.
Yeah, the Clear's genius. Yeah, Rarga and No Man. Yeah, they've got this. Yeah, they've cleared this out beautifully. Even if Spirits gets the frag, he's not going to be able to have the time. Rarga will stick and defuse. A beautiful double take from them two on the flank there, just to get everything covered and essentially box DRG in. And despite the opening frags from DRG making it look like a possibility of a hold, they had still so much more to do. And this initial frag from No Man, absolutely stunning stuff here. And with this flank, you know, that jumping from Rarga gets a bit lucky. No Man backs him up. But that map control that XLG have done, they've now put themselves onto match point because of it. And it's not exactly the greatest setup for DRG here. They are going to be grasping at straws 8 times in a row. And that is just to get themselves to OT. And Rarga and Spirit don't really look like they want to see that happen at all. Rarga tries for his own ace. Wow. But Leo has to back him up, gets the 5th kill to seal the deal. But a confident showing from XLG on DRG's map pick of Lotus. There's a few variables that we could point to there, but what we can definitely say is XLG are feeling confident.
Hey, all I'm gonna say right now is I am winning in the predictions. But XLG showing up really strong. You know, could this have been the Omen pick on DRG side, and will we see him go back to more of a sentinel position into the second map here? We have yet to find out, but XLG really showed up, really with their aggressive nature, pushing into it. That lurk early on when they were attacking always made the difference. As we get into the replay here on the final round, it was basically, you know what, GG, go next. It's time for us to go to round 2. This game 2, map 2. This is what it is. And as we get into the highlights here.
Yeah, we'll be seeing as well what we should be seeing from these highlights as well is a couple of like good, like thrifty and classic pickups. But for the most part, we are just going to be seeing those kind of 3s, those 4Ks there. I mean, the absolute energy being shown off from both of these teams. DRG looking so promising initially with those kind of plays, and then it just collapsed. XLG, the timeouts were there, the repositions were solid, the utility from Mix not being as impactful on the attack as DRG were maybe hoping for, but that is down to XLG's very proactive defense, and we should be hearing the team comms in just a moment. But we've got some highlights left. I mean, there's still plenty of rounds where shenanigans occurred, and Div, well, this is one of them.
I know. Wow. That 4K right there. Absolute dominance. Like, could have gotten the 5. You know, he was feeling spirited. I was feeling spirited. XLG really feeling spirited in this first game. Yeah. And as they say, you know, spirited away and taking away the game here from DRG.
Yeah, it was just clean. And how best do you get to take a map? Well, you have to have the comms to back up, and we're about to listen to them just now.
Yeah, I heard someone say I love you, Rarga, today, bro. I gotta pick. 我开烟，我开烟。
我们黑了，
我们怕了，我们怕了。
Last two, yes, bingo.
继续。对，我开过。100 HP, 100 HP, 100 HP.
Maybe kill,
I think kill, 100 HP now.
He went out.
He go back. Yeah, time. No time, he go. Yeah, wait.
Nice! Come on, man! Come on! Let's go, baby, let's go.
I mean, we jumping. 可以的。Test play.
回来啊，
得吧。We got city, boy.
We got city, guys. I have city. 我是3秒3秒。
爆能器一组。
LT。威力，我3秒。
I'll say, boy.
Nice, one more. You get one. Ah! 3K! 3K, baby, come on!
Well, an absolutely stunning performance from XLG, and it really could have only been Rarga with that level of a performance there. 310 ACS, the 2.2 KDA, always there, always a factor, and could always be relied upon by XLG. And we'll get to see his highlights, but we've seen him in the kill feed alone. Some nice shooting with a classic. That was what? 3 headshots and 4 bullets, and then everything that was required of XLG. Rarga lifted it up on his shoulders, and even when it wasn't just him, you can see the light speed, you can see the saturate coming through by the support duelist, by the backup from his waylay there, and he just ran absolute circles on to the opposition there with the help of Nomad.
Yeah, Rarga really showing up, and that's why he deserves the MVP at this round, right? Like, we do see the team stats here on the team breakdowns, right? We see Flexin, the mix, our first ever pro play Flexin pick, right? Definitely, did it make a difference? On some occasions, definitely did. But Leo with almost a 20 drop, really showing up for the thing. But the real difference was Rarga here with the 18. But Spirit wasn't. Spirit also showing up for their team as well. Right, really strong showing from both of these players, right? As we get into our team breakdowns just in a moment here. We've got DRG with 7 first kill, XLG 10 first kills. Those 10 first kills might have been the difference to sway the games and rounds in their favor. We got 1 flawless, we've got 8 to 9 post plants. That is a lot of post plants into this game.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing, and then finally we've got the flawless at the bottom there. No ace as we know. We got there, we nearly got there a couple times, but I'm sure Spirits and such know that there were no aces that map. Unfortunately, we get to see the delta here. So the breakdown just for the rest of the server in comparison to his performance. So the multi kills, 4 over 2.8, very good. 5 over 1.7 average for the First Bloods is very solid for Spirits. We did see that it was that the First Bloods were a bit less one-sided than the scoreline was. I believe it was 13-4 in terms of the scoreline, but actually only 10-7, I want to say, for the First Bloods. So Spirits definitely being a proprietor of that, but just not enough off the back of his team, just not enough off of that support. It needed to be a little bit more, and now XLG have all the momentum, right? And they get to move over to their map pick, and it is Bind. We'll be going there in just a moment, just after this short break. But Div, do you have anything just before we do jump off?
I definitely think XLG's, with this being XLG's map point, they need to definitely win this one and kind of end the series here, but can't throw DRG out, right? They're your team, they're chat going 50-50, so by that mentality, DRG should definitely be getting this so that we get to game 3 and I get to spend a little more time with you all, especially with you, Medante.
That is very sweet of you. I would much like the same, but we'll be talking about that more after this break.
Secrets not to hide. You gotta show me love when you're
some of that no. Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah.
You're my perfection. See, I need you like the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life. Hey, you're my obsession. 'Cause baby, you're my melody so sweet. You're my obsession. Hey, you're my obsession.
And we are back again after the halftime from map 1 when we're getting into map 2, which is Bind, which is XLG's pick here. So we're getting into this round 2 now. It's going to be very exciting. XLG's pick. I'm here, Div, and I'm here with Medante as we're going to be diving into Agent Select. So Medante, what do you think we're going to be seeing here? Oh, wow.
Not that is the only answer I have for you. I was off the back of, for anyone that missed it, Lotus, DRG basically undefeated by XLG on a map that every time DRG has went on, they lost 13-4. They lost 13-4 very decisively. XLG looking very clean. XLG looking the exact same comp, literally change, I think, Lysor off the brim and to put him on the Omen. That's it. Lysor off brim, put him on Omen. Meanwhile, Vukashu, if anyone's surprised, I thought we'd see him go back to the Sentinel. I really thought we would. I mean, Bind is a decent map for Cypher and things. Yes, okay, a lot of teams now know the lineups and like where the Cypher trips are, but you can still be strong with it. So the fact that we're seeing Flexen back on the mix, the fact we're seeing Vukashu on that Brimstone, I don't want to say anything, but my cynicism is showing a little bit more than maybe it should. Div, how are you feeling about this?
I definitely agree with you and echo everything you've been saying, because this is going to definitely be an interesting matchup as we're getting into the game. I definitely would have seen the smoke being switched out for the Sentinel pick here for Lysor, as you mentioned, right? Because, like, again, these are pro players and nothing against them, but it didn't work out that well into that first game, right? So as we move into Bind, we are 10 seconds out. This is a map that a lot of players will be familiar with, right? This was one of the first maps on the original Valorant when it did launch, so these players must be very comfortable as we see XLG going to the T-spawn here. A lot of people stacked on site A here, so DRG really holding this down. As the bird comes in to get some more information, we do see a little bit of a shower push coming in. A little bit of a scanning from the bird through the teleporters here. Could be a very sneaky shower push here. I do not think they will take the orb to give away their information. Very smart play from XLG here.
They want back control of Shires here. We're probably going to see them burst out in just a moment. That Neon rotate to try and sell. And we've got spirits and such. Everything's still being held, but Happyway just puts them down. And Lysor, meanwhile, able to get the frag through. The Lamps control has been given away, though. Vukashu going to punish for that. But it's all he's going to be able to find here. 3 players stand for XLG and flexing on his massive, massive lurk. I do like some of the geometry in Bind, but I don't think there's going to be any other value gained here, especially because you see this positioning get set up here. Lysor and Happyway leaning towards Showers. Flexing has to pull the trigger, and now his position going to be learned. Happyway with a very solid 3k on that Sheriff. We'll get to see those in just a minute, but very clean shots altogether for the Viper on this first pistol round of the second map.
Yeah, it was a burst out of shower, right? Just getting everyone wet there, you know, with bullets, taking down a lot of players here as we get into the replay here. That amazing burst in the shower, getting those amazing one taps with that Sheriff, really showing everyone the true power of this gun, and a 3k from Happyway as we go into round 2. And XLG already being on the scoreboard right from the start.
Yeah, that kind of double stack from DRG there. They're now just sitting in spawn. There is no abyss, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So not only can you not even jump off the map in maps that are allowed, but DRG are not able to jump off the map on this one either. So we are just seeing a full stack on the... I don't hate it, to be honest. I don't hate 3 people just sitting in the defender side spawn and waiting for a site to be pushed. But it does mean you give up just a lot of control for the site, and it does mean that you're not going to force out as much utility from the attack as you maybe could have here. And with the guiding light being sent down the way, here's also an issue. Look at 3 players getting immediately brought towards the B site, only to doubt themselves and immediately swing back to the A site. But the patience here from XLG, they're not biting on anything just yet.
Yeah, no, and just as that DRG were sitting in spawn there, XLG also didn't have the spike at that moment. But oh my god, this might have been the biggest fake out we've seen all of the 2 matches. Everyone stacked on side A while side B's completely free for the taking. They are doing the scanning, but they're not going to find anything here because there isn't anyone to find. They have definitely failed in the game of hide and seek here, as now we see a full rotate coming in onto side B for the retake. But I think XLG has this pretty stacked, right? We've seen a lot of gun buyouts here too.
Flash.
Wow.
This flash. Oh, unless Life just swings a little bit too fast. Rarga takes down his counterpart. Double flash, though, does get out of tube, but Happyway's going to immediately put Nick back, and Spirits had to be the one to kind of call it off as well. And he's shot. Happyway is not missing with the Sheriff. He is in town, and the Viper's pit nearly online already. You can see the smile on his face, a literal Happyway, and the only way to go.
Wow, that definitely was, you know, really both of these teams playing the patience game here, but obviously XLG winning the patience game here, trying to get everyone here. But Happyway getting another 3k and a fabulous start onto this second game here. 6-0, wow. That's the kind of KDA I'd like to see in my rank games.
Well, you know what, same. And maybe one day, in 10 years, whenever Valorant 2 has came out, we might be up there, Div. We could be, in fact. But for the meantime, sadly not going to be the case. And DRG are really, really struggling without a Sentinel, from what I can tell here. And we are maybe seeing why Vukashu was so hesitant to swap off of it, but you have to adapt, you have to change things up, and DRG, they don't have the space either, by the way. For anyone that's maybe thinking, oh, at least DRG have the time, right? This is only game 1. Yep. All of this matters. All of this is for Val Masters London. If you give away a single map, that could be do or die here. So whether it might be up to DRG to go for a bit of a kind of, you know, we'll go for something a bit of a surprise, a bit of an X factor, but I mean, it's an XLG's name here. Right now, they are bringing everything they need to the table.
Nick just holding this out here. Oh no, that was such a good hold point, but Happyway really feeling the way here. and trying to see everything, checking every corner as we see the bird come in, taking down Flex and Happy Way, taking down another one, a third one here. Oh wow, two 3Ks in 2 games here, and the Viper all goes down. Oh, with the Happy Way going down. Oh no.
Oh, that's so heartbreaking, but at the same time, if Vipers... That's the thing. I kind of put that right out of my head. It's heartbreaking to lose the Viper's Pit like that, but the fact that it was lost on round 3, I don't think Happy Way is going to mind. Like, it would be lovely to have the ultimate, of course it would, but you're getting another one. You are guaranteed to get another one here. Like, unless Happy Way doesn't see someone and then doesn't die, which look at what he's doing. Of course he's going to see someone. And Leo's flash there. That was a double full flash through tube, so that was beautifully done. And XLG just continuing this momentum.
Oh, he's definitely feeling his way as we get into the next round. XLG already getting 3, winning the 2 pistol rounds, arguably a pistol round, the second one there, but going to the 3rd round here. A flash coming out of the portal and taking down XLG. Wow, that was a very unique flash coming out. And we see DRG pushing in. Happy Way staying really silent and staying out of the way here to not reveal his position, as we see Lamps being held by No, sneaking into it by No Man. Could this be a pull here? Oh, and the first shot missed. The shorty comes out. There's a stun going in, and he's gonna push. And Spirit takes him down.
What a flick! What a flick from Spirits. And meanwhile, that thorn in your side, life has been brought down by who? The man, the myth, the legend, Happy Way on 10-1. Right now, and a lower buy there. The gun gets saved as well, so despite the man advantage for DRG here, it's only one person on the B site. It's a 3-man stack on towards this side. They're gonna walk themselves on. No smoke for the side of Hookah, but that shot attempted on the Rarga gonna give all the information that XLG are gonna need for this post-plant scenario here. We see the orbital strike drop to cause a bit more panic, a bit more concern. A double kill as well from XLG, doing all the damage. Leo as well. The spike's still gonna need to get planted, so Nick gonna be able to finally bring down Happy Way, the Titan of XLG, in a 1 versus 1 now. A sky off, the flashes are gone. Nick's not gonna be able to heal up. Leo not gonna be able to heal up here, so it is just who sees each other first, and Leo's timing is just better than Nick's. You can see him blowing the smoke off the gun barrel. No concerns at all, no worries. And meanwhile, the side of DRG looking so focused and oh so serious.
Yeah, that unfortunate timing at the end, right, in a 1v1, but we do see a lot happening in this round. Happy Way being taken down finally early on in this round, and not getting his first ever round, not getting a 3K, by the way, just putting this out there. Yep. And we're taking a timeout early on this round from DRG side. Wow, what is happening today, team? What do we have to do to take this game back into our hands? XLG is just pulling away.
Yeah, this momentum here. DRG known for the fact that they do kind of rely on both the momentum that they have and the audience to kind of give them that love and that extra support. I think with just everything else that DRG have swapped out might have just been too much to kind of break the camel's back. And I think that's pretty clear from a very, very... I mean, what? They got 2 rounds in Lotus that looked solid. You know, one of them, one of them I believe even was the flawless. But now you have to remember what it was... what was the split was 9-3 the split was 9-3 for XLG on 2 Lotus, and what's happened now is DRG got 1 round, XLG have won I think 7 now back to back. If you include the win rate from the end of Lotus, from the end of Lotus on to now, you've got 7 rounds back to back here. So DRG having to cut one of their losses already, one of the timeouts, and it's understandable because you said it yourself, Dave. XLG just looking different right now.
Yep, they're really feeling themselves, and we do see the op come on to Spirit side, but trying to get a few picks here. Oh, goes down to 2 life, and the Brim out coming down onto the corner of Lamps there. and XLG is taking down 3 of Spirit. The Neon, all the XLG is pushing back onto Nick here, takes down Nick, and it's just looking super dominant on XLG side. And as soon as I said that, a little bit of a caster curse going on, and Flexen taking down the Neon, and now it's a 4v1 affair for Flexen with an op. Yes, with an op now on XLG side too, right? Because I'm sure they'll be picking up that op.
Yeah.
That was taken down in lamps.
No, there's nothing else here. Yeah, just walk away with the Vandal and save it. Bit of a surprising kind of showing from Lysor in terms of the orbital strike placement there, but it worked out very clearly. We did why you commit the ultimate to lamps when you can commit the manpower to lamps and then prevent anyone else rotating through from the defender side spawn. So I like the logic, I like the setup from it, and it does require a good execute, which exactly XLG have done. 5-0, everyone just looking dead to rights, especially from XLG right now, is absolutely pinnacle, absolutely surgical showing on Bind so far attack.
See, speaking of Bind, like, I don't know if you agree with me on this one, but Bind is usually a Sentinel heavy map, right? Both A and B sides have Sentinel placements. If you choose Cypher, Killjoy, you have placements for your turrets, your tripwires and everything. So I'm really confused on why a Sentinel wasn't picked on DRG side from Vukashu there.
I think it's down to the previous stage was having this issue of just like the double duelist and like the double controller stuff was just too strong. Like that was very, very strong. I am a bit like I don't disagree with you on this, mainly because while like Cypher and Killjoy you usually think on the B site, particularly on Bind, we've seen Vise be very successful on this map. We've seen the Razor Vine, we've seen the Arc Rose as the Flash be very clean and very easy to work off of, even Deadlock with the mesh wall and such. Being able to do the same, but regardless, none of that coming through here. DRG, nothing set up on this site now, nothing to even really retake with. Showers fully cleared out. Again, it is a lower buy that DRG opted to risk themselves for, but they now have to do a 5-man retake versus Seekers versus a full post-plant setup. They could opt for some of these ultimates if they so wish, but can they get the value for them? That really remains to be seen here, Div.
Yes. The thrifty round here could really push in the favor on the DRG side, but how much can they do with those pistols? And they just... all of that.
Oh, but Happy Way can do that! But Happy Way can do that! He just answers back with 3. The molly's gonna drop onto the spike. And DRG's what looked like potential hopes and dreams here being ripped away. And it's the third 4K of the entire series that does not end in an ACE. It's not going to be enough just yet. But with how these teams, with how particularly XLG and Spirit Z over in DRGs are playing right now, I feel like it's only a matter of time.
Just keeping me on the edge of my seat here. I'm almost getting up for that ace there, and you know, the 4K again, but again, a 4K taking down almost the entirety of DRG. They're really happy with, really feeling himself. 15-3 as we push into round 7, a 6-0 lead, a very dominant XLG. There's a specific reason why they chose Bind as their map pick, because they're really showing this is our home, this is our map to win, and we're gonna do it in style.
Yeah, style really is the factor right now. 15-3 from Happy Way. He's 1 ult orb away from his second Viper's Pit on round 7. Is absolutely a disgusting statement. He has let 1 ult orb this entire 7-round series thus far go his way. And okay, life. He answers back. He brings him down. The Titan falls, gets his ult online nonetheless, but could be what DRG need to start something.
Yeah, taking down, you know, one of the main killers this round would really help. XLG getting another one, taking one back, so it's a 4-4 now. Waylay pushing in, DRG getting another one, so it's looking DRG holding this down, and as soon as I said that, XLG takes down a bunch of them, so it's a 2v1 now. Leo Can Leo show up and be the lion here? Takes down the bomb is the only thing need to be left to plant. He obviously takes the teleporter here, goes to side A while Spirit. Well, I don't think. I think he has a little bit. He does. Oh, and dodges the ult, and just in the nick of time, gets the plant down, and it's a 1v1 by the way they pushes and takes down the Leo. Wow.
Very, very, very close.
Very
close. But yeah, that 10 to 10 seconds vibe, just not enough for the, not enough to deal with everything.
Yes,
and I think we just seen that, right? Like, yes, okay, you'll get the spike down. Yes, okay, getting the convergent paths forced out is a big deal. So it's not definitely something that's just happened out of nowhere. It was real dominant with that, but yeah, just a bit too much that Spirit still had, and he could throw it at him, but. I mean, that took a lot here. That took so much for DRG to put one round on the board. XLG already at least have this half neutral. They already have at least this half tied up. So DRG now basically have to make 5 rounds back-to-back if they want to at all feel comfortable going into their second half.
We do, as you mentioned earlier in the last round, Happyweight does have access to his Viper's Pit this turn, right? So once they get the plant, a Viper's Pit post plant will be the ideal way to play this out, but DRG have put themselves on the board. Is this the momentum that they need to actually match up with XLG in this map, or is it going to be XLG dominance as we've seen in the past rounds, as we see a little bit of a waylay push into side B here, an aggressive push? We see all of XLG pushing into side B here. Viper is on A, so there won't be Viper's Pit coming on this round, but
might not be needed. It might not be needed.
Yes,
I don't think it's gonna be relevant, especially if Happyway here. Gonna hear the steps from Vukashu. He's got the information though. He's got the awareness. Believes that Happyway is gonna be there because of the lurks. But even if you know he's there, to be able to outgun Happyway on this level of form right now is an absolute masterclass. Life basically the only one to be able to do it so convincingly. Flex, and his information is known. His angle's going to be found. Not even a consolation kill from the judge here. 7-1. A blip on XLG's tracker is all that round looks to have been, because they have just swung it right back, and I believe they've busted DRG's economy.
That is definitely the correct call out there, right? Because, you know, they were like, you know, we won that round, let's buy up. Let's buy up, let's see what we can do here. But now that buy up did not go into their favor, so DRG has called out for the second timeout this round, this half of the map. So it's going to be really interesting on what they're talking about. Going to be a lot to discuss, a lot to break down on what's going wrong, what do we have to do, what strategies to change. What do you think as a caster, as us watching this game, that DRG needs to get this game back on their side?
The problem is all my suggestions involve agent select.
Fair.
Which right now is obviously kind of off the board now. In terms of what DRG can actually do, from the way I've been seeing the executes and from the way I've been seeing these kind of setups go, we are seeing basically that DRG are trying to hold these angles, like the initial angles, to prevent XLG from just bursting out, but XLG are bursting out regardless. We've also seen them already commit utility to corners that obviously DRG weren't in. I wouldn't mind, genuinely, as kind of a Hail Mary play, let's just see the 4 people sit in defender side spawn again until XLG have got themselves onto a site. Because yes, you'll have to retake, but DRG have never really had the positioning on a site regardless to make retakes easier. So walking on the site is going to be as difficult as it was anyway. And especially with a low buy like this, they're not really going to be able to do anything. So I like this, get a little bit of information, and now we see a pivot, a full 5-man stack towards the B site. It's a risk, but at this type of this stage in the game, you got to do something.
I agree with you. I completely agree with you. Definitely, when there is always a lurker coming around, just stacking the spawn there would definitely take out the lurker and then go on to either sides and play the retake, right? Because at this stage, if they're rushing in and everything, you're just losing your advantage there. And as we can see, DRG taking down Happyway, which was the lurker there, but we see the push coming on to side A here, with the bomb most likely going down here by Leo on side A here. The ult coming out, DRG taking down two with them. DRG might have it here, but XLG takes one back from Lamskill, trying to take down two, but DRG is like, nope, we've got you. No, man, not for you this round. And it's definitely going for the defuse there. DRG pulling that one back. So I think they took your consideration into play there. Definitely did.
I didn't mean to be as prophetic, but I'll absolutely, if it makes me look good, I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to say no at all. But yeah, that kind of slower pace, you pointed out as well, Dev, especially dealing with kind of Happyway's lurk. We get to see as well how annoying that ultimate is, by the way. Like, you properly just fidget like 5 feet out from where you were standing. Like, you just get knocked out. It's not like Breach ult where you kind of get knocked into the sky and it's still a little bit difficult to shoot. You can pre-aim that ultimate like it's anything else. It makes life so much easier. So I say that he's currently on the operator at 5 and 9. Would have to do a little bit more to kind of get his team hopeful. But Rarga's about to swing. That should be an easy shot. No hesitation, no concern there. So a good first blood for DRG, though. We have seen that sometimes not enough on its own.
Yeah, Happyway does have access to his Viper Spit, but Happyway always playing the lurk, so I don't think that's gonna be a big of a play here, as we see Happyway pushing into showers while the rest of them pushing A short, with the Brimstone here holding down lamps. Will he be able to get 1 or 2 picks here? Because that could really be beneficial. Bokashu staying here. Happyway gets the spirit. Nomad gets the lamps. Lamps is cleared, and now A side might be theirs for the taking, with Nick going down as well. The plan comes down from Nomad, and Neon Life just on beat, probably trying to save this round, right? You want to save that op. You don't want to lose the op.
No, the thing is, you don't want to lose the operator, but I've always said this, and I will continue to highlight it basically anytime it is relevant. The op becomes such a double-edged sword at times, where you start losing one player to the operator. You can no longer do effective retakes because, like, you just really can't with an operator. There's a reason you don't see it on attack very often, is because swinging into the angle and being proactive, basically the worst thing to do with the op. And then all of a sudden it means you get a situation like this where, let's just go, for example, Vukashu and Nick are still alive. You're still really only having to deal with a 2 versus 3 in terms of XLG's hold, because you don't have to worry about the Neon kind of jumping in and suddenly using the op on you. They had an idea of being... They had an idea of just kind of running in and getting that composition, that cohesion going, but now you're just off of this one little make or break. It's been broken.
And XLG going 8-2 in this round, because I don't know about you, but I'd hate to be one of the DRG players right there, because this is going to be a very tough hill to climb and get back on this map right here. But XLG showing real dominance, proving both you and me and YouTube chat wrong, because YouTube voted 50-50 for either teams on this, as Spirit takes down Nomad here. DRG getting an early kill. There's an extensive shower push coming in. Neon trying to push it in, trying to see if anyone picks in. Neon gets the kill on Spirit. DRG takes down Varga, and Happyway just showing his dominance throughout this map here as the plan goes down. DRG takes down Lars, so it's one after one for either teams, as Nick takes down Leo. It's a 2v1 for Happyway, and Happyway, can he dominate here with a shorty? Viper Spit is down. It's very aggressive play here. Are they going to be pushed? They need to be really coordinated on this round here. Happyway holding this angle here. The dog comes down, and the stun not effective here as Nick takes down Happyway. And wow, that was a lot happened in that round. Sorry, I'm a little breathless there. But it's definitely something that we want to see. The replay coming in with Spirit taking down a lot of players here. It was one after the other after that shower push, with the plan going down, the Viper's kit going down, and the stun really making the difference here, with Happyway going down and DRG taking it in. Wow. And Happy Way already a 20 bomb, almost a 20 bomb into this round as we see the bird go down and getting some more information. Taking the wow, that was a really cool teleportation there.
Yeah, if you've not seen it, the wave that the light speed going from light speed going from one side of Bind to the other never gets old. It's pretty fun, I must say. And well, speaking of never getting old, though, Spirit's not going to be doing that. Rarga at least able to fall off of him, so. But no convergent paths here, and this is the last round. This is use or lose here. Rarga loses overdrive, which is a big deal, but at least everyone else from XLG does have like that full economy, that full gun to buy. Meanwhile, on the other side, Spirit Z losing that convergent paths is just such a big deal, right? And life, yes, you have the operator, but Happy Way does as well. And just in terms of confidence, who's been making those kind of fights work for them? It's definitely been Happy Way so far, but XLG here, they've went for a full split down short, which gives away that control. And Vukashu already trying to pivot towards it. The spike is going to go down. The retake looking pretty confident for DRG, especially with that shot being missed, but the positioning's already there. The setup is already completed. Flex and now up to just kind of try and get his timing to just vanish in through a smoke. It's exactly what he can do, but no man's not going to give him the time nor the space. Leo gives away his position for the guiding light, but it means the ultimate can't hit. The fractured paths are not going to find anything here. Nick cannot really sidestep it, and now he has to swing a high, a low, a mid. 3 people here. He gets his one, but it'll be all that he can do. And with that, it is done. The first half, 9-3 to XLG on attack.
Wow. That is definitely dominance showing from XLG's side, right? Going 9-3 in this matchup right here. But 9-3, we've heard that a lot. We've heard that all around VCT. We've heard that all around every championship series where Valorant, on the Valorant Pro scene, the 9-3, and dare I say it, curse. Is that going to be in effect here? Oh.
Are you superstitious? Are you superstitious, Div?
So it's funny. My previous things and my previous experiences where I've casted, you know, when I'll call out some things, it sometimes, you know, goes in the favor of the opponent, right? So there is a lot. I do have a black tongue when it comes to casting, so definitely I am very superstitious on what I say. So there might be caster curse coming into effect, but I think XLG has everything in their power to even shut my black tongue down.
Look, hey, you know what? That like curses and superstition, they live for a reason, they die for a reason, okay? And oh, we're now getting the full quiz cam. So we've seen previously, for anyone that is very much committed to the nerdier side of Val. Yes, it was the blind side. It was Yoru's blind side as the first option, and then I believe the second one we're just getting the sticker, which I think is the game we are playing. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I think,
are you sure about that?
I think that's it's either that or it is. I'm trying to think of something that wouldn't get me yelled at, or like what? I'm trying to think of a game that I could. Tetris. Surely no. Tetris. No one gets mad at Tetris.
Oh, I thought it was V for victory. You know, they were supporting their teams for victory. Oh, that's the game. Oh, so we've been told that they're trying to see what the hands and see which agent it is. But as you can see, Happy Way, complete dominance, and obviously he's being showcased here because he's really feeling himself and paving the way for his team's victory here as we get into the game and the map switch happening. Happy Way is now defending, right? Viper on defense. Oof, something to really contest with.
Yeah, you've got to cut through those walls. You've got to cut through everything to try and make this work. And DRG's the initial aggression on towards Lotus did leave a little bit to be desired. We'll see if there's any differences for them here. This could potentially be the last half of the entire series, and DRG, their pistol rounds have been going it's okay back and forth, but it's always been the momentum that they then feel to kind of stick the landing with here. Vukashi with the lurk, trying to avoid the teleporter here, but it's just being worked around. Leo now with the additional lurk, and there's always one member. There's always one additional person behind. No matter how many people you look at in XLG, there's always one more, and they're just walking onto the site here. The spike gets tapped. Surprised it isn't stuck, to be honest. Lysor picks up one, Happy Way, and No Man with all this control. And DRG, despite walking onto the site so confidently, they get cut apart.
That is complete dominance from pistol round from No Man here too. Really feeling himself, really enjoying himself, really showcasing what their team is really doing, right? And DRG here kind of worried on what do we have to do here to get the round, to get back into this game, right? With 10-2, so they've definitely broken the 9-3 curse. So shut me down, all I can say. But XLG complete domination here as we get into the next round. But dare I say, it's looking really tough for DRG now as we get into the second pistol round, where XLG obviously, you know, we ran away with that round. Let's buy up and have bought up a lot. But if somehow DRG can shut XLG down this round, that could be maybe the momentum that they need to get back into this game. As we see a hookah push coming in, Neon coming down, really aggressive push. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's everywhere. The smokes are down, but Life and Spirit Z are the ones to burst out of it. Double kill with the classic. You said it, Div. You need to make something crazy happen. And what is crazier than just dropping 3 brimstone smokes on those angles? Force the tightest angles you can see. And, well, XLG not seeing very much after that, and they will not be seeing an 11th round on their scoreline here. Lysor and No Man, they do have the guns. No Man with the Bulldog, so tempted to see what will happen off the back of it, but let's face it, this is going to be a double save, and DRG at least being able to stem the bleeding somewhat.
Yep, definitely a save from Lysor's side too, because you don't want to lose that Phantom this early in round 2, right? Like, it could be set back. You're losing this round, most likely. So DRG finally getting themselves on the board in the second half of this bind matchup here. And we're just going to see a save from XLG and a thrifty, right? As said, I put it into the universe, and they did take a thrifty there. Could
that's
be the
golden
momentum
tongue. That's golden tongue. That's not black tongue. That's golden tongue.
Yes, that is golden tongue. But could this be the momentum that DRG might need to really take back control of this bind matchup here as we move on to the next round? Oh, Happy Way already breaking the 20 kill barrier at 21 kills here, donning the Bulldog. We do see a mix of guns here coming out from XLG because they can afford to lose a few rounds.
They're not going to lose anything else. They want to just run it down. They want to get the saturate, but Rarg is only good for 1. Oh, he's only good for 1. No Man has to refract out as well. Doesn't get any gun picked up there. So we've already sacrificed a gun. It was a gun for a gun, and the Neons both trading out is at least somewhat nice, but your DRG here, you're more than comfortable with how that went down here, especially, obviously, they're not going to know it. Leo chilling with that bucket.
Happy Way really sneaking in here. This might be a very interesting thing here with DRG. Oh, just checking his background, seeing some sort of, you know, the intuition, the sixth sense, but nothing. There's no interaction there. But as we see them pushing into side A now, Lamps is being controlled by Leo here. Is he gonna go down here, lose control as the spike is on side A? Happy Way slowly sneaking and clearing everything and being taken down by Flex, and we do see that interaction, and Nick placing the bomb down, and Fukshu takes three, and the Molly is gonna come down on the bomb here, and Fukshu really feeling himself here. We do know that Leo is still in Lamps there, but I think it might just be
no one cares. No one cares that the spike is down. Like, we don't need to be there. We've got all the rest of the control we need in the world. If Leo wants to come out and meet us, sure. If he wants to save the Bucky, I still don't think has fired a shot. So I'm not sure if XLG know or DRG, sorry, to avoid this DRG know to avoid this as much, but either way, Vukashu's gonna lurk. He gets the shot, gets the ult point online, and takes away his own life. Keeps it safe to boot. The ult economy looking strong for DRG. And okay, 2 rounds. 2 rounds now showed up, not back-to-back, but the fact that they've put them on there at all, it's already a higher scoreline than what it was in Lewis.
Yep, for sure, right? That might be, that, as I said, that game might have been the momentum switch that they needed. And obviously, you know, going down to bomb there might not be the worst decision because he does get his ult point there. So Vokushu does have his ult at his disposal in his arsenal for the next round here, right? And then I think there might be a timeout called here from XLG. So XLG really trying to, this might be the pep talk, right? We've got 3 more rounds. Let's clean it. Let's finish it off. Let's not let DRG take, because DRG is a team you cannot take lightly, right? You give them an inch, they'll take it a mile. Or, you know, in another way, you give them a centimeter, they'll take it a kilometer. Just to make sure we're being inclusive here, so they gotta be very careful. And yeah, the timeout is most likely going to be discussions on how we can finish this game cleanly and take the map that we have chosen rightfully as our home.
It's going to be about how do you deal with, or how do you just change up from the fact that the defense didn't really go great, but how do you now adapt that and how do you make Mix work on this attack? Because let's face it, everything is going to be looking at Mix. Everything is like, Flexen is going to have all eyes on him. Vukashu does have a little bit of attention being grabbed, of course, going off of the Sentinel that he's basically been glued to for so long, and swapping over to the controller. So a lot of people are going to have questions to ask him, but at the minute, he is up on that 14-12. He's been doing a decent bit of work, at least on this map. Lotus a little bit more to be asked for, but either way, round number 16, and it is just going to be a little poking and prodding towards the B side.
We do see the smokes come down in front of Hookah there. Oh, I don't think the dog would have seen him if he didn't shoot at him. But nonetheless, we do see a very, very patiently waiting push from DRG here, because they don't want to give away another round, give away an early kill here. Varga holding down showers with Flexen pushing in. Oh, you know, it's funny we get to see this, right? On the cursor, on the headshot. If he had just fired there, he'd probably get the kill. But DRG putting an aggressive push here.
We are firing. Spirit's trying to come and meet his opposition. No man, no. Knocking him back here. And Flexen just finds the timing under Varga. He gets that showers control here, so now suddenly we're back to the XLG kind of special. These really close, awkward angles that they're going to try and get the timing out of and swing through. Flexen now really highlighting the power of Mix, though. We are just seeing the soundscape. We are just seeing the damage be done. Lysor manages to find his first. Still a lot more to get through here, but the guiding light and the regrowth from the sky here at least going to be doing something. It's Audio Q going to give the information here. The nice double swing, and Happyway actually able to make it onto Nick. Puts 30 HP on the Spirits as well, which is finally cleaned up. 1 versus 1, Lysor and Vukashu. The time, the spike, and the 9 HP in a dream. He taps it again, but he's not prepared. He's not ready for the turnaround. Turnaround, Lysor, not going to be the case. A 9 HP and a dream from Vukashu. He is up, he is standing his ground, and he tells you whether it is Cypher, whether it is Controller, everything is under his eyes.
Wow, that was a lot happening there in the last 10 seconds of that round. A lot of going down one after the other, but it was down to Lysor and Vokushu, and Vokushu taking that, right? Lysor would not have an inkling of how he would turn around and go back, but DRG is like getting 3 in a row there and completely shifting the momentum in their favor. But can they keep it up is the real question as we move on to the next round and try to see. The spike has not been picked up, so it's more of a informational push here, trying to see where the players are, trying to force a push, force a rotate on either side here as the dog goes down on B long, trying to get a little more scan here, sees the Viper, gets a little bit of information here as the spike is being picked up by the Minx, which again, a very surprising pick, a first of its kind, as we see more of the DRG players moving towards B as the smokes go down on A short to kind of force the rotate a little bit. as a little bit of a scan comes in from Whaley just to see where they are. Doesn't see anything, obviously, but Happy Way really holding this down with just a sheriff here.
We've seen what this does. We've seen what this does. We have seen what this does. Happy Way takes the head off Spirit Z and just walks away. He's trying to swing back. And any other player, I would say, overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer, but right now Happy Way is on a different type of showing. No Man manages to dodge the stun. The relay bolt, the orbital strike is a really good stack play, but no one is gonna get fully crispy creamed just yet. Everyone walks off the orbital strike. The teleport has been forced though. 12 seconds are all that remains here. Rargan trying to kill some time, gets one with the bucky. 7, 6. If you cannot stick the spike plant, you will be in for a lost round. DRG managed to make it work with the frags. That was a right click, I believe, from Leo. With that range is absolutely disgusting. And Rarga just tending to the flowers over in Garden picks up his last, and XLG 11 on the board, and looking, even the shrug, they look so clean with it. They're not even sure how they do it. They just make it work.
What are you gonna do about it, right? Like that's literally the thing we're getting as we move into our replay here. A clean head taken off by Happy Way here. Nick getting the wall bang. Neon, I'm surprised, got one kill here with the Bucky as we see the post plant gets the Rarga getting flex in there to put his team back into control. And standing up, give me a high five, man. Give me a fist bump. We're still in this. We still can win this. Let's get it on.
Yeah, XLG certainly can. DRG now on the back foot though, and they're trying this big stack on towards Fountain.
Ooh, no man, holding it up here.
Ooh,
doesn't get anyone. Oh.
And oh, that might already be the end, honestly. XLG pick up 2. Happy Way gets out. The Seeker's gonna get popped now to try and get some Garden presence, some control here. Face tank the Seeker. Face tank the orbital strike. Doesn't get tagged by it though, so able just to walk out. Happy Way, if he decides to, he could actually pop the Viper's Pit proactively. You know the rest of DRG are on this site. Not going to get popped. Instead, the relay bolt, the attempted push out. But that high and low, Rargan, the ultimate, not going to be enough here. Getting lost, getting completely confused. But the spike has yet to be planted. No Man zips all the way across to a different dimension. But he now has to just run that back again. 2 versus 1 with the spike tick down.
Yeah, No Man has really dominated this game too. I know we keep talking about Happy Way, but No Man has dominated too. But and I was just gonna say he might try to retake this, but I think he's gonna just save the op here. You know, we've got some rounds to spare. You know, let them have this one. But could that be a mistake? Because 7-11, DRG getting closer and closer, and might be stopping XLG from closing down shop here. Yes, that was a 7-11 joke, just for everyone's benefit.
I was about to ask. I was like, have you actually done that? I was like, I can't believe he's done this. I cannot. We don't even have 7-11. This is ridiculous.
Oh, true. Yes. Yes.
This is heartbreaking. I don't know what you're talking about with that, but maybe DRG don't either, I guess. But either way, they get it on the board.
Yep, they do get on the board, and it is 7-11. Going strong still in XLG's favor, but you know, we talked about that momentum shift, right? And DRG really rising up to the occasion here, getting Happy Way still being dominant, but you know, as you said, the Viper Spit could have helped there, but he went down unfortunately early there. As we move on to the next round, it's getting closer and closer for XLG, but DRG is saying, you know what, don't try to run away too far because we're really close behind.
That rope could get pulled at any point.
Yep. I've seen...
It could be pulled right here, to be honest. Here we go. Big execute. Spirit Z already on the backside, but Lysor just plays around it perfectly. And that op rings out from No Man. The Shire's control exactly done and dusted. Will not have to worry about that angle for the rest of it. DRG now putting their back towards the defender side spawn because they still have so much they need to clear. They still have so much to do. Lysor's absolutely managed to pivot towards Showers with the backup of No Man here, and the spike only just being tapped. It's not even going to get stuck just at the moment.
As the spike does go down on side A, I don't think they know if someone is on Showers here, but I think Minx is holding Showers, just trying to see they have no idea. They do know that someone would be coming through spawn as the bird does come out, the guiding light, trying to see more information here. But Happyway holding this angle with Nick. Oh, that might be an unfortunate timing.
Oh, and here we go. The flash is good. Flexen has to hold it down. And he does that. His position is known. Life is backing him up, though. Everything that you can ask for here is suddenly being done. Leo has to do it. No. Flexen and Life. A2 versus 4, essentially just standing their ground. And this is the thing, right? Mick was not the relevant factor. It was Flexen that did it all there. And this is the moment whenever... This is why Mick hasn't been picked up just yet. This is why teams are scared. Because of the fact that everything kind of initially has to rely purely on a player fundamental on mechanics rather than anything the agent can do in an early stage when we're still learning them.
Yeah, the agent might be Minx, but the player really flexing on his opponents in that round for sure. As we move on to the next round, DRG can really pull this in still. They're not out yet, folks. As we move on to an A short push here, all of the team is on B here, so A side is actually completely empty for the taking, right? So might be an easy plant here and a retake potential from XLG coming in, but DRG do not know that A is completely empty. As the bomb go down, they've done their scans, they've done their information. Now they're going to be playing the post plant with Viper's Pit and the Seekers on XLG's side for a little bit of dominance, a little bit of take back here. But let's see how this plays out as we see players coming in from A short, Neon moving towards the shower side. Minx is holding the showers there, and the dog coming out from spawn here, trying to get a little bit more information. Didn't see a lot because the smokes are still on site A.
There's not going to be too much control here now. I mean, XLG, they're wanting to play for the exits. They're wanting to kind of get like the consolation frag, or they're wanting just the members of DRG to not be able to save the weaponry, which, let's face it, gonna be pretty unlikely just with the update here. They're also now just trying to die to the spikes, give away no ultimates. But Vukashu hoovers them up. He will take those donations. And despite the fact that DRG still managed to get the round, now XLG have the buy to work with. They have the Viper's Pit, but they need to capitalize off of it. I was giving Happyway so much love for his Viper Pits on attack, but we've been seeing him hold it for quite some time on defense.
Yeah, if I'm not wrong, he's been holding it for about 7 rounds at this stage. It might just be no opportunity to place them down, right? Like, it might be the thing. Honestly, he could have just popped it on one side and have the rest of the team push on the other side. As we see an early aggressive push here at Warga goes down to Spirit as we're moving in to an 11-9 scoreline. The ult goes down from Spirit, moving in, trying to get more scans here. No man is in showers. Oh my god.
Does he expect 2? Does Vukashu expect multiple? He does not. That's the difference. Suddenly the Seekers goes down. The stim, the flash, everything there. We're attempting to use the stun. Finally, bit of utility from Mick to actually cause some distraction here. Leo manages to see through the smoke, though, manages to see the bullet tracers, picks himself up his frag. So with the spike not even planted yet, DRG have to get themselves out. They have to get themselves towards this B site. We might see a double. We might see a fully double rotate here, depending. You can even see that's why Leo's still standing on towards the A site just in case. But with the spike now planted, it is going to be a rotate to join his team. A 2 versus 2. The overdrive from Life could find something here, but it's no man's convergent paths. I really have to think is going to be the buzzer, is going to be the bell that tolls whether XLG move themselves onto match point or DRG can make themselves double digits. The first tap comes through. The Skybird doesn't hit anything yet. Doesn't even give the information away that that's where Nick was, but the convergent paths just hits and he can just stick it. It lasts too long. He's not going to. He doesn't realize Nick's on the left. He didn't realize Nick got away. The taps again, and because of it, the wide swing. He had no information, believed Nick was on the right. And Nick swings from the left, revealing himself and revealing just how bad a call that was and how detrimental, how costly that is for XLG, because DRG suddenly only 1 round behind.
I definitely think he should have held it there. He probably could have gotten the defuse, right? But as you can say, the bell of the ball here. Ding dong, and we are 1 point away from getting on a tie here, but we see an XLG. The second timeout coming in. What happened? We've given them almost 6 rounds, three in a row, and then 3 in a row after getting 1 in, right? So it's 10 to 11 to 10 on favoring XLG. DRG might have what it takes to take Bind away from them and get him out of this bind that they've been put themselves in.
That's the thing, right? Because just off the back of your previous point, because like Bind has been in the game, but with VAL China it was different because the game, they had a bunch more maps. Like the last map that I think was added before Valorant was just released in China, I want to say was, someone's gonna call me and someone's gonna tell me I'm wrong, I want to say it was Lotus. It was either that or, yeah, I want to say it was Lotus. So the fact that we've had 2 additional years to make Bind jokes that the Chinese just haven't, I think is just more fun. And I'm sure they make that joke as well. But there are no jokes anymore. There is no laughter, and there should be no smiles for either roster right now. Everyone is locked in, do or die, and life chooses to kill. Takes down No Man in showers with very, very little concern.
Yeah, DRG does have the manpower advantage here, right? As we see Neon pushing in the showers, getting onto side here, trying to see everything, make sure we have all the information on our hand so that we can make it an 11-11 here, and XLG gets taken down. DRG gets one off. It's a 4v3 on DRG's side with Flexen trying to sneak his way onto showers, and Rarga holding the showers here. He does have a 6th intuition that something's gonna happen here, right? Something's gonna happen. Something's gonna be waiting for me on this rotate here.
This flank, Leo finds both because of it. Oh, the shots are absolutely dire. Rarga has to do it all, but he cannot. Only good for one is Flexen, able to get the frag and count your lucky stars, DRG, because that could have just been everything. Instead, now the Seekers get activated. The teams are going to be knowing where the last 2 members of XLG are. Flex is going to take some damage, but he should be dead. Damage is not enough right now. The Deafened as well, of course, coming through here. Flex, the fact he's still even alive, he's already done more than enough here. It's the man, the myth, the legend. Happy Way just swings back in, regardless of how unfeasible a victory is. It's his way or no way, but he is Happy Way. And thankfully, my producer's trolling me because he said they didn't defuse and I panicked.
Wow.
But either way, 1 round difference for XLG. 2-0ing DRG off the back of this would be insane.
It's funny how I was saying XLG is the underdog, but the last 2 games did not show that at all, as Happy Way is closing in on a 30k with those 3Ks last round, almost closing on to 30k here. If he gets 2 more, he does. And DRG really gonna be playing it slow, playing smart, but doesn't matter as Happy Way takes down one of them, but DRG takes down 2 here. It's 3-3 on each side. DRG really needs to win this one to keep themselves in the game, but we see an aggressive push onto side B here, and the Brimstone are going down.
All the control now. The orbital strike has done so much work from Fukashu, but the spike, DRG really are doing an absolute, are having a big problem of, yes, they get onto the site so well, so dominantly, and then it takes them a minute to plant the spike. If Spirits is doing that type of a spray transfer, though, to double up, maybe you don't have to worry so much about the delay on the spike plant here. Suddenly a 1 versus 3. No Man realizes if he pushes into this, he will die. He is not doing a 1 versus 3 with that level of a crossfire. And if he were to do it, then you risk giving DRG match point, aka putting us into overtime. So I like this call just to disengage, completely get yourself out, and just suspend DRG's hopes and dreams from the rafters. The overtime is only that.
Retreating to no man's land here just to save that gun there, you know. But again, DRG is 11-12. This game is really down to the wire, right? If DRG can get one more in here, we will go into OT procedures, which is another exciting thing to look at. As we get into the replay here, a lot happened on that B long side there. Couple of shots down, but here is the Spirit transfer. Getting down 2 of them, really putting DRG on that advantage in that round as we go into most likely our penultimate round before OT, or can XLG take this game away from DRG and
just
really
use Viper's Pit, happy way. Sorry.
Yes.
Just use the Viper's Pit, please.
We do have Viper's Pit and the barrage on Lysor for XLG, right? But on the other side, Life has the Neon ult. So it'll be very interesting to see what gets used this round. But Happy Way 1 away from the 30 kill here as the showers. We are just sneaking in. Spirit down to 10. Life has lost more than half of his spirit, which is being risen up by the mix there. Back to 100, but no shields. And then DRG is just holding the shower with Rarga. Both the Neons just there with their own shotties, just holding it down. Judge against Bucky. Who wins? Who is going to be the one giving out the judgment here? We have yet to find out as the dog goes down. Oh, this might be unfortunate. Oh!
Oh yeah, Rarga does have to fall there. Bukashu manages to force him down. The Viper's Pit does come up though, so it is going to mean that Happy Way still in control here. Waiting with the Stinger just at the edge of the smoke. Oh, shoulder to shoulder, body. But no one's gonna pull the trigger just yet. Not until something dissipates, not until something breaks. And Happy Way doesn't even get to see a gun barrel just yet. The timing, Life is perfect with it. Happy Way has fallen, and that could just be everything. 13 seconds left, but that spike not going to get stuck because of it. 10 seconds. DRG going to have to stick with about 4 to 5 seconds left. The molly, though, the pre-plant to try and stop it. The frag is good. That's it. That's it. No man has done it. No man has dove in single-handedly and dump tackled Nick off of the plant. And DRG, the omen I had said that it was taking them just a second too long. The second too long to plant the spike, and it comes back to bite them. 2-0 for XLG. Not underdogs anymore. They have a hell of a bite to them.
Have really shown the entire field we are the team to dominate. XLG is here to show everyone why you need to be afraid of us going into this series. We're taking down one of the giants, the dragons, you may call it, of the set here. XLG really dominating on both those games. DRG were really close in coming back, and you know, gotta give a huge shout out to how well they played in that second game. But could that switch into that Sentinel round would have been the effect here? Were they just not feeling themselves here? Again, this is just the first game, right, of the series, right? There's still maybe need to get a little more warmed up here, but XLG, and that is most likely the MVP. Happy Way really paving the way for their team's victory in that bind matchup, showing complete dominance.
That was very clean. Yeah, looking a little bit shaky. DRG, I mean, really answering back. I did ask you, Dave, are you superstitious? And hey, nearly. That was a 9-3 to come back to a 13-11 scoreline. That is nothing to kind of shake your head at. But well, if you're XLG walking away with a victory, if you're DRG, a lot to consider. And yes, we have to look at mix. We have to look at the idea of just adding a new agent in and then swapping Vukashu out. So those variables we were talking about gonna play a factor, but maybe we now have to look at DRG and go, yes, the creativity certainly is there, but is the results? Is the practicality there? Because it's one thing to be a creative team. It's one thing to lean into, you know, the new agent and come up with this new strat. But if it doesn't work, do you have a point where you say that, okay, we tried and we experimented and it didn't work out?
Yep. No, I totally agree, right? Definitely be going back to the drawing board there, looking at team strategies as we do get into the interview, and we have Moon standing by for us to do the translation here. Moon, take it away.
今天图一 DRG 他们保持了教练的风格，对吧 ？Nathan D 选出了一套很不寻常的一套阵容，我相信你应该很熟悉了。那你赛前其实对于弥合的评价是非常高的，今天打下来，你觉得弥合在舞台上的表现怎么样？
You gave Mix a really high review before the game, and how do you think he fares after today's match? He says he still thinks Mix is very good. She's asking, can you imagine how you would play Mix? And he says they would definitely play a different style because there's a lot of different ways to play him. What do you think this current patch, how do you think it does with XLG? He says we have to practice every map to the best we can, and our team doesn't have any weaknesses right now.
重建自信心对于现在的 XLG 来说是非常非常重要的，包括你之前在很多的采访里面也提到了心态。
You said that rebuilding your confidence is very important to you, and the mindset is very important. How has the adjustment been? He says it's been pretty good. The team has always trusted each other and themselves, and they hope to continue to improve. You guys have tried a lot of different foods when you came to Hangzhou. What's your favorite right now? He says it's like a tomato fish dish, and he says it's got a lot of bones, so he's not used to it.
过哲选手的模仿秀了。那接下来有请我们的导演给我们留一手选手呈上2个盲盒。
It's the end of the interview. They're doing the boxes again.
那我就选左边这个盲盒吧。
好的。哦，是一个帽子。
OK， 模
仿不死鸟的大招动作，并且喊出。 来吧，走起！来。
那我放下这个。
我帮你拿，来。
来吧，走起！
对，刘一手选手还是非常可爱的。我还想追问你一个问题，因为之前你可能最招牌的庆祝的动作是起立，对吧？大家对于你的这个起立是非常有印象的。然后当时在大师赛的时候，Global 那边问你有没有什么庆祝的方式？你还记得你当时的庆祝方式是什么吗？
庆祝方式还真有点忘记了，
就是因为那边足球很出名嘛，然后你当时是一个2段跳，你还记得吗？要不要给大家展示一下你当时自创的一个庆祝方式？
Just a lot now off the back of a victory, right? Back of a very tough fought second map. We're seeing Lysor. I mean, yeah, everyone stand at attention. He needs to do the Phoenix ult. He needs to do and say the voice line. That would be so good if we could hear that live and we could see that. But that monkey in the background, I don't think I would ever ask for a better hype man. I don't think I could ask for a better hype man.
Yeah. He's just feeling himself, enjoying himself. We're playing a little bit of a game here. I actually don't know what this is.
That's the giveaway.
Oh, it's the giveaway.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the giveaway.
Oh. Yeah, the giveaways are fun. It's a nice little incentive to have for the studio. Like the skin drops and stuff that they do.
Oh wow, that's cool.
I like my Araxis. Yep. I like my Araxis.
Yes, as we see a little bit of a replay of the last round here, then they just ran out of time in that last round, but Lysor really showing up for XLG in that last round and getting XLG the win here as we go through the full match highlights. Completely showing XLG, showing complete dominance in those early rounds, absolutely having sixth sense of where every one of DRG's players are going to be, right? So whether it be the A side or the B side, Happy Way really feeling himself, right, Medante?
Oh, absolutely. Arguably, no, I will say, still had a very strong showing on the second half. But like we were talking, you know what, basically a 20 bomb on the first half, and to end a series, what 9-3 when you have 20 kills, and then it goes 13 and 11, and I think you end 29. Like that's actually. It's a phenomenal first half, but it is a shaky second half. Granted, at that point, the work had already been done, and Happy Way was clearly doing more for his team than just mechanics as well. But it does still have to say that, again, Valorant has always been, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. You could get 12-0 and have them be the cleanest rounds you've ever played. But if you can't get that 13th round, they are kind of irrelevant. You know, obviously round robins and such, yes, okay, different story, but this is just group stage. This is not going to be as impactful, I am afraid.
Yes, no, I totally agree. As we see DRG getting a little bit of a hope there, you know, we almost had it. We almost had the comeback story in there, but XLG really saying nope, you don't. You know, we see Flexen really flexing on his opponents in those rounds, maybe being the momentum shifter that his team needed, right? And we're jumping into teams comms just right now as we listen to our players here.
Alpha 1, 165, nice. Guardian, guys.
I'm holding elbow.
Nice, take Guardian.
Bro, you fraggers, give me one.
Nice! Let's go!
Wait. Good pistol. Nice.
Get there.
Let's go. Nice. Alright, stand up, baby. Show him.
Dead. Elbow smoke.
开口，高度。
这点玻璃。
搞定上面，出来一个。
在
听懂这些。3个玻璃后。两个，还有一个。nice。2楼一个。对。
开不了。
几家一个。好，去。
Ulting.
开个窝呗。
就 bingo。
对，
长官。左边，就错。
一家。
Nice! Yeah! Yeah, baby! That's the king, bro! Oh, we have happy! Woohoo!
Keep it up, guys.
Happy way.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be the man himself. We'll get to talk about basically everyone, but yeah, I know I did say maybe had a little bit of a drop-off in the showing for the second half, but when your first half is that dominant and you've got your team all set up and comfy, 346, 2.3, 88 kill participation as the controller. No surprises that Happy Way deserves it, but No Man's energy and the level of setup that we have seen from this entire roster, absolutely beautiful. And of course, for anyone that needs a little rundown on the comms, well, Rarga and No Man, both not Chinese speakers, so the fact that we're hearing the comms in English, not as big of a surprise as maybe some people would expect.
Yeah, and we do see the lethal zones here, right? And I don't know about you, but it looks like every zone on this map was a lethal zone for the king right here, Happy Way, really showing off his dominance with the Viper on this matchup as we go into the hexagon here. You know, kill participation showing absolute dominance there. KDA of 2.25. ACS of 346, absolutely breaking the barriers on every portion here with 8 multi kills, right? And I think all 8 of them were at least 3Ks right there.
I mean, yeah, you said it, what was it, like round 5? And you were like, he's gotten 3 multi kills and they were 3Ks, because at that point we'd had basically 2 Vipers pits nearly built up, and we'll get to see, because a lot of them at the start are just sheriff shots, right? Like, it takes Happy Way a while to really get a gun online, and I mean, evidently, why do you need one when you're doing things like this?
Yeah, and those are the early 3Ks, right? And I think every replay is going to be a 3K here, right? There you go.
3 for 3?
Yep, 3 for 3. There might be a 4K in there, I think. But that's...
that was only 2. That was only 2. Never mind. Happy Way's fell off. He's fell off. No, there it is. Okay, we're back. There it is. The 3K's back. We're back. Oh, never mind. A 4K? That's not a 3K. Happy Way's fell off.
I don't know how XLG won this game. He's washed. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Wow.
Absolutely savage.
I know. All jokes aside, Happy Way really holding down every corner, every lethal zone that we saw earlier. Complete dominance. XLG winning the game. And as we go into the team breakdown here, what are your thoughts, Medante?
I like seeing the Vukashu's up at the top, because Vukashu usually is for DRG. I like to see the fact that he's now maybe getting himself that bit of confidence. I mean, again, Vukashu's played Bind for as long as he's played Val. It's nice to see that the smokes and the molly lineups and such did seem really solid. Didn't have any problem with them. Didn't see Vukashu just kind of sacrificing the team to try and do a spike like post plant lineup, which I really liked. I do, to be honest. I mean, the fact you can see here, I mean, it's what Vukashu kind of jumps off with 22 and 16. Flexen is only 8 kills off of him, though. And we did start to see Mick really come through in terms of that utility a decent bit more in the second half. Big thing was going to be, though, seeing the, I believe that was, what, 15, 16 assists off of Nick is absolutely beautiful. And these stats kind of speak for themselves.
Yeah, 2 thrifties on DRG. Those momentum shifting rounds there, you know. First kills on both sides, absolute dominance. No clutches on either side. I mean, there was not really a need for a clutch there when you are clutching the entire game. Unfortunately, here we won't see that match 3 on Breeze, which would have been really, really exciting. But yeah, XLG showing dominance on the first 2 maps here. DRG almost had it, you know, coming. We could have seen a comeback coming there, but unfortunately for DRG, but fortunately for XLG, taking those 2 big games on. Wow.
It's a big thing, and hey, DRG, they have had to adapt for a little bit of time now. I think a lot of people have been critical that they are just stuck in their ways a bit too much. So them giving themselves this time to kind of, okay, Mix maybe is a bit of a kind of standout throw. I mean, hey, people have been talking about Veto for a while, and I've been very expressive that I do not like Veto, and apparently I'm wrong, but I will argue with every single team that consists of players that are better and smarter than me. But you know, that's the end of the day. So the fact that DRG are coming through with Mix at the very least, they're not completely concerned to still try something a bit out there. I think XLG did just kind of show us it maybe is a bit out there still.
Yeah, and maybe this might have been a wake-up call that DRG needed, right? Because it's a whole different new season. It's a whole different new ball game. This is what I know, basketball joke. It's fine. I'm showing my NA side here, but a whole different football game, let's just call it that, happening here, right? And maybe this might be the wake-up call for DRG, as I said, because XLG showing dominance. And who would have thought 0-2, as you saw earlier up on this side, right? 0-2 for XLG. Oh, everyone got the predictions wrong. Us, the other casters, the other team members, all the Project Horizon, and the chat itself too. So XLG surprising everyone out there with that complete dominance. And yeah, wow, that was a truly fun 2 games to cast.
Yeah, that much it definitely was. And yeah, XLG broken their curse on Lotus, and they did it dominantly so, and we are going to be keeping an eye on them a lot more. But ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, because of the fact we did not get to see that comeback, that is going to be us for the day. That is going to be everything. The series is wrapped up there very nicely and very, very cleanly. A big shout out to Mike and Rigor for covering the first 2 games as well with ourselves. We will get to just have a look up here for anyone that does need a wind up. So JDG managing 2 versus 1. So Life is looking at his previous roster going 2-1 and going,
yeah, I know.
maybe could have hung out with them a little bit longer.
Yeah, no, definitely, right? We see the 2-1 JDG taking on that game, which was very interesting. I was watching that around while we were waiting for our games to go on. And then we have DRG obviously losing 0-2, but here is the leaderboard where we have Group Alpha, JDG and AG putting themselves on the top here. Early on, BLG and TYL still need to play. On Group Omega, we have EDG and XLG going to the top, and TE and Wolves still need to play, but DRG and Nova have got a little bit of work to do. But again, this is just the first week. There is a lot more games to go. There's almost 3 weeks of games to go and playoffs, right? So a lot to happen.
Yeah, and oh yeah, by all means, in the top performers of the day.
Yeah.
Who's surprised? Happy Way really does just show up. First there's Jay and Stu from JDG on that previous set. Really good set as well. So do keep an eye. So do go back and check that out as well, because that was an absolutely fantastic showing from the first set. And with that, and with the fact we've looked at the score lines, I do need to talk about -11. For DRG is a big deal. Again, because that second map was so close, it's difficult to really consider that Lotus could have been a 13-4. You know, Lotus becomes like a 13-9 or a 13-10. That's a lot better for DRG. So by hard locking this mix, it's cool, and I respect it a lot, but the round differential clearly has something to say about it.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and find out if that might make a difference going down into what teams qualify and placements on their playoffs, right? Scheduled for tomorrow, we're going to have a bunch of more of us casting tomorrow. We have Wolves versus TE and as match 1 and BLG versus Tyloo for the second game. But Dante, who do you think has it tomorrow?
So I'm going to give the leniency to Trace, first of all, and then I'm going to ask you. Between Wolves or Trace, who have we got?
I honestly, after what happened today,
that's honestly valid, right? Maybe if I just make a call, am I going to check our prediction sheet and just see everyone's opinions change? Is that off the back of what I've said? But yeah, I would say that, and then I think for the second set, I'm gonna say Tyloo. I think genuinely Tyloo on my front, which I believe the same thing as yours, Div.
Yes, I think Tyloo probably has the game too as well. The matchup tomorrow as well. But we've got a whole lot of Valorant happening this week and the weeks coming on, right? We've got a lot of games. We'll be back, well, we won't, but Project Horizon will be back here again tomorrow. We'll be here soon enough, right? Same time, same place on Twitch and on YouTube. But Dante, anything you want to say to close it off?
Not really. A big shout out to everyone, of course, the translation from Moon. Big shout out to Rigor and Mike for the first set. Big shout out to Fran on the production as well, and everyone else in the background that does make us sound and look as beautiful as possible. A big shout out as well as you for the inauguration, showing up with us, and of course VCT China for actually having us. As much as Project Horizon is an English-speaking version of the tournament, if you don't have the tournament, not really much worth speaking English over it, but. Until then, and until tomorrow, it has been an absolute pleasure, Div. Thank you very much, everyone else, for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow for even more VCT China. Don't go anywhere.
Take care.
Some things are meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is fresh. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better
can set the world on fire, fire. Set the world on fire. Set the world on fire.
monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gold. Always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force of blood in. If you start shit, you'll be hard lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped to be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't bright, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. It'll kill when I'm desperate.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity.